Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, you guys. Today we're talking about detailing by the numbers, which is our backborn course that we implemented here at Stinger. It's our process of detailing a vehicle. So let's just get into it then.
Cool. Heck yeah, man. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what's your name, man? Nice to meet you.
All the way from Belize.
Nice to meet you, man. Thanks for coming in.
Yes, sir.
You just fly in this morning?
Flight in on Thursday.
On Thursday?
Perfect.
Gotcha.
Nice.
How do you get them in Belize?
Perfect.
Sorry?
How do you get them in Belize?
I drive them down, I take them, and I ship them down.
Oh, wow. Well, maybe we can help you out with that.
Yeah, right? Yeah, let's make that a little easier for you, bro. That's a heck of a flight.
Definitely. Or a drive.
You drove all the way? Oh my gosh. How many hours is that?
We do like 2 to 3 days.
2 to 3 days?
Holy crap. Good on you. Thank you so much for coming, man.
I appreciate that, yeah.
That's awesome.
Belize is beautiful, by the way.
Oh, I want to go so bad.
If you have an extra room, feel free. I got you.
Yeah. We'll hit you up after the class.
For sure.
All right. Well, let's get into it. Like Zach was saying, detailing by the numbers is our foundational course. So this is just going to give you the basics, okay? So before we get into that, we'd like a little introduction from you, my man. Is that all right?
Yeah, no problem. All right, so I'm all the way from Belize. I started my company in 2017 called Reconditioning. I do detailing, tinting, whatever comes to vehicle. Why I came to this class is because I really want to learn more about maybe buffing and waxing and stuff like that.
Sure.
So that's one of the reasons I came. I do it, but I want to professionalize in it,
Absolutely.
So I do have a detailing store as well. I sell products, I sell car accessories, whatever it comes to vehicle, I install lights, whatever, right?
Perfect. Nice, man.
There you go.
That's awesome. Got a full detail store. That's awesome.
We could definitely help you out.
For sure. Yeah. So we'll definitely get into buffing a little bit today. Depending on how the class goes, we'll see if we get it to some hands-on or not.
For sure.
But yeah, let's see how it goes. Awesome, man. All right. So this course, I mean, like any job, right? The whole goal is just to make money. We're not doing this for free. A lot of us have kids, a lot of us have family we're trying to put through school or to help be successful in life. So detailing is a great way to do that. You've kind of found a cheat code. You do sales and detailing, which is pretty dang cool. It's unique. But in the detail world, we're always trying to find ways to maximize our quality and our time, right? So we want to be as quick as possible, and yet we want to have great results coming out of the shop. How do we pull that off?
Absolutely.
Training. That's one of the biggest things that we can do to make this have a lot of value to you. Hopefully by the end of the day, we're saving you a half an hour on your detail, and we go over some stuff service-wise that you guys can add into your shop, add to your menu, that is going to make it more likely for your shop to be successful, okay? So what do we have up on the slideshow? We have dollar bills, okay? So there's a lot of things we do in business. We want to expand, we want to grow, but all of it is at the end for the dollar bill and to be successful. Another reason we show up for these classes, usually we have really, really big groups, and it's a great chance for people to interact. You guys on YouTube, you can definitely do that in the chat. We do actively respond to the chat, so if you've got questions, please throw them out there and we will get to them, okay? But networking, honestly, in the business world is one of the best things you can do, just because it connects you with people in your industry that you can partner with. Rather than looking at everyone as a competitor, it's much better to see, hey, we maybe both do details, but I don't do chip repair and you do. So maybe I can refer some work to your shop, And then maybe they don't do ceramic coatings and they can send you ceramic coating customers. So that's kind of the goal. Of course, we do hand out certifications. You have to be here physically to get that certification because, we're going to do some hands-on today with you. But we'll definitely get that for you. And then finally, we're going to talk a lot about tools. That's going to be both in this class and this afternoon's class. It's an investment. It costs a lot of money to get things going. Luckily, to open a detail shop, it's not costing us $20,000, $40,000, $60,000. You might be closer to maybe $1,000 on the low end, or maybe even less.
Yeah,
probably do $400.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, just depending on if you know, if you have a shop, you know, that's going to be a little bit more. If you're a mobile guy, I mean, you can start off a mobile business with $200.
As long as you already got a car.
Yeah, as long as you got a car. You know, you can buy a $4 bucket from us, and you know, gallon of each product that you're going to need, and then go to work.
Half the battle.
Half the
soap,
battle, you know
bro.
what I mean? Yeah, soap, absolutely. So
Yeah.
I mean, even then, you know, your initial investment isn't that much.
Yeah.
So
It's not bad.
absolutely.
Well, and it's one of those things that the more you put into it, the more you're going to get out of it. That's why we talk about it being an investment, right? If you can buy a steamer, if you can buy an extractor, if you can buy a tornador, if you can get those specialty tools, not only will it make you quicker, it's going to make your job go better, but
more
you can
efficient.
offer, efficiency, right?
Efficiency,
That's kind of what it comes down to. But having all those different tools and machines disposable to you just means that you're going to be able to handle a wider variety of problems, okay? So we'll go over what those tools are, what we kind of suggest for a basic like startup detail shop, and maybe get into the nitty-gritty of some higher-end stuff.
Absolutely. Maybe the nitty-gritty, maybe for the afternoon class.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that is a little bit more when we dig into it. Yeah, perfect. So yeah, we talked about this a little bit. We do have a trifold, or I guess a quad fold in this case. That kind of explains what this course is. Detailing by the numbers, we tried to simplify it as much as possible. If you're new at something, having basics helps a lot, right? So with this course specifically, we are not saying that if you do detailing a different way that you're doing it wrong, okay? We do not want to imply that at all. I'm sure you've seen 50 different kinds of ways to do a detail. Dude, there's no right or wrong way. What matters is the end result, right? So the goal with this class is, at least for beginners, to have a basic idea of how to build a routine. We're going to talk about that multiple times. Because if you can build a routine, you are going to miss things less. You're going to be able to move quicker. It's like practicing a sport. You know, if you want to get good at free throws, you stand at the free throw line and you make shots, dude. You don't go out to the 3-point. You don't go hit it in between. You do that consistently again and again and again until it becomes mechanical, okay? So, question for you, good sir. What are we trying to accomplish when we detail a car? Right?
Okay. You just want the top-notch result for your customer and make sure customer is satisfied, right? Customer satisfaction.
Absolutely.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, I like what you said, a top-notch result. At the end of the day, I mean, whether or not you're fast, the customer doesn't care. Whether or not you use a specialty tool, they probably don't care. But if that result comes out well, then you're going to have a happy customer. You know, maybe you'll even get a tip, as rare as that is in our world, but maybe you get a tip.
More so the workers get the tip than the owners do, unfortunately.
Yeah, it usually doesn't get passed on.
Yeah.
You know, treated like a waiter versus store manager type thing. But specifically with detailing, we have 3 things that we're trying to accomplish. We want the car to be clean, we want the car to be shiny, and we want it to smell good, okay? At the base level, that's what a customer wants. It's that first impression.
Absolutely.
Yes. So those are our goals. All right. Take it away, Zach.
So this course, why is it important for us? Just because, as everything else, everything evolves. Paints evolve, cars evolve. There's more technology now. These cars are basically, you know, running computers on wheels.
Literally.
There are new tools everywhere, you know. I mean, touchscreens. You know, who thought in the '70s that
Vacuums and air compressors in these things now,
did you see
dude?
that new Toyota with the built-in
dude.
air compressor?
So cool,
That's
built-in
gonna- that's gonna
line
be
and
your-
everything.
That's going to be your new car, I'm sure, just
Oh,
because
bro.
you're going to need it for
I'm too
your
cheap.
camping.
Come on, let's be cheap. Yeah.
Well, yeah. So I mean, who would have known now? You know that they're going to have air compressors. I mean, the Jetsons said we're going to be flying cars in the 2000s. Now, I haven't seen a flying car.
Sadly,
yet.
hasn't happened.
I wish we would have, but
Less wheel cleaning if it did happen. That'd be nice.
You know, definitely. But more interior work, I would imagine.
Right.
Significantly more interior work.
Yeah.
But yeah. So like the top picture, you'll see that Jeep. You know, that Jeep has oil-based paint. It has, I'm pretty sure, cloth interiors. You can hit it with a pressure washer, and not have to worry about it molding and smelling bad because it's cotton and it just dries really good. But if you put a whole bunch of water in that bottom Jeep, well, it's gonna be flooded, and it's a Jeep. It's gonna be flooded
Insurance,
up.
they're gonna be hearing from you.
All the sensors, everything else is gonna be going off. So this is why, as cars evolve, we need to evolve as well as our processes. And so this is why this class is very important, because it just gives you a step-by-step process of how you're going to accomplish cleaning a vehicle. You know, it just takes the thinking out of everything. You just follow these 6 steps, and you're guaranteed to get a clean, shiny, smell good car.
Definitely. Yeah, I used to have a customer that I would sell to back in Idaho, and his name's Bob, one of my favorite people. Great guy, love him. But he'd been detailing for about 30 years, and he had tons of experience. And he had a hot seat pressure washer, essentially, that you could turn up the heat, you know, turn it into a steam cleaner, right? And I remember he used to strip out, pre-2010, he would strip out every single interior on every single car, seats, carpet, padding underneath. Bro, he'd pull out, he wouldn't go as far as the headliner, but everything he could pull, he would, okay? And he would literally degrease it, pressure wash it, and leave your stuff to dry for about a full day. So 2010 and up rolls around, what starts getting put in cars?
Microfiber seats.
Microfiber seats. We start getting a lot more electronics. You get more screens. You get moisture on that, like Zach was saying, game over.
Yep.
So even him, a man who'd done it for 30 years, he had to change his entire game around.
His whole process.
Whole thing. So this is a little tiny list of all the different things that have changed over the years. Zach talked about paint. The glass is different.
That's true.
Yeah, you break an old glass window, it's not like it happens now where it turns into like a giant bunch of tiny broken pieces that are safer to deal with. Big shards, big issues.
Yep.
You don't want to be in a crash in an old vehicle, dude.
At all.
The electrical parts, sensitive trim. I don't know if you've dealt with like Lexuses, for example. Bro.
Oh, yeah. They
You
all
ever
have,
burnt the trim?
Yeah. Those trims are extremely difficult. I mean, you hit it with a microfiber towel and it still seems to scratch it. And this is a microfiber towel. It's supposed to be one of the softest materials that we can
Literally,
use.
yeah.
And so even using that can scratch. I mean, white interiors. Who would have thought cars now, a lot of Mercedes have a white leather. Lexus, I mean, they look great. Don't get me wrong.
If you have kids, don't buy,
yeah,
please.
They look great. It should be your single person, has no worries about, you know,
Not an
somebody
Uber
else
driver.
Exactly. Yeah. Absolutely. That's what white leathers, white interiors are for. I mean, even leathers are changed now. Some of them are coated, some of them are treated, some of them are perforated, and so it's just identifying what we're dealing with and knowing the process to treat every single different type of. Yeah. Absolutely.
Ventilated or not, ventilated seats can be a pain in the butt, dude.
Absolutely.
Someone spills a milkshake on that, that's
Done.
a nightmare.
Done.
It is a nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah, so lots of problems, and every year is different. You know, we deal with this a lot with paint, right? We've seen it just in the last 3 years. Paint used to be 7 to 10 millimeters thick. You go back 10, 15 years. Now, the medium, or I guess the average would probably be like 4 to 5 millimeters of paint, which is tiny.
Yeah.
That's such a small amount of paint to work with, and you're dealing with the fact that not only is that paint is not just clear coat. We can't work with that entire paint job. You've only got 30% of that 4 millimeters of paint that you can play with. So not very much wiggle room to correct things.
Yeah, and normally anything under 4 mils, we don't want to touch anyways.
No.
We can put a nice light polish. That's no big deal.
Yeah.
But we don't want to do any kind of paint correction with 4 mils of paint. Like my parents' brand new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe. I went to go put a ceramic coating on it. I went to depth gauge it with the meter, and there was 4.2 mils. This is a brand new car that had 0 miles on. 4.2 mils of paint.
And
So,
they paid how much for that car?
They paid a lot of money. I don't even want to know what they paid.
Yeah.
And so I
Cheapos.
can only imagine, in my 2013 truck that I used to have, unfortunately,
Right. Yeah.
had 13 mils on it. And it was a 12-year-old car, and it still had 13 mils of paint. So from just in 12 years worth of time, you're talking about they've gotten, a third of what they're
30%.
using. A third of what they're using, essentially. So us as detailers, we have to identify and understand and give the customer the knowledge of, I can't really do a whole big paint correction on your car. I can make everything look shiny and clean, but I can't take out scratches.
Right. Yeah.
And they have to and be like, if you don't want to hear that and somebody will tell you different, then by all means go with them, because it's your reputation online. Is if you mess it up and you burn the paint, you're gonna have to pay for it.
Yes.
So
That's
I mean,
an insurance ding
that's
on
an insurance, you know what
yeah.
I mean? And so that's essentially you're covering yourself because you don't want to do something to harm you or your business. And so.
Exactly. Pretty much. So a lot of it today too is going to be figuring out how do we adapt to modern situations. That's basically what this guy's about. All right. So do you have any mechanic friends that you deal with?
I actually do mechanics at my shop.
Do you really?
Yeah,
Nice.
I have my lift, I change suspensions, oil change.
Bro,
I mean,
you're diversified.
But I do all of that at my shop. I can show you after the class, I can show you at my shop.
Okay.
Heck yeah, man, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
Nice, nice.
So you have 4 different 7mm thread ratchets. You know what I mean? So it's essentially because one may work for a Dodge or a Chevy, it may not work on the BMW or the Audi. So just you have the same exact tool, just in different, for different ratchets, different sockets.
Yeah, different angles, different cars even.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so this is essentially a tool that this class is a tool that you can use, to add to your repertoire. So.
Yeah, mechanics back in the day, they might have been okay with that small little toolkit. Now you need that guy, dude. It's always
Oh
missing,
yeah, the
right?
tin is always missing.
That's why
The
you
tin is
buy it
always
from like
missing.
Cornwell. They have a lifetime
Absolutely.
warranty. Yeah, so it's the same way in detail. You used to be able to detail a car, honestly, with a garden hose and a sprayer on the tip of it, a bucket with a wash mitt, and a rotary buffer. Go to town, dude.
That was perfect.
That's it. That's all you needed, Maybe a couple other products, obviously, interior cleaner, maybe a dressing, but it was very, very simple. But nowadays, when you're detailing cars, I mean, look at our line alone. We have over 300 chemicals, dude. Like, there's a reason and a specific spot for each one of those chemicals on the inside of a car. So it's just something that we need to adapt. And as detailers, having a big toolkit, it's massively helpful. Yeah.
So the pH scale, why it's important to understand where chemicals align on the pH scale, just because you can't use acids on a carpet, right? Some people don't know that though.
Please don't.
Yes, some people don't know that though. So I mean, and understanding what the base of chemicals are, knowing where you can apply and not apply them is why it's very important to understand the pH scale. Now, we're not gonna have a whole chemistry class talking about.
We're not that smart.
Yeah, we're not that smart. We just understand that, and every time you use an acid, you have to neutralize it with a base, and so or an alkaline product. And so, essentially, because once acid hits water, it actually reactivates the acid, and it continues to eat. So that's why you'll have pitting in some of the rims, or even in concrete. I mean, if you're pressure washing and you don't neutralize the acid, absolutely.
Right.
So just neutralization on understanding on using an acid is very, very important. Now, you don't have to neutralize a base with an acid. Only you have to neutralize just acids with bases. And so that's why using a chrome and wire, for example, on chrome rims is very, very useful because it takes a layer of like a single micron of the surface. So it essentially gives you a brand new surface which you're using. But you do need like a black scorpion or a purple stuff to just neutralize it, quick little spritz, and it neutralizes it. But all of our soaps are essentially pH neutral though. That's very important. People don't understand, especially if you're using ceramic coatings. pH neutral soaps are great.
They do the
Those
job.
right there, they do a job. Our super soap and maybe our Lemonlicious are probably like a 8.9, just because they have a few degreasers built into them to help start stripping all the paint and protections that we have if you're doing a ceramic coating on there. So essentially, that's why you would need to know what the basis of products are. Good morning, gentlemen.
In the leagues, people would still be using dishwashing liquid.
They use
Oh
Dawn.
yeah, like Dawn
I mean,
dish
Dawn-
soap. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
But they don't understand, right?
They don't understand.
Yeah, they haven't been
They're
trained.
just using.
Yep.
They're just using what they know, essentially. Gentlemen, doing great.
Yes, sir.
I appreciate
Heck
you.
yeah,
Just wonderful.
thanks for
I know
coming.
that train gets caught up, but we're just talking about the pH scale, using acids and using degreasers, and majority of our soaps. All of our soaps are pH neutral. Why you would need acids, cleaning metal, cleaning glass, perfect for that. You want a good cheap way to do that, spraying acid, but it's also a very dangerous way of cleaning, just because you will have the reactivation of water hits it, and you have to neutralize everything. So, are there easier ways to clean glass? Yeah, glass cleaners are perfectly easier way. but you can clean glass with.
Take forever though.
Yeah. But essentially, you need to neutralize any acid that you're going to be using with a degreaser or an all-purpose cleaner, just because water will reactivate them and start pitting and everything like that.
Yep, definitely. And another small note, any and all chemicals, they react to two things. One, the sunlight. Two, the heat, okay? And you guys have a lot of that. I mean, all three of you. You're from Belize, so obviously you got a lot of heat and a lot of humidity, right? Yeah. But you guys, are you from Houston? You're from Houston? Okay, nice. Or at least close. I mean, it's a big city, so lots of suburbs, right? But if you're in the middle of a summer and it's 105 degrees and you're working on a black car, first off, how hot is that paint surface? Like 140, dude. Like, it's extremely hot. You could cook an egg on it. So if you don't take the time to cool that surface down and ideally be doing your work in the shade, which could be tricky if you're a mobile guy, we get that. But if you don't take those two things into consideration, you will burn a lot more vehicles, man. If you put acid on a wheel that just came in off the road, that wheel is piping hot, man. Probably 200 plus degrees. So pre-cool things, and then if chemicals start to dry, just spritz them lightly with water. They reactivate, and it prevents that burning from happening, okay? All right. Cool, so we're gonna go into some classes of chemicals, just so you guys kind of get the basics. You guys kind of missed a little bit of the intro, but this is a foundational course. So if you're new to detailing, this will kind of give you the simplified version, give you kind of a framework to start out and build a routine for your shop, okay? So as far as classes of chemicals go, we've got solvents, okay? So solvents basically are gonna be a kind of chemical that evaporate quickly. They work great on things that are sticky and tend to adhere to the paint surface. So, you know, if you get like road paint on a car or tar or tree sap, solvents do a great job on that kind of stuff. But, you know, it's not something you're typically gonna reach for an interior stain, you know what I mean? You don't always want to grab that and then approach a leather seat, you know?
Please don't.
There are exceptions. There are exceptions to that rule. Like if you look at Gold Power right here, the chemical right in front of you guys, that is a citrus-based solvent, and that kind of breaks the mold a little bit. Citruses tend to be a lot more friendly, especially on interior surfaces. They evaporate slower, and they also give you the ability to work on things like leather without damaging, if you're quick. There's a caveat. If you rub a spot for 30 seconds with a solvent, I guarantee you're going to pull the color out of the leather.
For sure.
No doubt about it.
Have you ever seen a red cow?
Or Anyone seen a red cow?
I've never seen a blue or red cow.
No.
So that's dye. It's dye. So essentially, that solvent, since it's an aggressive product, will pull, like you said, pull that color out.
Right.
So our All Clean, for instance, has the same base as that, but it's, I want to say, quarter of the strength.
Oh yeah, it's like 3% or something like that.
So the base is still the orange solvent, you know, the orange solvent, citrus solvent, but you can use that and rub it for 30 seconds and not have to worry about pulling the color out. So that, you know, you would use Gold Power on your one-off situations. It's just great to have in your toolbox. You wouldn't use it every day. All Clean, you're going to use every day. So
yeah, it's an all-purpose cleaner, right?
All-purpose cleaner.
You can literally use it interior, exterior, hell, even a motor if you want. Just have to mix it stronger.
Absolutely.
Which kind of bleeds right into the next category, right? So we've got butyl and alkaline. Basically, those are just going to be your high pH products, you know, your degreasers, your all-purpose cleaners, interior cleaners, okay? Typically, they're made up of things like salts or butyls as well. Butyls tend to be a little bit more friendly, in my opinion, less likely to burn. The only area we tend to use these is when we're trying to remove dust, dirt, grease, anything along those lines, okay? It does great at breaking those things up without damaging, okay? Alcohol, honestly, is just a class of solvent, in my opinion. It evaporates just like anything else. The nice thing about alcohol, you mentioned it before, is it's very safe. If you've got a stain on an interior or somewhere that you are afraid of approaching, you can use alcohol without too much worry. It's less likely to damage.
I believe we have a question.
Got a question?
We have a question from YouTube. Juke Nova. What is the difference in chrome and wire compared to mag and acid clean?
The chrome and
Okay.
wire and mag?
Okay, so there is a definite difference. So chrome and wire, That's this guy, just so you guys can see
And I'll pull up mag
on
if I-
camera if you want to
I'll
grab
leave
mag.
mag over there.
So chrome and wire has different types of acids built into it. So you've got sulfuric, and I believe it's phosphoric is the other acid. Very friendly, very good at cleaning metals and even removing water spots, but it could be a little bit risky on glass. Okay, sulfuric and glass, they don't mix well. They tend to burn, they can etch, okay? Whereas mag, which, oh, there's one right there. That's where it's at. Mag is a completely different product. In my opinion, mag is stronger.
Yes.
I definitely think it is. I'll just go and pop it there. Thank you.
And it has a foamer. It foams up a lot better
Yes.
as well.
Yeah, so it's going to do a better job. I think it works well on surfaces like aluminum because it's ammonium bifluoride.
Absolutely.
Um,
It's great for like your 18-wheeler rims.
Yes.
Your mag aluminum rims. This is more so for, that's the biggest difference in the chrome and wire. Chrome and wire more for chrome, mag wheel cleaner more for mag aluminum.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Yeah, and honestly, both of them will work well on like your clear-coated wheels, or if you're dealing with like painted wheels, you'll be fine on either of them. They'll do the job. Just understand that with both of these acids, you do have to follow them with a high pH product. They are very, very strong wheel acids.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Okay, so we've
Back
kind of
to
covered
alcohol?
anything up here.
So back to alcohol though.
Yeah, sure.
Say you, for instance, you get these nice three-piece rims,
Right.
and you don't know what kind of metals they are. Use alcohol. That's going to be your safest bet to clean the rim. Yes, you may have to put a little bit more elbow into it, but I'd rather put more elbow into it than spending $5,000 on a rim.
Just straight.
Just straight, yeah.
Yep.
Or window cleaner, you know, any kind of glass cleaner because they're going to be a high alcohol base, and so that way, like I said, I'm not going to harm anything. If anything, it's just going to dry quickly, and I have to just spray some more stuff. But glass cleaner, like I said, for any of those high-end rims, stuff you're not sure what to clean it with, just use an alcohol base because alcohol doesn't leave any residue behind and it evaporates real quick. So that's my little caveat to this whole alcohol.
I love it. Yeah, and
Yeah.
there's one other thing too. So if you're doing ceramic coatings, like we have our Quantum line, anytime before you apply a ceramic, you have to prep the paint with an alcohol. Basically, it's going to open up the pores of the paint. It gets off the grease from like your fingers, and then any kind of like lubricants built into your polishes, it'll remove that all at once. So an alcohol is a necessity in a shop. And if you start to do things like window tint, PPF, it's something you want to keep around because it will be useful for those kinds of jobs too. So, all right.
Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. So we're just going over types of chemicals, like classes. This class, detailing by the numbers, is just a foundational course. It's very bare bones and basic. So if you guys have any questions, just let us know. We can get to them. No big deal. The beginning of it is just kind of going over tools in our tool belt. So chemicals, and then we'll start getting to the actual tools themselves. Okay. So ammonia. Has anyone worked with ammonia as a detailing product before? Yeah? Okay. What do you think? Didn't like it. Okay.
It smells.
It is stinky.
It makes your lungs hurt.
Yeah. Ammonia is one of those things that if you've got one of these tools, good Lord, do not put ammonia inside this guy because it'll turn into a gas, and if it gets into your lungs, it will definitely mess them up.
It will
100%.
definitely hurt you.
But we make one product with ammonia in it. This is WOW. This is our best interior cleaner for like spot cleaning. Guys, I've compared like hydrogen peroxide cleaners versus ammonia. The smell does suck, but it sucks on both of them regardless. So the nice thing about ammonia is that it will clean well. It breaks up stains just like a degreaser, but it actually evaporates quicker like a solvent, okay? So say you're the quality control guy in your shop and you're touching up like your fellow employee's stuff before a customer picks up. You can clean with this, you know, let's say a microfiber seat, and then come back 10 minutes later and it's dry. As long as it's not the middle of winter. You know, if it's 30 degrees outside, you might need a squirrel cage fan or something like that.
You may need about 15 minutes.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Just something. You got to help
Yeah.
it along.
We don't
But-
get those winters here in Houston, luckily.
Yeah, everyone basically is a Houstonite, right? You four are all from Houston? Okay.
And
Yeah,
Belize
you know
doesn't-
heat.
Well, Belize doesn't get that cold either, does it?
Oh, you're from Colorado. You know all about the cold, man. I live in Utah, so I feel your pain. Yeah, you guys have an advantage in Houston. If you live in areas like us, we're shut down 3-4 months out of the year, or at least it's really slow. Whereas you guys, I don't know, your winters get down to like 35, maybe dips into the 20s.
So every now and then
for a day.
we'll get like 2 weeks out of the whole year.
Right.
Where it's sporadic.
Yeah, does a great job on blood. Yep.
I would use peroxide.
Yes, and they both have sanitizing factors. The reason that we went ammonia rather than hydrogen peroxide is hydrogen peroxide tends to be way more, it's an oxidator, so it's very reactive, and it's not as friendly on the skin. Ammonia is not friendly with the lungs, but let's be honest, how many of us are wearing gloves on a daily basis? I am. But if you're a detailer, we do suggest you wear safety gear. It's one of those things, though, where ammonia is a little less harmful than hydrogen peroxide on the skin. Okay?
I'm not gonna lie, guys. Wear gloves. At least wear gloves.
Please.
You don't want your cuticles and your fingernails to be all red. You know, that's just. If anything else, just gloves.
Just do it for the ladies, okay? Yeah. I detailed for years, and my wife hated when I'd come home with like cracked and bleeding hands. So not only is there the health factor, but your significant other's not going to love you or let you touch them if you have dry, cracked hands, dude.
This is true. It's like sandpaper.
Oh, bro. I used to get so much crap for that. And then you start getting to the point where your microfibers start sticking to your hands like Spider-Man. Not a good stage, guys.
At all.
I don't like that.
So enzymes. Our 709 enzyme carpet. So it's a 2-in-1. It's a carpet shampoo and it's also a pre-spotter. So we recommend after you're done on the first step of our process, which is our decon stage, is when you're removing everything out of the car, getting all the pet hair, getting all the trash, and you do see stains and spots in the vehicle, is you hit it with a pre-spotter. Let it work for about 20-30 minutes. You'll gradually see that stain just get smaller just by continuing to spray this on that spot. And then, like I said, it's also a carpet shampoo, so you don't have to buy an additional carpet shampoo. You're actually getting a pre-spotter and a carpet shampoo in the same one. So the enzymes in this, you can dilute this product, 5 to 1. This one gallon make you 5 or 6 gallons, essentially. And then you need to, while that's working and you're cleaning out the car, you can go watch the exterior. You're doing everything else in the car while that's essentially working. Mm-hmm. So
yeah, enzymes are awesome, guys. You're never going to hurt something with an enzyme. Granted, you're mostly spraying this on fabric surfaces, right? So once you get that dirt out, like Zach was saying, the longer it can sit on that stain, the more work it'll do for you. If you don't get anything else from this class today, learn about dwell time, guys. These chemicals, it's like the difference of having a power drill versus a screwdriver. You know what I mean? You could do all the work yourself, do all the scrubbing, all the vacuuming, or you can spray the chemical, let it sit there, let it break up the stain, come back 30 minutes later, and that thing lifts right up. So that's the idea with enzyme. Acids. Acids, some people love them, some people hate them. If you've been detailing for a while, you'll learn that it's your best friend when it comes to wheels and on the exterior. If you can do things like, where's our water spot remover at?
Right
here, that is it. Yeah. Okay, so if you can do a water spot removal, which water spot remover is an acid at its base. If you can do that on the exterior of a paint, personally, I love it. I'm charging the customer $100 more to get off their water spots, and that chemical at the same time is going to remove a bunch of the oxidation on the surface, so your buff job is going to come out quicker, better, all the above, okay? But same thing with wheels. If you use a high pH product like a degreaser style or a non-acid style wheel cleaner, you're always going to be scrubbing. Whereas with an acid, there's almost zero scrubbing involved. And it's just because it's more aggressive, guys. And it's catered to the surface. Acids work well on mineral and metal, and degreasers work basically well on everything else. Greases, dirt, mud, etc. Okay. Do you guys have any questions about these 3 kinds of chemicals? Perfect. Yeah, it's pretty basic. All right. Okay, so now we start getting into more of the actual physical tools rather than the liquids themselves. So microfibers, it matters what kind of microfibers you have. Okay, specifically when it comes to like paint correction, You can't just pick up any dirty old microfiber towel in your garage. I mean, for example, if you drop a brand new towel, it hits the dirt, you need to grab a new one because it will just scratch all the work you do, okay? Buffing is very, very time consuming. But if you look, this is a microscopic view of what a hair on a microfiber towel looks like, okay? There are different blends of those two materials, so polyamide and polyester. One of those materials is made to soak things up. The other one is made to grab things and pull them in, okay? So based off of the proportion of those two will kind of vary off the job that you want to cater that towel towards. So if you look at this wall right here, I don't know if you're grabbing, oh, you're grabbing towels? Perfect. Just bring the whole thing, bro.
Well, there's like drying stuff on there.
There's like 500 towels in one
Yeah.
ring. Yeah. Thanks, bro. I knew you were doing something.
I just walked off the stage.
Yeah, right. Smoke break. So this kind of towel, this is called the Eagle Edgeless. This is made by the Rag Company, which they are a great company to buy towels from, guys. They make high quality stuff. First thing to note, there's no seam on the edge, okay? Almost everything is getting away from those seams because the seams not only can scratch paint, but they'll hold on to dirt and dust even through a wash cycle. So it's better to just get rid of it. Towels like this that are really thick and really fluffy, these guys are made for like your final inspection, your final wipe down on paint. When you start getting into towels like this that are a little bit thinner, they're still laser cut edgeless, which is great. They're going to be a little bit more aggressive when it comes to the particle or the type of plastic that grabs rather than the absorbent kind of microfiber, okay? So they're catered for picking up stains, grabbing things out of the cracks of leather, stuff like that. And then you start getting into, this is my favorite window towel. This guy's awesome. So these are called a waffle towel. Since it's glass, they do still put a seam. It doesn't really matter. You're not scratching glass. It's really, really hard to do. But all those little cavities, I guess, give a place for the dirt and the dust to kind of get tucked into and kind of keeps the towel clean. Outside of that, you know, you've just got a whole variety, man. You've got towels that have fluffy sides, thin sides, big towels, small towels, and you'll run into something called GSM, grams per square meter, okay? It's important to know as a detailer just because the higher that number is, the fluffier it is or the more absorbent it is. So like you run into this towel.
That's literally what
I saw you looking. You guys run into this towel, which I'll pull it out. This is called the 1500. It's made by the Rag Company. You could essentially shower and dry yourself off with this, no big deal, dude. This soaks up 6 gallons of water in one towel, okay? They're incredible, bro. They're incredible. The other thing, and the reason I love them so much, if you're doing like maintenance washes and that paint already looks great, you don't want to scratch it, do that little drape it over and drag it across. It puts minimal pressure on the car, and this thing is so primed to be absorbent that you shouldn't have to put any pressure whatsoever. So it just really makes your job simple.
And it won't scratch.
And it won't scratch.
Huh?
Well,
Forever to dry though.
oh,
yeah.
bro, I know. That's why you need like 4 of them.
That's the one drawback to those compared to like chamois. Well, chamois just hold no dirt and stuff anymore, and it just, yeah.
Chamois stink, bro.
Yes.
Like, you don't clean them enough, they turn into the nastiest smelling thing in your shop. But yeah, you definitely, another thing about these guys, the way that you maintain and clean your microfiber, you know what, screw this. You're staying there.
There you go. I had a feeling.
Yeah, I'm not tucking that thing away. We'll do that later. So another thing that is very important is how you maintain them, okay? Towels are a tool, and they can be washed and reused 100 times without issue, but you got to avoid a couple things. Number one, when you're drying them, high heat will destroy a microfiber towel. I'm sure we've all made that mistake once, right? You know, you're in a rush, you're at the laundromat, you're trying to speed
put it
things
on,
up,
yeah.
crank it up to heat. I've had towels come out just like a plastic cup that you throw in a fire, just twisted and balled up, okay? Other than that, we have a product called 706 laundry detergent. It's detail specific, okay? You don't want to use your typical Tide, yep.
Gain.
any of those.
Yeah, with fabric softeners in it.
They won't do it. I see you smiling.
What's the
Are you
question?
using that?
Dishwashing soap. I don't know.
Dishwashing soap?
Yeah.
Um,
To, like, get the grease out, but I didn't really, because I want to use the detergent of what you're saying.
Right. Yeah, especially like a powdered detergent that can stick behind too. I would say go with a detail specific one just because you look at half the products we use, like say you're using it to apply sealants. I mean, by nature, a ceramic spray sealant is going to be hydrophobic, so it repels water. So it's going to repel that wash process until you break down that chemical. So you need a strong detergent that can break down water resistance. And I think a gallon of ours is somewhere around 20 bucks, and it does 128 loads. It's cheaper than what you'd buy at Costco. So kind of catered.
That, I mean, it's the same thing with your buffing pads as well.
Oh, 100%.
You can just have a bucket with your buffing, your used buffing pads. Just let them soak in the laundry detergent with water, and at the end of the day, just wring them out and let them air dry overnight. So all that compound, because compounds are essentially, like you said, water resistant. They don't want water to penetrate it. Same thing with silicones. I mean, you're using acids. You're using all-purpose cleaners. All that stuff is, chemicals. So why and Tide and Gain are made specifically for body odors, food stains, and stuff like that. Whereas our laundry detergents, like I said, like Connor was saying, is made for detail specific. Silicones, degreasers, waxes,
Right.
stuff that water doesn't really try to penetrate, and it actually breaks that stuff down and actually cleans the towel really well. So.
Heck yeah, yeah. So that's really kind of the gist of it, guys. Outside of that, just have a big variety of towels and build a color-coded system. That's something that really helped us.
Absolutely.
Whether it's like black towels for tar or blue towels for
windows.
interior.
Yeah. Blue for windows, green for, cleaning, red for, exterior, and then black for tires and everything else. You know what I mean? Just because it's black on black, it's a lot easier.
Well, and it makes it easier when you go to do that wash process too, because you really don't want to mix and match your towels because it'll just cross-contaminate. Everyone used to complain, and I'm sure it still gets complained about all the time. You'll accidentally get dressing in your towels, and then you get streaky windows forever. So you really want to keep those two separate. Silicone repels water like nobody's business. So don't mix them, don't wash them together, color code them, and you should be solid, okay? The other thing is, I used to have a picture of it up here, but different bins to separate them, that helps a lot too.
Kind of like that over there.
Oh yeah, good point.
And this was.
This whole classroom is built
$11.99
for you guys.
$11.99
so
on
you
Walmart.
can
Guys. This is $11.99 on Walmart. So.
Did you buy this at Walmart?
Yeah.
Nice.
So I mean, we didn't spend. You don't spend a lot of money. I mean, it's just something that that you would need just to keep organization, because you're on stage as well. Essentially, at your shop, or if you're mobile, you have a stage, because your customers are watching you wash their vehicles if they're there. I mean, if you're at somebody's house, it's a little different because they can go back inside. But if you're at a shop, they're waiting. They're watching you wash their cars. I guarantee it, because anything that happens, if a scratch or something, they know where in the process that happened. But just have organization in the background. It just makes it look more professional looking.
If you got customers sticking around to watch you detail, always charge them 50% more. I hate detailing when someone's watching me, bro. The pressure's on, you're sweating more. It's a pain in the butt.
Absolutely, but you have those customers.
Oh,
You have those customers, and so
especially on the high-end cars,
Yeah.
dude. Yeah, I mean, you got a nice Bugatti that rolls in the shop, which that's very rare.
I was gonna say, I was like, you went
That's
to
rare.
You went to the real extreme.
I mean, I could have gone Pagani. We could go there, but yeah, you get a nice vehicle. That's literally someone's baby. You know what I mean? They care what you're doing to it. They want to make sure you're using the right products, the right process.
Absolutely.
I would do the same thing in their shoes.
Yeah.
But if it's the guy with the Ford Focus rolling up and he's watching you, good Lord, charge him double. Come on, man. There's no excuse. Just chill.
Brushes, guys.
Yeah.
There's 100 million brushes out there. It's just understanding the fabric you're working with and knowing how to penetrate a microfiber seat. Now, can you get this brush to clean this kind of microfiber? this big old bristles to penetrate these fibers? Probably not. So how we recommend cleaning microfiber seats is getting a microfiber over the bristles and then washing the vehicle or washing the spot.
Right.
So it's just understanding what kind of material you're working with and understanding how to attack that kind of fabric. Now, I can do a carpet perfectly fine because those fibers are bigger. I can do a vinyl mat, perfectly fine. It's not no issue. Just understanding a microfiber seat and doing some leather with kind of chemical I'm using and understanding what type of brush you need to use. Now there's softer bristles. We have bristles as soft as like a shaving mitt, like this right here. Like feel how soft that is. You know what I mean? You pass it around if you want. Yeah. So understanding the type of material you're using is very, very, very important. We all know that nice trim inside of Lexus's, Mercedes. We talked about them earlier, BMWs. Even if you wipe it with a microfiber, it still leaves a scratch. So how do you prevent that? You use something even softer just to clean that, just like I said, identifying and understanding the type of material and type of fabric you're cleaning. So.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen like old school detailers. You go back like 20, 30 years, you get the guys with the carpet brush scrubbing the dash, dude. It's way too sensitive nowadays to be doing that kind of stuff. So it's very important that you have a toolkit that's specialized for the vehicles you're working on. If you're doing construction trucks every day, do it the hard way, do it the aggressive way, and that's fine. They won't care more than likely. Yeah. But if you've got that Lexus customer, take your time, charge them more, give them a quality product.
Absolutely.
So, all right. Tornadors. So that's that tool right there. How many of you guys have that in your shop? Nice. You guys?
You have a version.
A version of?
You have a version.
Yeah, we don't have the one with the kit, but we just have a
You just have the blowout,
Oh, okay.
the blowout tool? Yeah.
Which is great.
You see it right there too. Yeah.
Yep, that's the one. So this tool it's been around for at least a decade. It's been around for a while. People love it. It's nice for that light cleaning, and it's also really cool because it doesn't get things too wet. One of the biggest mistakes you can make in detailing, especially on like fabric seats, headliners, is oversaturation to the point where the stain will actually soak back up and through. It'll reappear. So that tool right there does a great job of kind of preventing that. But you got to be very careful about what you put inside it, okay? So we only have 3 products that we suggest. They're the ones on the slideshow behind us. They're all right there, right in front.
I don't see Twister.
It should be to the left of it. I think it's just
there we
slowly lost her color.
Gotcha.
That's the funny thing, man. The longer chemicals sit, they eat themselves. It's just the dye. It's not like it affects the chemical, but
Yeah.
We already discussed you can't put the ammonia in there. You don't want to be mixing chemicals and then putting them in that machine because it makes such a tiny water particle that it goes even deeper in the lungs than like a spray bottle can make, okay?
It atomizes things.
Yes.
It makes them very, very, very small particles.
Very good idea to use a mask if you're working with this machine because it just creates a fog. That's what it does.
But you can clean an engine bay with that machine in like 5 minutes.
I like to clean the headliner.
Headliners is great.
Heck yeah.
Use it if blowout tool. Seat belts that are essentially you don't have to scrub. That's the number one thing about that.
Yeah, exactly. It makes that tornado motion,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, I remember I was probably 15 years old, just getting into detailing. I was cleaning up some customer's car, and I had a hydrogen peroxide-based cleaner inside of my Tornador, and holy crap, did my lungs burn for like an hour, bro. So it's just one of those things.
Yeah.
Be careful with it. But these 3 products right here, the All Clean, the Enzyme, and the Twister are all going to be safe. They're all going to work well. And that Twister, man, if you're looking for an all-purpose cleaner that can get out deep stains quickly, that's the one to reach for.
Absolutely.
It's fast and easy. And the blower itself, like you mentioned that you have, if you're looking to save time, the quickest and easiest way to take your shop from going like 4.5 hours to 4 hours per detail is by adding an air compressor and buying yourself one of those guns, okay? Blowing out rather than vacuuming will literally save you a half an hour per car. It's gonna make the dog hair come up easier, less dust.
Who has the issue with dog hair now? Issues with dog hair, pet hair?
Always.
Just, the way how I do it, I would just maybe use like an air freshener with the surface, and then I will vacuum it.
So air freshener is not bad. I also recommend using like a Downy, like a fabric softener, just to make those fibers soften up to allow the pet hair to be removed a lot easier. So that's my little trick as well. And then also, I'm gonna let Connor talk about his inheritance.
Exactly. So I highly recommend this product. My old man makes this product. He came up with this about, I don't know, it's probably been about 7 years or so. Works really well, okay? And I'm not just saying that because, like Zach said, it goes towards my inheritance. I do love if you buy it, though. It's very nice of you. The cool thing about it, though, is you've got your standard crevice tool. The nice thing about this one is it's not so dang long. One of the bad parts about the long crevice tools is how much it works your wrist. Like, you do a full car with one of those, dude, I would rather just reach for a claw tool sometimes. It's such a pain. But this little tool, which honestly I'll just pass around to you guys and let you see, it's made out of a rubber. It's gonna last you a long time. He's adjusted the polymers over the years, and you should be getting close to 20 cars out of one of those. And that you really only need it for like sand, dog hair, stuff like that. But the benefit is you're not having to do it in 2 stages. You're not scraping it with a little rubber thing and then vacuuming. It's scraping, vacuuming, and getting it out all in one go.
Yeah.
Okay?
Like
So-
the pet hair stones. Those are great, you know, but they crumble, they leave a residue behind, they scratch plastic. That won't scratch anything. That'll leave no residue behind because it's all literally essential a hardened rubber. So I mean,
Wonderful. Thank you, man.
but yeah, great tool. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yep.
It's essentially universal. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got some different like attachments as well, because you know, like maybe like a central vac for your house, it's going to be a much thinner hose. He's got an adapter for that, and then some of like the big shop vacs, they're going to have a 2-inch hose. So you'll have to kind of play with it based off your vacuum. Yeah.
Most shop vacs are 1.5 inch, and that's one.
It'll be perfect for it. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. So
Should be cool.
90% of all shop vacs are going to be, for mobile detailers, are going to be 1.5 inch hosing. Like you said, the only time you'll get a 2-inch hosing is if you're doing industrial or you're getting a big car wash. They'll have a 2-inch hose. And then like for your home clean will be a lot smaller, but they have the adapter for that one.
Exactly. Yeah. Just one of those things, man. It's one of those tools that helps a lot. All right. So detail carts. This is something that will expedite your detail once again, just because you're not having to run to your chemical cabinet every time you need a different chemical. Every second adds up, every trip around the car. So if you can have a detail cart like this, pre-stock it and preload it with chemical before you begin the detail, you're a lot less likely to need to step away and waste your time.
How many of y'all are mobile? How many of y'all have a shop?
Great question.
You have a shop?
Shop.
Mobile?
Nice.
So
Okay.
at your shop, how many workers you got?
5, 4.
Okay, so maybe you have one cart with 2 bottles each, or even 3 carts. You know, one with the blue tape, one with red tape, one with black tape. So that way you know what cart has what. And so if one goes missing, you know where, and it's at someone's cart, you know, oh, this is really mine, bro. Like, so that way everybody's uniform and everybody's not mixing their own product the same exact way. I mean, we have a dilution system right there, where it's not run by electricity, it's just run by a water hose. All you do is press a button and it dilutes the product however you want it. You want it 4-to-1, you want it 50-50, you want it 10-to-1, you want it 15-to-1, you want 50-to-1. You know, that can dilute it all the way up to 250-to-1, just depending on what how thin you want the product, how lean you want it. And that way, nobody else is, well, I like my degreaser 50-50. I like it stronger. And then somebody's like, well, I don't want it that strong. I want to mix it 3-to-1. Everybody's on the same page. You can control your cost, because if you don't know the cost of your detail, how do you know you're actually making money? This is an afternoon class. I was going to ask
You
this
can
one
dig
time.
in. Go ahead.
Who knows how much it costs to actual detail a vehicle? Who's breaking it down? How much does it cost you?
It costs me around like $60 to $65. I charge around like $200 to $250.
It's
Okay.
$16. You said
Yeah, $60.
Not bad.
$16.
Buffing and everything included? Yep.
Not buffing. Buffing I have to charge more, like $400.
Okay. So yeah, he's figured it out. $16 for a high end. Your highest. What's your
Highest is like 650.
no your highest cost.
Highest got 150. Oh, cool.
It costs you $150.
Yeah,
So
minimum is 60 and the maximum is 150.
okay, gotcha.
I use ChatGPT. Just put everything into ChatGPT and it can tell you exactly how much it's gonna cost based on the car.
There we go. Absolutely. So he's figured out a cheat code. I didn't have ChatGPT growing up. I literally had to figure out how much I'm using per spray. And it cost me, on my cheapest package was $65, just the exterior wash, no tire dressing, literally just me washing your car and cleaning your windows. It was $4.39. Each spray, I figured it out. For cars, it was $4.39. For trucks, it was like $6.27. I mean, I had to figure that out because if I was doing a wash, I couldn't charge less than $65 because I had to make my money. I had to pay for gas. I had to pay for my insurance. I had to pay for my business insurance because if I hit somebody's car, or if I hit it with my machine wrong, and I have to do a paint job, I don't want to pay $8,000. I'd rather have my insurance pay $8,000 for a whole new paint job. How many washes will it take for you to make $8,000 back? That's a lot of washes. You know, and I'd rather have that $8,000 to go on vacation or buy Christmas presents for my kids and, you know, my family instead of paying somebody for get a new paint job for their vehicle. So understanding how much it costs for you to also to break, you know, is very, very important. Like he said, he figured it out. He put in ChatGPT, each chemical, how much he pays a month for electricity and everything, you know, everything like that. So his overhead and everything like that, he broke it all down. I didn't have that. I literally had to figure all that math out myself. And so these detail cards, you know, and understanding each minute that you take walking back to go get another chemical is money. You know, if I can save 20 minutes by not walking back and forth between each step to go get the chemicals I need, or the towel that I need, or the brush that I need, and how many more cars can I do in a day? You know, I could probably do 2 more cars in a day, and I'll make another extra 150 minimum. You know, I'm charging $75 for my basic wash. That's, you know what I mean? So it's a minimum of $150 that I can make in a day. So who was the one extra $150? I mean, I do.
I'll take it.
Yeah. So
It's a nice tip.
this is why detail cards, and then OSHA, I'm not gonna lie, guys, is gonna be more for your dealerships, more for your your recon centers. They're not gonna come to a mobile guy, and they're not gonna stop you on the side of the road. But having labels and understanding what chemicals are for your customers, it's all professional looking. You know, having rubber boots on, having an apron with your name on it. Like we have a Stinger one like that. You know, you may have the name of your shop on the apron. Just looks professional. You know.
These are the secondary labels. You can get them from us.
Yeah.
Just ask Bruno in the store and he'll hook
they're
you
30
up.
cents. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just
They're
to
super cheap.
make yourself look more professional. You know, you spend an extra $3. You buy 2 labels per bottle per 5 products. You know, who doesn't want to do that? You know what I mean?
Exactly, and especially for you guys where you have multiple employees, you'll run into times where guys want to like take home chemical and they'll hide it in a bottle or something like that. It's pretty common. I had a customer back in the day at an RV dealer. He wanted to clean a new set of wheels, which they were used, but new to him for his car. And his boss wouldn't let him do it at work, so he stole a bottle of acid, he took it home in a water bottle, sat it on his counter, and acids are mostly clear, almost always. And his wife gets home from work and she drinks out of the bottle. She took like 2 glugs of really strong like spoke and wheel acid cleaner, dude. Ooh, not good. I get a call at like 10 p.m. at night, freaking out, what do I do? And this is one of those moments where you should know, who do you call? Because normally it's not the guy who sells you the chemical. There's a company, or I guess a government organization called Chemtrek that you call. You tell them what the chemical was. They have a database of everything we have and every chemical that's produced on the market.
Yeah, we have to send in our SDS and TDS sheets to
Yes.
them for every new chemical we make as well. They have to have to understand because it's a government thing.
Well, and it's important because they understand how to actually address the issues. So like in that case where the girl drank the acid, they suggested she drink a bunch of milk, don't make her puke, all that kind of stuff. It neutralized it in her stomach and it passed without any issue. Okay, so good number to have. I think it's like 1-800-ChemTrex, spell it out. But make sure that is available for you and your employees in case there ever is an accident. And then it comes down to things like glasses, aprons, gloves, masks, depending on the chemical. You know, if you're spraying a degreaser or an all-purpose cleaner, I'm not going to wear a mask typically.
Yeah.
But if I'm working with ammonia or an acid,
Or if I'm doing mold removal, like we live in the South.
Bro.
We deal with flooded cars a lot, guys. mold is not very dangerous for you to breathe in. We make a chemical called mold stop. Now,
which is also very, very dangerous
it's
for you
also
to
very
breathe in.
dangerous as well to breathe in. So
Yeah.
when you're using that chemical, it says on the label, must use full PPE, personal protection equipment, just because you have to use a respirator. Because if you breathe this stuff in, it will and can harm you. So, like I said, yes, you look like a nerd. You know, I had my little detail belt. I ain't gonna lie.
I love that crap. I look like a detail nerd any day of the
You
week
know,
if
but,
it makes me more money.
I mean, I literally had a spot for brushes. I could hang my bottles on there. I had my, essentially everything I needed.
Right.
And so, I didn't wear the vest though. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
I
fine.
did
It's
the
not
belt.
for everyone,
I did the
bro.
belt, not the vest.
Bro, the only time I wear that apron for buffing is when I'm cooking in my kitchen.
There
It's
we
Stinger
go.
Chemicals. I'm flipping pancakes over here. It's great.
Or when I'm training.
Or training, yeah.
Because some people don't understand.
New guys,
Yeah.
man. New guys on wheels.
But yeah, just like he's saying, just it also looks professional. I mean, you go to a barbershop, those guys with a full-on leather guard, those guys look cool. Now, is it necessary? Probably not. It's aesthetically looking and it looks really good. So
Yeah, it's like having a company shirt, man. How do you want to represent yourself and your brand? Let's say a mechanic shop in your neighborhood. The way that mechanic approaches you versus the actual dealership, two very different experiences, and that's why they can charge different amounts. You know what I mean? So if you walk up in just casual wear, no company name, no nothing like that, versus having like a nice polo, looking nice, repping your brand as you should. It makes a difference in what customers think about you and your company because it shows that you're serious about building your brand. So
absolutely,
super important.
First
Guys,
impression is the only impression that matters, honestly, guys.
It really is. Yeah.
Every now and then you may get a second chance, but 9 times out of 10 you probably won't.
Nope.
So that first impression is always the best one. So make it work, make it count.
Well, and honestly, guys, to touch one more time on this OSHA stuff, we're not dealing with baby soap. These chemicals are not like something I want to wash my hands with. You know what I mean? They're very strong and they're made to get a job done quickly so that you guys can make money. But that's why we get really into the weeds when it comes to protect yourself. We want you guys to be able to do this for a long period of time. A great example of this, and I beat this like a dead horse because I care about you guys, hydrofluoric acid, okay? A lot of chemicals cannot do what hydrofluoric acid does. It's great on aluminum, it's great for cleaning big trucks, it's awesome for prep bays in a lot of ways. But if you're not wearing the appropriate PPE, it doesn't attack your skin, it attacks your bones, okay? So that's the kind of thing where you need to understand what you're working with, and we really recommend that you go into your safety data sheets and educate yourself, you know what I mean? If you want to be in this game long term, you've got to understand how the game works, okay?
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, so guys who wash, 18-wheelers, they use a lot of HF.
Right.
And the guys who don't understand it, they'll be like, bro, my arms hurt, like my hands hurting, and they don't understand why. Well, because I guess, like you said, the hydrofluoric acid doesn't want your skin; it wants calcium. So it's going straight to your bones. It's not going to worry about your skin. It's not going to worry about your blood. It's going to go straight to your bones, and that's what's hurting. Now, HF is a great cleaner.
Oh, it's great. I don't suggest we get rid of it.
I 100% don't either.
Yeah.
It's great for cleaning pontoon boats. All those pontoons, guys. Those guys pay a lot of money for their boats, so they want to maintain those boats. And if you want something to help you clean it and make that job a lot easier, HF. We make two products with it: our 506 and our 517, which is our DS 1000, and our heavy duty low pH pre-soak. So those two products right there, I know for a fact, can clean pontoon boats like that. You're talking about 10 minutes and you're done. Who doesn't want to do that? But you understanding what your chemical you're using can hurt you though. I don't recommend you putting it in a bucket and putting your hand in that bucket by any means. Please don't.
No, it's just not good.
Yeah, feel free. Just wear the sleeves and wear some gloves and wear some glasses when you're using that product. That's the only thing.
Yep.
So,
Take care of yourself
Yeah.
and understand that the body is very, very resilient. You know, I've been in this business literally since birth, and I washed cars with acids and degreasers for many, many years without any protection. But now that I know this, I've adjusted just so that I can continue to do it longer.
Yep, so-
So, yeah. Okay, so now we're actually going to start to get into the process. Do we have any questions leading up till now? Are we doing okay?
just to let you know, guys,
Good.
the bathrooms are through this door and through the next door, straight out there, and then we also have one on this side. So
Yeah.
if you need to go take a break, bathroom break, we got waters and coffee right outside as well. So just letting y'all know.
Yep, and you can do that at any time. Doesn't
Yeah,
offend
feel
us,
free,
I
yeah.
promise. Okay, so digging into the actual process of how to detail a car, this is the detailing by the numbers program we talked about. First things first, the first step is called the prep bay, okay? So the first thing we want to do, actually, let's do the story. I kind of hate the story, but I'm going to do the story
for it,
anyways.
go
I
for
was
it.
thinking about skipping it.
Go for it.
Okay, so there's a kid named Jimmy, and Jimmy liked to play in his sandbox, hence this beautiful sandcastle and sandbox, right? And every day, he would be out there in the morning, he'd goof around, build a castle. His mom called him in, to eat lunch at noon, and she would ask him to wash his hands. So he'd pop in, pretend to wash his hands, knock the sand off, and then, get in there. And if it was dry, the sand came right off. His mom thought he did his hand cleaning and he could move on. The next day he went out, it rained, and so the sand was stickier. I'm sure you guys have been to the beach before. Wet sand builds better, right? That's how you get beautiful castles like that. So this wet sand, he was having a heyday. He's building beautiful castles. He's out there for a few hours, and his mom calls him in, and he goes to slap the sand off his hands. It doesn't fall off because it's sticky, right? So the reason we tell that story is just because the idea of step one, the idea of the prep bay, is to get the trash, the dust, the dirt, the hair out before we start introducing liquids, okay? Because anytime we introduce liquid to dirt, it turns to mud or it starts to stick to things more, okay? So step one, the prep bay, is all about prepping the car for you to start laying down chemical, okay? So the first thing we recommend you do with any detail, regardless of the service you're offering, is cover your butt, okay? CYA, it's huge. So all these different arrows are angles that we suggest you take pictures on the car. Some guys will just do a video, that's easier for them. I like to pick out the problem areas specifically, and I'll take pictures. So if there's a rip, if there's a dent, if there's a scratch, I'm going around and I'm taking pictures of those specific problems, and then I'll get my social media shots ready. Because how many of you have a social media page for your business? Wonderful. Any of you guys? Nice?
I do have.
Nice. Honestly, guys, it's free. Why not? We're in a lot of ways, we are very similar to tattoo artists. Do you just walk into a tattoo shop to a random tattoo artist? Or do you do a little research and find the guy that does your style of art, right? So it's the same way with detailing. If you've got a high-end car that you spent 120 grand on, you want to find the guy that actually knows what he's talking about with the polishing, okay? Almost anyone can clean an interior. You definitely can damage things, but it seems like paint correction is the real differentiator in our industry, okay? So on this one, social media, take your pictures, that'll help you. Cover your butt, and you will avoid claims. I had a interesting lady roll into my shop, very obviously a grifter after the fact, but she had like it was a couple-year-old Lexus sedan, and you know how they have that nice leather dash on those, very fancy. She had a rip on the dash, and the big chunk right on top, okay? And so I took a picture of it, I make notes, which we do have these lovely little printouts, which hopefully everyone's got one in front of them. But I had an inspection sheet like this in my detail shop. I would fill out the notes for my employee, tell them what the customer's looking for, and then I would leave this with the vehicle and the car keys so they understand what to specifically focus on, right? And I'd written on there like, ripped on the dash. I took a picture of it. I covered my butt. This lady walks back at the end of the detail, grabs her keys, very minimal conversation. She was very determined to get to her vehicle. She walks right up to that torn dash and she's like, "What's this? You tore my dash." And I'm like, "No, actually that was there. If you look in my notes, this is where it's at. I've got a picture with a timestamp. I told my guy to be careful around it. She's like, oh, I'm going to leave you a bad review. You should give me half off on my detail. And I'm like, I'm sorry, we don't play like that. I took pictures of it. This is not something I'm going to cover. You owe me the full amount. I'm sorry that you feel that way. But it's moments like that where people can tarnish your reputation if you don't protect yourself, okay? So we really have to be careful in that department. All right, so clean it dry. We talked about that. So we're gonna do our vacuuming, we're gonna do our dog hair removal, and we're gonna get customer belongings out of the car, okay? So when it comes to customer belongings, this is varied in how people tend to attack this. Some guys will have just like a plastic tote that they sit to the side of the car, you know, pull everything out of the center console, glove box, trunk, put it right there, and then literally write with a piece of masking tape, this is for the Lexus 350 or whatever, right? And that way you know these are that customer's belongings. Other guys like to just have a thank you bag, and they'll load up everything in there. Let's be honest though, no matter how many times you ask your customer to pull everything out of their car, that's like a 50-50 shot on whether or not they do it, or even if they get everything, okay? So first step, pull out all the customer belongings. Second step is remove the larger trash. So, you know, door pockets, things like that we're getting out. The papers, the plastics, the wrappers, anything related to fast food, large chunks, right? This is where the air compressor really starts to become your best friend though. So you start getting one of these guys, which you guys have in your shop, game changer, okay? We like to start at the front of the car, up by like the brake pedals and stuff like that. We take that dust, we blow it back underneath the driver's seat, really make sure to blast out underneath the front seats because it's a giant pain to get with the vacuum. You'll break a lot of knuckles that way. And then the goal is to take it all the way back to where the rear passengers, like heels of their feet would be, right in that little 90-degree crack. That's where we want to collect it all. And that way, once you're done blowing everything out, you use the vacuum just for one tiny line. I like to go a step farther in my details. I like to hit my headliners really quick, just because it'll help get some of the dust out. Same thing with the seats, the dashes, stuff like that. It's just going to keep my towels cleaner throughout the detail, okay? Once we get that done, that's when we start attacking things like the dog hair, the sand, stuff like that, which we already talked about. These guys, the dog hair brush. So this is going to be super helpful. Obviously, there's pumice stones, which are a decent option, but they do tend to damage the carpet. And if it hits plastic, oh boy, really tough to hide that, guys. Sand is a little bit trickier, which do you guys deal with a lot of sand in the area? Oh, I'm sure you do in Belize. It's probably your biggest issue, right? Yeah. So do you have a trick you use for sand?
I would use the same, I would use
The air gun?
not that one, it's a little bit longer, but
Okay. Okay, yeah, one of the like 14-inch. Yeah, those work good. Yeah. Have you guys ever used like a cheap massage gun off of Amazon? You ever tried that before? Dude, it's awesome, right? Yeah, it works good. I've seen some guys suggest, you know, grab your Rupes polisher. I'm not grabbing my $500 polisher and slapping the Velcro. It's going to jack up your machine. But if you get yourself a $60 massage gun like you'd use for your neck or your back, you put it on the carpet and it vibrates the sand up. You have your vacuum running at the same time, dude. I don't know, what do you think? It goes 4 times faster?
Get the job done, like usually take 25, 30 minutes, I get it done in like 10 minutes.
That's what I'm saying, dude. That's huge time savings. And you can get those massage guns rechargeable and literally for less than $100.
It was rechargeable for like 2 hours, 3 hours.
Right.
Yeah, it depends which brand you are getting.
Right. Yeah, it's like anything. It's what level of investment do you want, right? I just want something that usually has like a little bit longer throw so it punches harder. But
$80 is really good for it.
right.
You can get it for $25, $30, but
Oh.
it doesn't work very well.
Right. Then you've got a cheap battery. It's probably going to die in 6 months. Yeah, exactly. Did someone have a question? I thought I saw a hand.
I use the drill brush as well too.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Also works.
Yeah, as long as you've got soft bristles, like this yellow brush right here, I'm sure everyone's felt that bristle, right? Yeah. Yeah, if you've got a really stiff bristle, sometimes that's nice for sand, but you can only use that on carpet. If you use an aggressive bristle on like a seat, you're just going to destroy that pattern of like the microfiber or nylon that's built in there. You'll just fray it. So be careful about what you choose. Sorry, I got an itch in my throat. All right. So it's really tricky for you guys to see. This was a neighbor car in my last neighborhood. Dude had 2 Dalmatians, and I don't think he ever vacuumed his car. It was one of those ones where you literally have an inch of hair on the carpet. Once again, one of those moments where the tool really makes a difference, okay? We did already talk about these 3 chemicals, but I do want to dig into it more. So once you get all the dust and debris out of the car, that's when we're going to start working on pre-soaking, okay? So when I say pre-soaking, I just mean identifying the stains, spraying it with a chemical that you think is going to work at breaking it down, and then leaving it there for as long as possible. This does not apply to hard surfaces and leather, okay? You can burn leather pretty easy, it's sensitive. But when it comes to fabrics, you could spray this on any fabric and even let it dry, it's not going to damage anything. So anything organic, anything food-based, animal-based, human-based, you can clean up with this. It's going to disinfect it, and it's going to leave behind no smell. Okay, it's called enzyme in carpet pre-spotter. We did talk about Twister. This is a great pre-soak as well. It's going to be very similar to the All Clean. The nice thing about these two is you've got that citrus built in, but it's very, very friendly, and it's not going to leave behind burn marks. It's not going to etch into surfaces. If you've got candy in cup holders or in like the door panels and stuff, I'll let this sit there for 20, 30 minutes. I've never had an issue, and it breaks it up really, really good. And yeah, just one of those things where it's going to speed the process.
Yes, sir.
Would those be pet friendly? So if they have pets, would it leave like residue or any type of scent that would affect them?
It depends. So are you following behind and doing some kind of extraction? How do you do your cleaning on the interior?
It would probably be with an extraction.
Okay, yeah. If you're doing an extraction, there's almost no residue left behind. But in most cases, a lot of detailers don't have extractors, right? The residue that is left behind, a lot of these crystallize, so the next time that the car is vacuumed, it just comes right up and out. So yes and no, but I think most of them are very, very pet safe. You should be very fine.
Yeah, I haven't had any issue.
Me either.
I clean my house with All Clean and enzyme, and my dog has literally gone back onto the couch and hasn't had an issue. So now I'm not saying all dogs are the same either, you know, but most pit bulls are real allergy sensitive, at least on their skin. So and I haven't had an issue, at least for my pit bull. So
That's cool.
yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be based off your dog and its allergies for sure.
Yeah.
But even with humans, I mean, humans I would say are even more sensitive than pets in a lot of ways.
Absolutely.
Our skin absorbs more. I've never had a customer react to any of these chemicals.
Yeah.
So you'll be good. Great
Good-
question.
Yeah,
though.
very, very, very good question though.
That's honestly the first time someone's asked that.
Me
So
too.
nice job.
Yeah.
All right, so I think that covers everything.
So sorry guys, for the guys
for
on
it.
YouTube, the question was, do any of these 3 chemicals leave a residue behind that can hurt their pets? So none of these chemicals can. Most of the time, the residue, if any residue is left behind, is it crystallizes and you just vacuum it out whenever you're doing the extraction part. So there we go.
I'm glad you did that for YouTube. Sorry,
Yeah,
YouTube.
sorry about the YouTube guys.
Do you guys have any questions about step 1, the prep bay? It's very, very simple, for sure. Okay, so let's dig in. So wash bay, this is where it starts to get a little bit more nitty gritty. There are different kinds of washes that are offered. I don't know if you guys have like a maintenance wash, a deep wash, a decontamination wash, but there are lots of menu offerings you can put out there. In this case, we're just talking about your standard in-depth detail because post this, we're going to be polishing the car. So we really got to get in depth. We got to get all the dirt out, okay?
Absolutely.
So this is one of those things. There's a saying that's been out there in the detail industry for a long time. 1 minute in the wash bay is worth 5 minutes outside of it, okay? So good example of this is how long does it take to remove bugs without a pressure washer? Anyone had to do that before? Gone through the whole wash, accidentally missed the bugs, and now you're like, I'm gonna have to glass cleaner this off and scrape it. It takes forever, dude. It's just one really obvious thing. But that applies to a lot of stuff. Your engine bay, if you skip that on accident in this stage, if you skip your door jambs, if you miss a wheel, everything that you miss at this stage is going to cost you 5 times as much afterwards, okay? So we really recommend you take your time here. There are tools that are going to help you a lot. 2 of the most notable ones are going to be your foam cannons and then foamers, okay? We like IK because they're very industry specific. You can get alkaline versions, you can get acid-based, solvent-based, different types that are resistant to those chemicals, which is really cool. But it puts more chemical downrange quicker and with less effort. I don't know about you guys, but I get really tired of this motion by the end of the day, especially if you're doing a lot of like degreasing of engines and stuff like that. I mean, it's weird to have one jacked hand and one really tiny one, dude. It's suspicious. So it's one of those things where these are 2 great investments. And especially with the foam cannon, I think it makes a really good difference in how much working time you have with your soap and being able to actually take a wash mitt to the surface and knock that dust loose, okay?
It's also a good show for your customer as well.
True.
You know, I mean, like we all have those guys who sit back and they watch you wash their vehicle. You spray
Crack a
this
beer.
nice thick foam of soap on their vehicle, and you just let it just gunk off. I mean, it just looks good. So maybe with our 519 pre-soak, same thing with our bug remover.
When I put that
So
right here.
both of those are our pre-soaks that we would use to break down the initial layer of film, dirt, grime on the vehicle, on the paint surface of the car. I can use 2 ounces of that 519 body, tire, and wheel, and I don't even have to scrub the car anymore.
Dude, it's strong. If you guys want a foamy pre-soak that does an incredible job, you can do engines with
You can
this,
do engines,
undercarriages.
you can spray it on the
all of it.
tires. It'll start browning, get that browning out of the tires as well, or instantly. So I mean, that's probably our new favorite chemical.
Oh yeah, it's on the list. That and Orange Crush
That and
really
Orange Crush are
crush
pretty
it.
much our 2 favorite chemicals that we use right now. Bruno as well. Bruno used that on a RV, and he didn't have to scrub.
Really?
Bro.
That's fantastic.
He did 2 layers. One initial layer, let it work for like dwell time on there for like a good 5 minutes. Rinsed it off, went back over it with it again. He had to do a little light scrubbing on the black streaks, but for the most part, he didn't have to scrub. And then Luis did the video for him. It took him a good 30 minutes, 45 minutes, almost an hour and a half, but he basically didn't have to scrub.
Yeah, if you were doing soap though, it'd take a heck of a lot
heck of a lot
longer,
longer,
dude. You're 2.5 hours to do a solid.
And
RV.
yeah, so I mean that splat, at 17-1, I know it's money. I know I can get bugs off for sure. And that 1 gallon can make me 18 gallons of bug remover. I know for a fact at 17-1, it'll make bugs remove. So
It's gonna be like $1.25 a gallon too. Like
At that
literally
point,
your
yeah,
cost
at that
is
point.
super low.
yeah, so I
Yeah.
mean, if me understanding the dilution rates on what works for my process, like I said, that's why I was able to figure out, the cost of my detail, and that's why it was so. I was able to charge what I was able to charge, because I understand how much it cost me to do a detail. And so me understanding that, like I said, with this whole wash bay, washing cars on the outside takes us 5 minutes to do. It shouldn't take us more than 10, 15 minutes. Us being professional, because we do this all the time. We know you spray in our tires first, letting the tire wheels clean, and then we go hit the outside real quick and hit it with a wash mitt and then come and rinse.
Small caveat: if it's a Saturday and I'm working on my own car, I'm gonna wash that for an hour. 'Cause
Oh, for sure.
I'm gonna get super in depth.
Oh, no,
I
for
nerd
sure,
out
for
about
sure,
that. It's
for
like
sure.
waxing your personal car.
Yeah.
You take your sweet time.
No,
But not with the
absolutely.
customers. Yeah.
Not with the customers, because I mean, I'm not paying myself to do it. So
That's free time.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And so, like I said, just understanding, your process and using the chemicals for your advantage. And so, like I said, understanding what our process and what we need to do, and using the chemicals and utilizing them to the maximum efficiency. So
Yeah, and when it comes down to process, guys, everyone's different here, but pre-soaking still applies. Typically, the first thing we put on a car is going to be your bug pre-soak. Well, and actually, that's a lie too. The first thing we put on the car is actually going to be water, guys. Okay, we're going to want to cool we're going to want to basically take the time to cool down the paint. We want to get this out of the sun. That's going to give us more time to work with the chemical, okay? After that, we are spraying down the front end and our mirrors with bug juice because our splat is actually, I keep losing track of it, dude. Oh, it's on the other end. It's an orange chemical.
Yeah.
But splat, guys, it's buffered really, really well. It can sit on the surface of paint for a couple of minutes without damaging anything, as long as you keep that sucker wet. That's the real key here. So typically, we'll apply that with something like this. I like to have a foaming IK sprayer. I'm not a big fan of the mist style too much.
I like the foamer.
The foam just sticks. That's the benefit. So typically, I'll let that sit on the front of my car for about 3 minutes. I'll go around, I'll degrease my wheel wells, I'll hit my tires really quick with the greaser, and then I'm going back and I'm blasting off my front end.
Absolutely.
Okay. Post that, I like to hit my wheels. Okay, if I'm not doing engine bay, I'll go straight to my wheels, and we've got a whole section on this right here, because people tend to have a lot of questions when it comes to which chemical for which wheel, what's the best process, best brushes, stuff like that, right? So let's see if this laser pointer works. It does, but not on the screen. Okay, so if you look at that top left BMW wheel, right? When you're approaching a wheel like that, it's a painted wheel, but it's got black paint, okay? So what's the one flaw with black paint? What does it show a lot of? Watermarks, okay. What else? Scratches. Okay, so if you're working with a wheel like that, your first priority is make sure your brush is clean and make sure that brush is super soft, okay? Super essential, because you'll take a job that should take you about 3 minutes, maybe 2 minutes to clean that wheel, and you'll turn it into an hour-long job polishing it out, because if that's a brand new BMW, you're not gonna wanna buy brand new wheels, guys. Brand new BMW wheels are like 800 bucks a pop. They are stupid spendy. And if I'm reaching for a chemical, my preference would probably be to grab an acid-based cleaner, so probably chrome and wire, and I would avoid scrubbing that thing at all costs. It would just be easier that way. Now, when you get to that top right wheel with like that titanium nitride coating that they put on them, what are you guys reaching for? What kind of chemical?
You put on that drill.
High pH or low pH? No preference? Oh boy, you guys gonna put both at the same time? What are we doing here?
So that used to be an old school thing, though.
It is.
So
shocking it.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That
yeah,
shocking process where you spray an acid and a degreaser at the same time, and that chemical reaction lifts and cleans that surface at the same time.
It's actually a very strong chemical reaction
It is.
too.
It is. Yeah.
Bro, it's because it's that neutralization effect, right? It's like we were telling you with the acids, you always follow with the degreaser. But in this case, with a wheel like that, you don't know how much that wheel costs, but I know it's more than I want to pay, okay? So typically, test spotting is super essential. You're going to want to make sure that chemical doesn't react poorly. And it was like Zach was saying, if you're worried about it, reach for a glass cleaner.
Yeah.
It's going to be safer. Yeah.
So what I'm passing around, guys, is called a wheel woolly that
Yes.
attaches to your drill. I mean, they have different ones. They have one with an angle on them. I just opened up that one so y'all could just see, so that way when you're bending over, you don't get to bend all the way over. It has an angle. But that one attaches to your drill. They have a smaller one to get in all the little fine spokes and everything like that, because we all know each rims are different. So, I mean, those will not scratch that black, because that's the very thing that we were talking about scratching earlier. Same thing with that top left one, that 3-piece rim, like I talked about earlier. I don't know what kind of metals those are. They could be, a carbon.
Could be gold. Who
Yeah,
knows,
you know
bro?
what I mean? So what I'm going to clean it with, I'm gonna make sure I'm going to use something that's not going to be very strong. And I'm going to put more elbow into it, just to cover myself. Because I don't want to spend $5-6 grand on a rim, on racing rims. So
It takes a lot of details to make 5K.
it definitely does.
Big time, dude.
A lot.
And if you can avoid charging your insurance, that's helpful, because they will up your rates. It's
Yes,
not
they
fun.
will.
But yeah, it's just one of those things, man. And even with the soft bristle like that, you got to clean them.
Yep.
I like to have a separate bucket that I keep those brushes in, usually with a little bit of soapy water to add a little lubrication. But you should be prepping those brushes before every detail or at the end of every detail so it's ready, okay? Outside of that, I mean, you've got two other kinds up here. The real one you guys have to avoid, like powder coating, super simple to work with. I mean, literally, it's almost indestructible. Aluminum, okay? How do we identify an aluminum wheel? Anyone got any pro tips on that? What do you do in your shops? Okay, I'll give you a quick cheat code.
I don't touch them.
I don't touch them. Get that shit out. So there are two different kinds. You can have clear-coated aluminum wheels. Those are easy to work with. You'll treat it just like any other wheel. But to test whether or not it's clear-coated, you take a little bit of metal polish, you put it on your towel, and you rub it on a corner of the wheel. If it starts turning black, it's pure aluminum. Yeah. So at that point, if it is pure aluminum, you're very limited on the options you can use. Aluminum is very soft, it's very porous, and it burns super fast. I can burn aluminum with degreaser.
Yep.
That's how ridiculous it
Turns it
is.
white.
Exactly. So a couple of options. Iron remover. It's not made to clean aluminum wheels, but we've had really good luck with it. This is a pH neutral acid, which is kind of an anomaly, but it works good on the decontamination, prepping for ceramic coatings, and for this, okay? Very safe on aluminum. The other thing is the glass cleaner, of course. You could go mag, but there is a chance that in that cleaning process, it takes it from polished to white.
To white, yeah.
Which, if you have a polished wheel, that's the last thing you want. You don't want it to be bleached white. They're gonna make you polish that wheel back out, and that's the worry here. Polishing a wheel takes like 45 minutes, bro.
Yeah.
It's a long
and
time.
if you do 4 of them, you just lost money on the detail.
And you're going to be so messy getting
I was
home
gonna say,
that
and then
night.
you're extra dirty because you're getting all the black oxidation from the aluminum onto you, and you look like you just worked with a whole bunch of charcoal, like you just played in charcoal all day.
But
I was,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, but it's if you just specialize in wheel polishing and you make that your niche, you can make a lot of money, a whole lot of money.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I used to have a customer that was doing the giant tankers, and this was 10 years ago, but he was charging 10 grand per tanker just to polish it out. It was him and one other guy. They could do one a week, so they were making 40 grand over with 2 people a month. That's insane, dude. As a detail shop, that's huge.
Yeah.
But you see the guy, you roll up every time, he's covered in fluffy wool all the time. His skin is dyed black because
like
of
the
the
color of his shirt.
oxidation. Oh, bro, literally.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a nightmare. I wouldn't volunteer for that job, but if you want to make money, there's ways, guys.
Yeah, talking about making over 200K a year, just polishing tankers.
Literally. And I think he only had one contract. Like
Yeah.
he was working with it was a milk company, like those milk tankers. So yeah, he would just polish those out. But it's a niche. The other thing is if you're gonna do aluminum and it's already nasty, I will hit it with that hydrofluoric acid to start. I'll bleach it so it pulls out all the oxidation and contaminants, and then it's easier to polish back out. It's less of that black coming back, okay? Cool. Now, as far as the process goes, we'll keep this simple. Basically, what we recommend is that you start spraying at the bottom of the wheel and you work your way up, okay? That way you're not fighting against gravity, because if you spray at the top, it'll drip down and then you get run marks, which is really annoying for your customer. Other than that, you just need to neutralize your acids. That's really the only other key, okay? Anything you want to add?
That's it.
Love it. All right. Engine bays. This is a risky part of the detail, guys, okay? Anytime we talk about this, first thing we like to talk about is just pricing. We hear about guys doing engine bay cleanings from anywhere from 20 bucks all the way up to 200 bucks. You want to be at least somewhere in the middle there. If you're not charging 100 bucks for an engine bay cleaning, don't touch it. It is literally not worth the risk for you, okay? Because this is the part of the car that if you do mess up, it's a big mess up, like really bad. I had a buddy, he had a shop that modified Toyota Tacomas, and he had a lot of mud after he came back from a camping trip. He was one of those overlanding guys. And he decided to pressure wash his engine bay. He didn't check everything. His fuse box was cracked open. He got water into his fuse box. It literally shorted the entire ECU. It cost him $6,000 or $7,000 for him to fix. So really threw him off. And it took like a month of his own labor because he was a mechanic as well. But that's what we try and avoid. It's the electrical components getting wet. So if you look at the picture, the big things to avoid are alternator. You want to make sure your air intake is sealed. You don't want any water getting into the engine. And then you also want to avoid, like your caps being loose. You don't want to get that into the oil. Not a good idea. Outside of that, batteries can or can't be covered. That's up to you. But really, the fuse box, guys. That's the biggest one. That's where we want to avoid the splash zone. Okay?
Yep.
Anything you want to add?
Yeah, I mean, did you talk about the shower caps?
Oh, go for it. And the H pattern. I didn't
Yeah.
get there either.
The what?
The H pattern.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
So you can go to like dollar stores, guys. The grandma shower caps that your grandma wears, unfortunately, to take a shower with. Put those over the alternator. Put them over the fuse box. If you're really that worried about something doing the engine bay, I mean, you can get like 100 of them for like $6. I mean,
So worth it.
you just have that peace of mind for yourself, that knowing that you can hit anywhere now in the engine and not have to worry about shorting something out. I mean, if you don't have a shower cap and you just have like fuse connections, spray some WD-40, guys, because silicone doesn't allow water to penetrate it. So if you spray those connections with some WD-40 or a silicone-based cleaner, product like our Quick or something like that, that can prevent water from penetrating inside that fuse box. He talked about air intakes, covering those up. Sometimes you have like a Porsche. They have 2 of them on each side. What we recommend is putting microfiber towels in the hole, stuffing them in there with that, so that way if any water does allow, it's absorbed right away as well. And then the H pattern. So starting from the front, you spray your chemical from the front end of the vehicle, and then you rinse that off, and then you move to the left side. You spray whatever you see from the left side, and then same thing, you rinse that off, and you move to the right side. That's what we call a H. So that way you're covering all 3 parts of the engine, because nothing's 2D, it's all 3D. So you got to make sure you hit each side as much as you can. I mean, unfortunately, you can't go from the windshield and spray that way, just because we're not invisible.
There's no way.
Yeah.
And they're not
So-
going to see it from that angle
Yeah, exactly.
either.
So from each angle, you've hit and you spray chemical and a touch on the engine. So, but yeah, I mean, think about it. This is your highest risk, so you shouldn't be charging $20, $25. You want to be closer to $200 in reality, because you're taking on the most risk here as to any other part of the vehicle. So
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So just keep that in mind. It is a great service to offer. It's kind of like water spot removal. It's maybe not fun to do, but I think it's an essential part of the detail. And anytime that you can go from your standard $250 detail charge to $450 for an extra hour of effort or 30 minutes of effort, that's just bank, dude.
Yeah.
That's so much better. You make way more on an hourly basis, okay?
Yep.
Now, any questions about engine bays? Anything we missed? Sure.
Yes, sir.
I have a client who drives Maserati,
Uh-huh.
Oh, fun.
and he asked me to clean the engine bay, and I was having a really hard time to clean it. I don't touch it because I know if one thing happens, it's gonna cost like $40,000.
Absolutely.
Yep, and it's on you.
How you handle these type of situations? Like when the client comes with like a BMW or Aston Martin, and they say they want to clean the engine. What's the best approach to explain them that you don't do it because of the risk?
So the question for YouTube guys is, on these higher end vehicles that have Porsches and Maseratis, your BMWs, he was asking, how do you clean your engine without causing any harm? Now, identifying where all your electrical fuses are at is very key. Identifying where the air intakes are at, and just covering those up. It's essentially it's just like every other motor. It's
I'd
just
YouTube it too.
Yeah.
It never hurts to do a quick YouTube and be like, hey, cleaning a 2015 Maserati,
Or a
things to
McLaren,
look out
you know.
for. Yeah, or a McLaren, whatever, yeah.
Especially
That saved
because
me.
a lot of those engines are on the back end of the vehicle as opposed to the front end.
Right.
So and identifying where you have the water runoff, because some of them are built inside where you can't pressure wash anything because it's going to go straight into the side of the back of the vehicle. So it's just identifying and understanding where water can be released as well.
Sometimes it makes sense on high-end cars like that. I will clean the stuff by hand. So I'll take a degreaser, an all-purpose cleaner, and I will literally go in there piece by piece by piece. It's not efficient. I'm not arguing efficiency here, but I am arguing safety. Because if you've got plastic pieces, you can clean that just like anything on an interior, and usually a high-end car like that, it's not a daily driver, so they're not gonna be covered in dust, dirt, mud, stuff like that. It might not need a pressure washer. So I would argue less water, more chemical, that's a great option. And then the rag company makes one too called the engine air blaster, which literally, it's like that tool, but it has a hose that comes off the front and it blasts to a pinpoint. And you could put degreaser in it or something like that. That way you're not putting water everywhere. I just don't think water on a high-end vehicle is a great idea.
Yeah, that's why, that's where this machine, the Tornador, because it atomizes it, any liquid, and it also just keeps everything and it dries a lot quicker because the particles are so small that they dry a lot quicker. Yeah.
One final thing, insurance. Get insurance.
Yes.
We talk
Please.
about that in our business class.
And the next
but
class after this, yeah.
Yeah, we'll dig into it a little bit more, but if you don't have insurance, it's something that honestly doesn't cost too much, but is great to have. You gotta have a garage policy. So we'll dig into it in the next class a little bit more. Any other questions, engine bay related? No? Okay. Love it, guys. We are moving and grooving. So let's talk a little bit about the paint and kind of how we prep that. So we are big fans of using pre-soaks. So we have a few of them. We have a citrus pre-soak. This is our high pH pre-soak. You can even use our bug remover splat as a pre-soak. The idea is that before putting soap and a brush on the surface, we want to knock off as much of the dirt as possible, because the more scratches we put in, the more scratches we got to pull out, okay? So clean it before we put soap.
Absolutely.
Usually if you're using a high-powered pre-soak like body, tire, and wheel, you're gonna get off 85 to 90% of what's stuck on the exterior, and then your wash mitt is gonna be able to get the rest off without scratching, or minimal scratching. But it does matter how you use your wash mitts. So in the 2-bucket system, first off, it's great to have them on wheels so you can walk those around the car with you, okay? Second, grit guards, which are these guys right here.
My bad, dude.
No, you're golden, brother. No worries. This is an essential, in my opinion, if you're washing cars. You gotta have something that you can rub your wash mitt or your brush up against to knock the dirt off, and then it will go beneath this grate, and you can't dip your wash mitt any deeper. It'll allow the dirt to go to a different spot, okay? So super essential. And what we're doing is basically we're gonna have a couple different wash mitts. I like to treat it as one wash mitt for basically like hip height and below, and one wash mitt for hip height and above. That's just me. But basically you don't wanna take the dirtiest part of the car, which is like right behind the wheels where all the splash goes, and then transfer that to the roof, because you're just taking the dirtiest part and spreading the dirt around, okay? Ideally, you're dipping back into this thing and cleaning it every panel or so, maybe every 2 panels if the car isn't bad. And the reason we have 2 buckets is because usually one has the really dirty water and the second one you try to maintain a little bit cleaner, okay? So outside of that, I do like to take the time to go in and use a wash mitt on my door jambs. I think it makes a big difference. I'm not afraid to get a pressure washer in there and kind of guide that foam out. It's kind of up to you, the level of risk you want. I don't really recommend that you take things like acids and degreasers and start blasting that door jamb out. You're definitely better off with soap, pH neutral, okay? I've seen guys take like our black Scorpion, for example, and spray out a door jamb, and then there's overspray, of course, because the wind catches it. It hits a leather seat, and now we've got a spotted leather seat, okay? Can we hide that? Can we fix it? Yeah, kind of, but why create a problem if we don't have to? You know what I mean? Outside of that, guys, it is pretty important what kind of wash mitt you use. We like microfiber wash mitts. The chenille ones with the little fingers, those are pretty great too. Outside of that, you really just have to maintain them clean, which the easiest way to do that is just slip them over your windshield wiper, and then pressure wash them off at the end of the detail, okay? Outside of that, guys, there's not really any tips or tricks when it comes to wash mitting a car.
Y'all know how to wash a car. Y'all know how to wash a car.
Yeah.
It's very.
Don't make me beat a dead horse.
Yeah. There's no trick to washing a car. We recommend starting at the bottom up. That's only the basic thing that we recommend. But other than that, y'all know how to wash a car. Y'all know how to dry a car. The outside is not the hard part. The interiors and all the specialty parts are was the more difficult part.
Where'd that little makeup brush go? That really soft one? Oh, you've got it? Cool. Here's a cool little pro tip.
Decals. Is that you
Yeah,
want
that's where I'm going. Hey, I'm sure you guys have noticed it's really hard to get the areas around like your decals, your chrome lettering on the outside clean. So if you can take a little bit of chrome and wire, spritz it on that, let it sit for about 30 seconds, and then scrub it with this guy, it'll literally take all that grime and just erase it off the surface. And then you follow it with a degreaser, it neutralizes it, and you're clean, and you just move on. If you try and buff that off later, it's a nightmare. I hate trying to do that crap. Yeah. Okay, any questions? Okay, wonderful. Okay, tools worth mentioning, and we are going to talk a lot about tools today, guys. So we talked about the foamers, the grit guards, bug bricks. Do you guys ever use the giant yellow ones that are kind of hard at first? So those are great, but those are kind of like pumice stones versus a rubber brush for hair, right? They do the job, but there's better ways now. So this orange one right here is literally a little microfiber mitt that has a fabric mesh on one side. It is less likely to scratch and more likely to get that bug off quick, okay? We showed you the wheel brushes, steel wool. Guys, this comes in clutch. Now you do want quad-aught steel wool, 4 zeros, okay, or higher. You don't want to use anything more aggressive in my opinion, but if you can use that with an acid on your exhaust tips, world of difference. So I'll hit it with my acid, let it sit for about a minute, hit it one more time with acid, scrub it with the steel wool, they come out like brand new in 30 seconds. Literally game changer.
It's great for motorcycles guys as well.
Oh,
who
yeah.
have chrome. A lot of bikes have chrome. Steel wool with some of our showroom shine.
Oh yeah.
Talk about make that chrome pop. We're making chrome pop. You're charging $200, $300 to do someone's Harley. That's all you're doing is steel wool and showroom shine. I guarantee they're gonna see a significant difference. And then if you can ceramic coat that motorcycle too, it's even more money.
Bro.
So
Yeah, and honestly, motorcycle guys, they never beat you up on price because they literally love that more than their wife. Like, I'm just gonna throw that out there. I don't know if you met a lot of motorcycle guys, but they love
you're doing one
their
right now,
bike,
yeah.
bro.
So exactly, yeah.
Yeah, it's a game changer. So if you can get into that community, that niche of people, they talk to each other, they advertise amongst themselves, and they share who they trust. They are a very, very tight community.
Yeah.
Same thing with show cars and stuff like that. You gotta find a way to get in with these different groups. We love car shows. It's one of the reasons that we go and we talk to those guys. They care about their vehicles. They want them to shine. They want them to pop. And same thing applies for you guys as detailers. Go walk around a car show. Say, hey, I'll spruce up your car for 25 bucks. Here's my card. You know, you want a detail, bring it in next month. I've got an opening. Advertise yourself.
Absolutely.
You know?
Walk around with your shirt on. You know,
Yeah.
people. Some car shows are iffy though about you being a detailer handing out cards, because 9 times out of 10 those people are sponsored by a certain group. They will. I've run into that before.
I break those rules.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. But you don't want to cause a conflict on with something like that. So if you can walk around with your shirt on or a hat, you know, that way promoting yourself that way, do it that way. But once you get, like he was saying, once you get in, because those guys talk a lot, once you get in with one person who has a set of classic cars, that person is going to tell all their other people, hey, this guy who does mine. And they're not afraid of pricing either. You shoot high because they have a high car, and then you work your way down. I've always doubled what I normally would charge and then settled for what I want to charge. So I mean, that's the way I look at it.
The customer's happy if you can bring it down a little bit,
Absolutely.
and then you're still winning, dude.
And you're still
'cause
winning,
you're
yeah,
above.
absolutely.
Yeah.
And so that's it's just ways of selling yourself, because you're taking on say they have a 56 Bel Air.
Right.
That's a $90,000 car. Brand new $30,000 paint job. They want you to ceramic coat it. They want you to fix it up. So you're going to be charging them $3,000, $4,000. This is going to take you a day and a half. So you want to make sure you're utilizing everything that you can to make sure that that job is correct. So,
Heck yeah. All
Yeah.
right. We golden?
but yeah, getting in those guys is the key though.
Oh, it is. That's
Yeah.
the tough part, man. But it's all about the clubs. Go
all about
meet
the
the
clubs,
guys,
yeah.
introduce yourself, be friendly, networking. It's
Yep.
like we talked about at the beginning of the class, just network. Okay, my least favorite part of the detail, interior detailing.
Who loves doing interiors?
I'm lying. You just get so screwed. It's the least amount of money for the most amount of time.
Yeah.
I feel ya.
So we try to be uniform in starting driver side, passenger side, back passenger side. Then we go to the driver side, passenger side, and then we go to the truck, just so that we work in a clockwise formation, and we are covering every single thing. Like with one. Whenever you step, okay, my process was roof first and then floor, because if I'm stepping into someone's vehicle and I cleaned the floor already, and I just stepped into their car again, I just got their carpet all dirty again. So I'm starting with their headliner, working with the seat belt, and then I'm going to the seat. Then I think the next page shows actually everything. Go to the next page, Connor. Can you skip?
Oh, sorry. There you go.
Maybe not.
So you guys can pick the problems that you
Maybe not.
have. Tell
So
us what you want to learn.
I knew there was a sheet that we had that you had the car, like inside the interior, step by step, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
No,
You took it off.
I removed that one.
That's what I was like. That's what I was looking for.
Guys, I used to have these slideshows a mile long, okay? And we try to do everything hands-on if we can, but this is one of those ones where maybe that doesn't always work out. Just a small thing. In the future, I think maybe next month, we are going to have essentially our hands-on training that is set up outside. You guys have seen.
No, I know. Yeah, I was
You know what room is that? Okay, so it's just
18,
across the street.
19,
It's the building right
18.
to the side. We built a large wash bay with really good lighting. It's gonna have pressure washers, air, everything hooked up. So in the future, this class will be 100% hands-on. Okay, you're probably catching the last time we use slideshows for it.
Yeah,
That's my guess. But
one of the last times.
one of the last times.
Yeah.
Now, on that note, there's a whole lot of issues that happen on interiors, okay? It's not rocket science when it comes to cleaning them. What we need to know is what problems do you guys deal with that you have a hard time tackling? And that goes for you guys on YouTube too. Please shout out whatever you guys are dealing with that you can't fix, and we'll help you address it. So what do you guys see on this list that you want to talk about?
Red cows.
Red cows. See, guys? They're
All
real.
the red cows that I've seen.
So maybe we should talk about that. Did you talk about like the layers of leather?
No.
How it works? Okay. So when you get a red cow like this, and so you get a normal cow, it always comes out the same. It's a skin type color, right? So the first thing they do is they put it through a process where they actually clean it, process it, make it refined, and then they dye the leather itself. Then there is a water-based coating that is put on top, very similar to paint. You know how we have that clear coat on top of our paint jobs? There's a clear coat on top of your leathers. Every single kind, with the exception of those stupid King Ranch trucks that we all love. God, they suck.
The Bighorn Dodge.
Yep, that's
the
true.
Texas Country for the Chevys and GMC. So it's all natural leather.
Which is great if you don't have kids. Once again, it's just like white leather. If you're never going to eat in your car, if you're never going to spill even water on that, you're golden. It feels good, it looks cool. But with standard leather, there is a water-based coating on there. It is a clear coat. It's something we want to preserve because once that fails, that's when the leather starts to crack, dry out, and turn into a problem, okay? So, how do we deal with leather without actually damaging that coating? You have to use a pH neutral cleaner for that leather, okay? It's pretty tricky to make a pH neutral cleaner that cleans well, but this guy actually does. It's our leather and vinyl cleaner. Got a nice orange scent, mixes 50-50,
It foams up really well.
foams up well
So
too.
so the dwell time on the leather lasts a long time.
I was gonna say, do we have one of the, we don't have one of the iron brushes. So there's a brush as well. It looks
get one.
almost like an iron that you would use to clean your clothes. You know what I mean? But it's miniature. It's about this big, roughly. That thing kind of hooks in tiny microfiber hairs. Paired with that chemical dude, you will take a seat that is supposed to be white, looks gray, and turn it back to white like that. So, and it does it very, very gently. It's just the amount of like microfiber hairs that are on the surface of that brush. Okay. Now, that said, you guys want to talk about clean ranges, how to deal with those, the raw leather vibe?
You don't touch them. I'm just kidding.
Thank you, bro. Yeah, pass it. So that's that brush. That is our favorite for leather. It may not be the fastest brush to use, but it is by far the most in-depth brush to use.
And it's one of the safest brushes to use.
Definitely. Yeah, I've never hurt anything.
Yeah.
Now, it will start to bald and look like me and Zach. After a while, it starts to lose a little bit on the edges, but that's just something you have to replace after a while. Okay, it's delicate.
It's $4, $5, guys. I mean,
Don't nickel and dime.
yeah, don't nickel and dime yourself. You can probably get a good 10, 15 cars out of that one brush. You get your money's worth. For $5, you get your money's worth.
Oh,
That's what I mean.
100%.
Yeah.
Build it into cost.
Exactly. It's built into your cost.
So definitely a necessity, but when it comes to the King Ranches, okay, there is no clear coat on that surface. It is raw hide. It's full cow. Nothing, honestly, they feel cool and they look immaculate when you buy them. But cleaning them is a nightmare because if you do not clean the surface as evenly as possible, it will look stained. It looks like a nightmare. And if you use aggressive chemical, it'll actually get stiff very, very easy, okay? So in those cases, I actually use the same chemical,
That's right.
the pH neutral leather and vinyl cleaner. I will treat it in sections, okay? So the bottom of the seat, I'm going to, as evenly as possible, coat it with my cleaner. I'm still probably gonna scrub it with that brush, or honestly, even with something
That's too hard.
kind of like this.
That's-
this is
that's
a
too
little
hard.
So it's gotta be soft. But you almost wanna kind of comb the grain of the leather all in the same direction.
Something like
You want
this.
to try and dry it with a fresh micro.
Something like that.
There you go. Yeah, that'll work great.
Yeah.
So yeah, something for you guys to feel. It's gotta be at least that soft.
It's not not soft as that one brush that I passed around, the white and black one earlier. Not as aggressive as this one either. It's almost like almost like a in betweener. Because like he said, make sure we're spraying evenly, because if you do half of the seat's going to be darker, half of the seat will be lighter. It's just
And
you can't fix it. You can't fix that very easily. So make sure whenever you're spraying the chemical and cleaning the leather, specifically on the King Ranches, the big countries, you know, they all use that raw leather. Make sure, like I said, we're spraying evenly. Yes, you may have a stain that, you know, or a little spot that's that big. You can't just spray that one spot. You have to spray the whole seat. Fortunately and unfortunately. So
Right, literally.
yeah,
The other thing is no dressings, no touching.
You're not putting-
kind of like matte paint.
yeah. You're not going to put any leather conditioner on it because it's going to add a shine.
Exactly.
Um,
And the silicone will stain. It's not even.
Can you ceramic them?
I've never tried and I wouldn't try it.
I wouldn't either. Just because, no.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no. I mean, I wouldn't even want to put protector on there either.
I feel like if you did ceramic them, you'd have to use like an airbrush.
Essentially, just
It's going to have to be such a fine particle, but
Yeah.
I don't think it would be worth it.
Yeah, at that point, yeah.
Yeah, and you can buy chemicals that are specifically made by like Ford, Chevy, and those kind of things. But you're going to be paying, I think it's like $30 for like a 6-ounce bottle of chemical, and it's essentially the same thing. As long as you follow those principles of being as even as possible, it will come out good.
Absolutely.
And then you want it to really dry. I like to put a fan on it. Like, do we have one of our
Tripods?
Our new tripods up here? This is something you guys. This is a newer thing in the detail industry that we have been.
I
having a
could have
little
sworn we
bit
did.
of luck with.
We had one
Basically,
yesterday.
It's a short fan, about this big, and you can daisy chain them together. You can plug one into the next one. You can go up to, what is it, 6 fans, 7 fans?
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 fans.
I
off
do
of
not have one.
plug-in, and you can hit all the seats on the interior. You'll be drying in like 15 minutes. It's crazy how quick it works. So
Yeah.
we'll go over it.
Especially for mobile guys who are running on generators, they're only pulling an amp at a time. So that's essentially, if you have 7 of them connected, you're essentially pulling 7 amps out of the 1100 amps watt generator that you're having. So that's the best thing about it.
Generator's gonna handle that
So easy, like I said, because you're only pulling an amp, you know. So that was the biggest thing for mobile guys was instead of waiting 30 minutes for the cars to dry, they can easily just put those fans in, and they're applying their final spray wax while the car is drying, you know, and essentially the car will be done by the time you're done applying your spray waxes and stuff like that. So
Yeah, customers getting wet butts, not a good experience.
not a good experience.
Yeah.
That's
User experience is important.
especially here in Houston. You know how humid it is here, how hot it is here. Unfortunately, I don't have to deal with humidity in Colorado, but
I love it. No, humidity rocks.
That's dry heat.
Bro, but it's different.
dry heat. You don't understand, bro.
Angry heat.
No, bro. You don't understand humidity and heat here. Like you can walk outside and you're just walking into like a sauna, bro, and you're just sweating.
Saps your energy.
Yeah.
So I respect the crap out of you guys for doing mobile detailing here because you must have insane amounts of energy to be able to keep up with that heat. Yeah. And hydrate enough. You must drink like 2 gallons at least on a daily basis in the summer. That's nuts.
So yeah, I mean, I was there with you, bro. So I know how you feel. And Belize too. I mean, it's hot and humid there. You're in a jungle area, a tropical climate. So I mean, those guys are dealing with humidity.
It's
and
about
heat.
as humid as it gets.
Yeah, that's essentially as humid as it gets. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so
That's cool.
yeah.
So that kind of covers King Ranches. Is there anything else on here? Do you guys want to deal with like gum and carpet? Do we want to do pen on seats, like leather? Pen is a tricky one. Yeah, that one always gets asked.
White Teslas.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, that vegan leather. So
That's that crap.
that's
leather,
where we
bro.
reach for this guy,
That's
my dudes.
So bad.
This has the highest concentration of dilimonene, which is that citrus solvent. They basically take orange peels and distill an alcohol out of it, okay? So you can take this guy, put a little bit on a microfiber towel, rub it over the top of the marker or the pen, and as long as it's not older than like 6 months and hasn't gone through a summer, because, dude, once that dye bakes in, it kind of doesn't come out, you can get it to transfer from the seat into the towel. And this one does it without too much risk,
Yeah.
in my opinion.
And it's all about pressure and how much chemical you're using.
Yeah.
Because that will pull out some dye if you let it sit for like 20, 30 minutes on that.
Oh, hell yeah.
On that, yeah, on that paint.
You don't dilute it or anything?
That's the one. No, because it's a solvent. It doesn't mix. It's ready to use.
This is literally our Plan Z because it can handle everything, but yes, it's a little expensive because
This is when all else fails.
it's like alcohol.
Yeah.
It costs money.
When all else fails, like I said, you're not gonna use it every day. It's just good to have it on your shelf.
Yeah.
You know, it's a $60 gallon, but every now and then, whenever you can't get a stain out, that's where Gold Power comes in. That's whenever I use my Gold Power.
Yep. And then, worst case scenario, it doesn't come out, dyeing. Okay, you got to know how to properly dye a seat, which, how many of you, show me with your hands, how many have dyed a seat? No one? Okay, how'd it go?
Carpet's a little easier.
Just use clean the surface, dry it out, and then just spray it.
Did you spray it black?
Yeah.
It was like a Ford, brown Ford, like.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Darker colors are easier than light ones to match, that's for sure. Basically, step one is going to be, like you said, clean it as best as you can. They make products called adhesion promoters that make a big difference. I personally will take a little bit of alcohol and wipe the surface just to make sure there's no silicone. And then you paint match it. And the first coat after your adhesion promoter is called a tack coat. So it's super light. Okay, you want to mist it to the point where you almost can't even see it. But what that does is it sets up those particles of paint on the surface and it gives it something for it to grab onto, okay? And then you just do 2 to 3 medium coats after the fact, and usually you get great coverage and it blends out well to the next panel on the seat. Another thing that helps, because we do have like, what, 40 colors?
I was about to say that. I was literally about to say, guys, we have, it's like 23 different colors.
Nice.
Yeah.
I upped that number on accident, my bad.
You did.
I
was
used to
like-
sell a higher number, my bad.
No, there's other chemical lines out there, other paint lines out there that offer that many.
For sure.
You're absolutely right.
Yep.
The one that we carry only carries 23 paints, but it literally, essentially, you just bring in your piece of carpet or on your phone and you try to color match it yourself. Because there's like 17 different grays. There's 20 different browns. So I mean, like you said, it's all about getting that color as close to perfect as possible. but carpets are more easier to spray than fabrics are.
Definitely.
So.
Yeah, and if you're dealing with a seat, like say you've got a gray seat, the sun also fades things over time. So you can't just assume like hop on a forum, a Ford forum, oh, this is dove gray. You can't just assume that's going to be the case. If it's a 10-year-old car, it might be a whole shade lighter because the sun has bleached it. So you don't want to do a tiny area. You know how seats kind of have like 2 side panels and then the square in the middle? If you're touching up something that's a little bit older and it's harder to color match, you're going to want to do the entire bottom of that seat so it looks uniform, okay? Outside of that, I don't know. It's going to smell a little bit like paint, but it's going to look immaculate compared to just leaving a giant piece of pen or marker on the seat.
That's whenever you just go with your little spray fragrance and spray the car. let it air out for a good 20 minutes. Let that paint actually dry and set into the leather or the vinyl, whatever it is.
Yeah, those odor bombs can knock out so much stuff too.
Exactly.
Yeah. So just keep that in mind. But yeah, dyeing stuff is real simple, guys. It's really not a hard process. Just take it slow, do it in 2 to 3 steps, you'll be fine.
Absolutely. Headliners, anybody have issues with headliners? No? Okay. It's pretty easy. There you go.
Nice. The only thing you can do wrong on a headliner is get it too wet to the point where it starts to sag.
Yep.
That's the only mess up there. Or fraying the fabric.
Yep. Glass cleaner, alcohol, stuff that dries quickly, an ammonia-based product.
Wow was awesome on it.
Perfect for headliners because you don't want to oversaturate anything. Because even if you oversaturate it, like I said, that gum gets wet and it could cause the fabric to sag.
I would just with a lot with some of the order Uber and stuff.
Perfect.
Yep.
All right, any other stuff we want to hit up here?
Gum.
Comfortable? I mean, it's an interior, guys. It's not like it's hard, but there are times you do run into weird stuff like dead mice in a dash or something like that. It's uncommon. I do want to say there are certain classes of problems you run into, like mold, like we talked about, biohazards, so blood, vomit, suicide cars, which is a nightmare. You don't want that in your brain. You've done it before?
No, he said maggots.
Oh, maggots are gross,
Yeah.
dude. Yeah. There are different kinds of cars that you need specific kinds of chemicals and you need specific kinds of protection for, okay? And it's pretty wise to ask someone, is there anything I should be worried about in this car? Like say it's a diabetic person, they do insulin, you don't want to get poked with a needle or something like that. Ask the questions before you start the car and get into it, okay? Cool. Let's keep this ball rolling. All right, tools worth mentioning. Zach did mention the gum. So we do make a freeze spray. Everyone's got one that you can take that can, it freezes the gum, you smack it with something metal, and it breaks it apart, takes it off the hair. Okay, it's a pretty nice chemical to have, really cheap. What you looking for?
Our brush.
Oh, is it missing?
That's empty.
I don't know. Oh. Other than that, like 603 quick coating, guys, there are times when having an aerosol spray is very nice. Your vents, your door jambs, the rubbers around like the doors, looks awesome on that stuff. It'll blacken it right up without cleaning. Outside of that, I think we touched on everything else. Zach is looking for this guy.
I found it.
Hey, nice. That is one of the best brushes in the industry.
Yeah, so we talked about that trim inside those higher end vehicles, Mercedes. Some Lexuses have them, that real fine piano black trim in between like where the clock and the radio are at. And you wipe a microfiber on it and it tends to leave fine micro scratches. That brush does not leave any scratches or stuff like that. So finding ways to do that. I mean, people can polish. You can take your little 1-inch polisher and charge an extra $20 to polish those scratches out if you even want to. So I mean, that's another.
I like doing that, man.
I do too,
Kinda
man. It is
fun
pretty cool.
interior.
Interior, you're polishing an interior. I was watching one of the Rupes trainers. They were trying a new rubber cream, and Sarah was actually polishing it on
a seat?
No, on a trim.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
They had a new trim compound that they were trying out, And she was applying it, and it was pretty cool.
Came out pretty good?
Yeah, it actually did.
Nice.
So, I mean,
You
there's,
can do the same thing with speedometers, by the way.
Yep.
You got to be careful. If it's like that radio type screen, you'd have on your entertainment console, you don't want to touch that. But if it's like a high gloss plastic, you have no issue polishing it out.
Absolutely.
No compounds, just polish.
Just polish, yeah.
Okay? And usually if you follow it up with something like that orange chemical on the end, the Carnauba Dream Shine, you can put a little bit of a wax on it.
That's right.
And it'll do a good job of brightening that surface.
Yep.
Yeah, so cool. All right, let's get into the fun stuff, paint. This is where the money is made, my guys. So up here we have two different kinds of paint. The one on the left, sorry, the back TV is for my referring. So the single stage paint, it's what we used for a long, long time, okay? So back from Henry Ford days all the way up till roughly 2005. In 2005, they made a law saying that we needed to switch from basically solvent-based paints or oil-based paints over to water-based paints, okay? So manufacturers have to spray the new kind, which is this clear-coated water-based paint. But how do you identify the difference between the two? For one thing, how old is the car? Does it have original paint? If it's pre-2000, there's a solid, actually, let's say pre-1990, there's a solid 50-50 chance that it's going to be a solvent-based paint, okay? The way to tell is by buffing, and basically if the color of the car transfers into your pad, that is what we call oil-based paint. It's because it has no clear coat protecting it, okay?
Who's ever had that happen? Where they were buffing? Did it freak you out?
Oh, yeah.
It freaked me out the first time it happened to me. I don't know if you've ever buffed a single stage paint where the paint transferred to the pad. It freaked you out?
Yeah.
Yeah, literally.
Bro, always.
Yeah, mine was a red.
It is bad.
Mine was
Yeah.
a red old school Datsun.
Yep. C10 pickup, red, buddy.
Oh man,
Yeah.
dude, I literally 10 seconds in, my pad was red. And I was like, oh, what did I do?
up.
Yeah, what did I do? And so I come to find out that that's exactly what it was. So.
Well, and there's nothing wrong with that, guys. Like, there's no way to polish an oil-based paint job without getting that paint to transfer. And it's necessary because you have to polish to remove oxidation and scratches, okay? So don't be afraid of it. And usually that paint is way more workable because it's a lot thicker, okay? Usually that oil-based paint, you're gonna be somewhere around 10 millimeters and up. That seems to be the average with like classic cars, okay?
Are you guys catering every car?
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, we have this guy.
We have.
Yeah, this is the, do you have the same one? Okay. So some of them have a screen built in. This one will actually record all of the readings for the entire car on an app, and you can print it out for your customer, which is really, really cool. Kind of gives them like an idea of how much life is left in their paint. Lets you track it.
Not screw up too.
Oh, absolutely.
That's awesome.
Bro,
No, for
I know,
sure.
it's all about saving your butt. And that tool, if you're buffing, guys, I think you should buy that before you buy a buffer. Just throwing that out there because
So this is
it's called a paint gauge.
It's called a paint depth gauge.
Yep.
So this tells you how much material you have from the top of the surface all the way to the metal. So it's
Hey, let's pass it around to them all.
one more time. So those, this one right here, I want to say was like 85, 90 bucks on Amazon. I mean, they have some as cheap as $35,
Did you
40
see
bucks.
that paint job?
Oh, yeah, it is.
So we discussed it earlier. My 2013 F-150 had 13 mils of paint. My parents,
That video on YouTube.
yeah, my parents' 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe that they just bought has 4.2 mils. She's talking about a third of the
They're
paint.
trying to save money, dude. That's what they're trying to do.
And so, if anything 4 and under, I'm not gonna touch. We can't do a major paint correction because I don't have that much clear coat to work with. Because they think about it, there's a primer, there's color, and then there's clear coat. So, and not everything is even. I don't know how much clear coat they put on. You know, I don't know how much money Hyundai's trying to save. So if it's under 4 mils, I'm not touching it at all. My F-150 truck that I had 13 years old, I can still buff out all those scratches out on it, you know, perfectly fine. I don't have to worry about messing it up. My clear will still be there. I'll still have, 8 mils of clear if I
Could have
really need to.
sanded it 3 times,
Three
bro.
times,
Yeah.
exactly. You know what I mean? I could hit it
Could've
with
made
1,000 grit
perfection.
even, and call it a day and not have to be worried about it.
Yeah.
And so we're talking about mils, guys. So you're talking about 1 mil is 3 sheets of paper. So there's 4. There's 4 mils, so that's 12 sheets of paper. How thick is that paint? It's not really thick at all. So you understanding how much material you have to work with can help you do the job, because you have to be real with your customer sometimes. So if there's less than 4 mils of paint on that car, guys, I can make your scratches look shiny. That's essentially what I can do. There's nothing, I personally don't want to hurt the integrity of your clear coat, so I can't do anything but make your car look shiny. Well, this person down the street can, okay, won't be more than happy. Let them hurt it, because if they burn through the clear coat, they have to pay for that brand new paint job. You don't want to be responsible for that paint job, so.
Yeah, treat it like a doctor, do no harm.
Yeah.
What's up?
Say you have that car, but they ceramic it 5 years down the road. They want to re-ceramic it. Are you polishing it? Are you
So
polishing
at
that
that point,
ceramic off at that point?
so at that point, at least for our ceramic, you can't remove it without sanding it. It's that hard. So there's other ceramics out there that you don't have to. It's just depending on who they use or what they used.
So you're doing a full wet sand then?
Yeah, we dry sand, but
you
we
do
dry
dry
sand.
sand?
Yeah, we dry sand. But yeah, we've come to find out that ours is only be able to remove through sanding.
What grits are like? What grits and everything?
So
Say you screw up your ceramic work.
so say it's like a year old ceramic that I messed up. I'm probably gonna pull out 1,500 to 2,000 grit just because I have to get into that surface.
Right.
I
But
don't
if
want to
you
use
notice
anything.
the same day, you can buff it though.
But yeah, if you
So
notice the
that's
same
the
day,
good
you
part.
can buff it out.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
How are you telling when you throw your ceramic?
It's just cloudy.
Yeah.
You can do a water test too,
Yep.
see if it beads.
Just like wet sand.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
cool.
that's what paint is, guys. We can go more in depth into it. I don't think we should.
No, I don't think there's
Yeah.
a necessity. Really, the only difference, guys, old paint jobs, no clear coat. New
Yep.
paint jobs, clear
Clear coat,
coat.
yep.
Okay? New paint jobs much thinner, old paint jobs much thicker. Okay?
Definitely.
Now, I do want to mention, it is important for you guys to know that with these guys, the way that it actually meters how thick the paint is you have to set that little pin flat on the surface, okay? So you put it like that, it sends a reading to your phone in this case, you read that, you decide whether or not you want to polish that area.
It tells you what kind of metal it is as well.
Yes.
Or it doesn't also, unfortunately, it doesn't tell you if it's carbon fiber though. It will get a reading if it's carbon fiber though.
Exactly. Or plastics.
Or
Like
plastic, so-
bumpers, you kind of got to guesstimate, guys. It's a
Yeah.
little bit tricky. On average, it's pretty similar to the hood, you know.
So you had a question?
Yeah.
On the paint thickness gauge, does it isolate which one is like your primer base, like your
So this one,
Some can, but not
yeah.
that.
So the question was, guys, on YouTube, does our paint gauge determine, what's primer, what's clear, what's paint? This one does not. There's other ones out there that are more expensive that can tell you that. Though you're talking about $2,000 to $3,000 though for those. So, the majority of the time you have about 60% of it's going to be clear coat, and the other 20 and 30% are going to be, or the 20 and 20% are going to be primer and color. So, theoretically, but anything under 4 mils, you're not going to want to touch. I mean, if you're at 4.2, you really don't want to touch it either. But you can play with some kind of compounding, light compounding, and do it that way. But no sanding, unfortunately.
It's all about the level of risk you want to take on,
Yep.
guys.
Absolutely.
Yep. And you know what? I'm not of the opinion that you don't ever want to burn paint. In the beginning, when you're learning how to buff, get yourself a hood from a junkyard, something that you are okay burning. Test what it takes to get to that point. It's good to know what the break point is,
Yep.
Test how hot the paint is. How long can I stay in this area before I burn something? I feel like that's useful information to know so that you, down the road, if you're buffing a boat, how to deal with gel coat or whatever, right? The more experience you can get up front, the better off you'll be.
If
What? Did you burn a boat?
No, we just finished.
You burn a boat?
Oh, no.
If you're not burning, you're not learning though.
That's
Because you
right.
don't know you don't know what limit you can push the chemical to. So that's why we recommend that. I mean, you can go to any body shop, guys. They have hoods that they're throwing away all the time, or quarter panels, or trunk, or trunk hoods, or trunk doors. Any kind of piece, they're throwing stuff away automatically. You don't have to pay money for it. So that way they're still clear on there, and you can read it, and you can actually, improve your skill on it. You can buff it out. Show them what you can do on a one step. I used to carry around or actually one of our old workers, Oscar, carried around 17 different colored gas caps and showed them what a one-step was, what a two-step was. This is what I can do for your color paint. I can make it look like this. It goes from this to this. And that's how he sold his services. So there's ways of doing stuff like that.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, and the other thing about understanding paint is the darker the color, the more imperfection it shows. So if you're new to the game, it's pretty wise to charge at least $50 more per step if it's a darker car. If it's a white car, it doesn't show as many scratches. It's a simple buff job. But if you're dealing with black, on average, we charge $50 to $100 more per stage.
Per stage.
Per stage.
If I'm doing a full ceramic coating, I'm charging an extra $500 for black cars, or dark blue, or dark red, just because they show. Yeah,
Sure.
and any of those
Anything.
dark colored, the gunmetal silvers even.
Yeah.
I'm charging at least $500 more because I'm having to sun check it every single step.
Yep,
So,
exactly.
yeah.
Yeah, so it's a little bit complicated, but honestly, guys, you just need to understand that when you're buffing, what we're doing is we're actually erasing clear coat and trying to get beneath the scratch, okay? So if you look at this diagram to the right, you can see swirl marks are the first thing there, then deep marring, deep scratches. So once we start hitting like these two scratches right there, that's where the correction is not happening, okay? You're gonna burn the paint before you ever get that scratch out.
If you can feel the scratch with your fingernail,
Yes.
you can't do anything to it. If you can't feel it with your fingernail, you can get it out.
Move ahead. Yep.
Is the rule of thumb.
Yep, if it'll click.
Yep.
Yep. So pretty simple, but before we even get to that stage, did you want to take a picture? You good? Okay, cool. So before we ever get to the stage of buffing, we need to do a decontamination stage. So there's two different ways to do it. If you're doing a ceramic coating, we recommend you use this product every single time.
Saves so much time too.
Oh,
Yeah.
it saves a ton of time. So basically you spray this around the entire car, you let it sit for a few minutes. If it finds pieces of iron, which will come from like
Rail dust.
railways, your brakes, it will go from yellow to purple. It looks like it's bleeding, and it starts to loosen that piece of metal, and you can just pressure wash it off, okay? So
Yours smell as bad as everyone else's?
give it a sniff.
Ours smells like pine salt. We masked it.
Pretty good.
We masked it to smell like pine salt. If you're a Hispanic or an older guy and Sunday mornings, you smell pine salt, we were cleaning. But that's what it reminded me of.
Hell yeah.
Outside only.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
But it's a neutral product, like you said. I know it's really rare to find neutral acids, but the great thing about that is that it turns purple. So that's why you know it's working.
Yep.
And so.
And honestly, guys, it's going to save you time. And there's areas you can't get into with clay. Cracks, crevices, seams, stuff like that. So it's a necessity. But even if you use that product, you still need to use a clay bar, a clay mitt, something along those lines
Absolutely.
to get the other contaminants off. And it's really the only way to accomplish a buttery surface. You have to clay a car if you want it to be smooth.
Yes.
Yep. And it's going to make your buff come out better.
No, we're cleaning after we use iron remover.
Can you play with iron remover?
So we don't recommend it. It messes with your clay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's going to make it stinky and break it down and all that.
So yeah, we
recommend this.
Our clay lube is our showroom shine. It's also a quick detailer. Yeah, it's just essentially a quick detailer. This gives you lubrication. Lube is your friend in all aspects of everything. So
Y'all didn't pick up on that one. Jeez,
he
come
did.
on.
He did at the end. He did at the end.
Uh.
But yeah, lube for the clay just because you don't want to scratch. Because this will add some scratches if you don't use enough lubrication.
Yes, exactly.
So.
And it's just a necessity, okay? The thing is that if you don't do this decontamination phase and there's stuff like particles still in the paint, your buffing pad, when you pass over it, will pick it up and it'll stick in that foam, and then all of a sudden you're sanding the paint rather than polishing it out, okay?
Adding scratches.
Dude, which is the antithesis of what you want in
Yeah.
that moment, right? So this is the kind of stuff we're removing. We've got overspray. It's not going to mess with your scratches or swirls, but your brake dust, rail dust, and your industrial fallout, all of those will be removed by clay and iron remover. Okay?
And we do have industrial fallout, guys, because of all the refineries here in Houston.
Oh, bro.
Not everywhere in the across the country will deal with industrial fallout, but we do because we have a lot of refineries here. It's just part of living here.
Yeah, if things are produced in your city and there's some kind of exhaust going up, it's going to fall back down at some point. That's the reality.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, so let's dig into polishers. There are 3 different styles of polisher out there. First and foremost, we'll start with the oldest, the OG, rotaries, okay? Rotaries are the fastest for cutting. They're the easiest for removing scratches, but they also put scratches back in. It's really hard to do it perfectly, and it's the most likely to burn, okay? So highest learning curve, but dude, if you want to get fast at polishing, if you can use that as your first step, oh my gosh, you can knock out scratches in half the time. So big difference.
Connor is still rotary buffs. I still rotary buff. That's my first step. Bruno still rotary buffs. But I've had 10 to 15 years experience. He's had the same amount.
Yeah.
Bruno even longer. Now, if you've never picked up a buffer in your life, I am never going to hand you a rotary buffer.
No, not to start. You will burn things.
I will never hand you a rotary buffer. I will hand you at the most aggressive a dual action force rotation.
Yes.
Which is essentially the middle one, where it looks like a rotary buffer, has a rotary action, but it also has an oscillation, so it doesn't put those swirls in. And then the one on top of that is the dual action polisher, which oscillates in 32 different directions. Some of them have a longer throw, which means the center of the pad goes 15 millimeters or 21 millimeters one direction. So that way it just adds the highest shine. Now, I couldn't cut a vehicle with that machine,
not easily.
Not easily. Let's say to the back.
You're good.
I can. I'm probably going to do 4 or 5 passes with that machine, whereas I can do 1 pass with my rotary machine, or I can do 2 passes or 3 passes with my force rotation. So, the force rotation is a jack of all trades. It's probably put as like a 7 out of 10 on cutting and polishing. The rotary does a 10 out of 10 on cutting, a 1 out of 10 on polishing and finishing, though.
It's terrible.
People, you will have these gentlemen, mostly older gentlemen, say, I can make that car polished out with a rotary. Yeah, you probably can. You're probably going to do 3 or 4 passes, though. You're going to have to use a compound. They're going to use a medium compound. They're going to use a swirl remover, and they're going to use a finishing glaze, where I can just use my 1 buffer and just use my 1 step and call it a day.
Yeah, if you're only going to have 1 buffer, I think there's a really good argument for going with the forced rotation, the middle action, just because you can cut, you can polish, it does everything well, to the point where if you adjust your pads and your polishes, you can get a high shine really easy. So, but the other thing, so you've got these 3 different styles. You've got to make a choice based off your preference, your style, right? But you're also going to want to have different kinds of buffers size-wise, okay? Because there are panels like, pieces around the door or around door handles, bumpers, stuff like that, where you don't want a 6-inch pad in there. You want something 2-3 inches wide so you can hit the smaller areas more effectively, okay? So if you're only going to have 2 buffers, go with the forced rotation, in our opinion, and go with a 3-inch DA of some kind. You'll be totally fine. Now, outside of that, does all that make sense as far as the types of polishers? Okay. Next, we get into the machines themselves. So you guys can kind of see right here, this is a 3-inch machine. It's called the Pixie, PXE80. Great machine because you can do rotary with it, you can do dual action, you can do sanding. It does 1-inch and 3-inch. Okay, it's kind of the jack of all trades. And then these are just some of the other buffers that we really like. When it comes to polishing, one thing that we really want to help you guys learn is how to do a test spot, okay? So the idea behind it is rather than polishing out a whole hood to see how a result is going to be, like a polish and a pad combination, we suggest that you polish out an area the size of your pad, okay? It's going to save you time, you use less product, and you end up being able to discover if that's a bad combination or not and move on to the next choice, okay? So to do that, usually we recommend you start with a lighter polish and a lighter pad, and you basically put it in one spot on the hood, you put it at a middle speed, so maybe like a 4 out of 6, and you let that hover in that area for about 15 seconds. You pull the pad away, wipe it down, you do an inspection with a light, and if you like how it looks, then you move forward. If it didn't turn out the way you like it, like say there's too many scratches left over, then you're gonna adjust either the pad or the polish to be more aggressive, do another test spot, and see if it comes out with a better result, okay? We have seen guys do an entire way around a car before they find out that they had the wrong combination, and they just wasted an hour and a half, okay? So the goal is to stumble upon the best combo as quickly as possible, okay?
And so back to where sometimes you can do the hood. I do the gas cap, because where do you spend the second most amount of time on your vehicle? Putting gas in. And if I have a shiny gas cap, they'd be like, oh, Zach made that shiny. Oh, I'm gonna take it back to him now. Now I'm ready to get the car waxed and polished again. Whereas you have the hood, that one spot could be hitting that light and hits them and it blinds them. And they're gonna be like, damn it, Zach made that one spot shiny. Now I have that one shiny spot and now the rest of my car is not shiny, you know? So that's why I do the gas caps, for that reason alone. But like I said, go to the junkyard, guys, and get those pieces and show them this is my one step. This is what it looked like before. This is what it looks like after. Put a piece of tape in the middle of it. It doesn't, it doesn't hurt. You're getting this stuff for free. So like I said, I mean, if you have to spend $10, $15 on the hood, then but you're not investing $90. Please don't do that.
Yeah, there's no need to test on your family's
There's a whole bunch of free
cars,
stuff. Yeah,
yours.
there's a whole bunch of free stuff out there.
Yeah,
So.
exactly. Perfect.
Does anybody team up with body shops or anything right now? Like they do work, like they'll go fix a car, because a lot of body shops don't like washing the cars. They'll send the car back dirty, or they'll hire a detailer to come in, like on a Wednesday, every Tuesday and Thursday, or Tuesday and Friday, you come wash all the cars real quick, so I give them back to the owners, and they come back and pick them up. It's an idea to partner with,
It's great. Yeah, same thing with like windshield repair guys, leather repair guys. Some dudes will actually do mobile paint, painting on site. So there's a whole group of people that if you partner up with them, either you can get a little kickback commission or you just send each other work.
Yeah,
Just buddy, buddy, man.
Yeah.
Yep.
We're doing a few for a couple truck jobs out there.
Oh, nice.
There we go.
There you
Yeah.
go.
And yeah, we clean all of accessories.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, absolutely.
Ah,
Partner. Yeah.
perfect.
They keep us busy.
No, because
There you go.
there's going to be days where it's going to be raining, it's going to be slow, and those guys want their cars washed no matter what. They don't care if it's raining or not. They'll bring them to you.
Last thing to text them.
Exactly. So.
Or don't have property.
Or even, yeah.
Right.
That's even the worst part, yeah, because they're going to just have a guy use Dawn soap and go to town and dole out the car all over again.
Nightmare, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, have multiple ways to make money, man. Like maintenance washes, set them up on Saturday mornings, do it then. Maybe get yourself a fleet that you service, like a food company or a semi-truck company. You got to find ways to fill the gaps, guys.
Yeah, like winter
Any
time.
day you're down, you're done.
Do interior specials. Unfortunately,
you go.
yeah, it sucks to do
That's great.
interiors, but interior specials.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean?
Oh,
Yeah.
nice.
You know what I'm saying?
And they pay good, usually.
Just
Yeah,
get them in the
they'll pay
door.
by
Once you get them in the
scratch
door, you can get them.
sometimes.
That's the thing. Getting them in the door is the hard part.
That's fantastic.
Selling them is
That's
the
all
easy
that
part.
matters. As long
Getting them in
as
the door is
you're
the hard
making
part.
money. That's, yeah.
Now, so he was saying, just get him in the door. We can do all the add-ons we want.
Exactly.
The hard part is getting him in the door. Absolutely right. The hard part is getting him in the door. So, once you get him in the door, like I said, you just do add-ons. That's where you get the average ticket price from $250 to $500, $600. You're doing a leather conditioning. You're doing a full-on 6-month, spray, clay and detail.
Chip repair.
Chip repair,
Dude,
yeah.
there's so many options, man.
People you know in this business.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Do they trust your quality, too?
Yep.
I used to have a guy that I sold to in Idaho. He did almost purely ceramic coatings. He was charging anywhere from $4,000 to $6,000 per car. He'd keep your car for 2 days, pop it out, bring in the next one. The dude made more money than a lawyer, bro, as a detailer.
That bottle, $200.
I know, ridiculous. But he had a great reputation, so that's what you got to kind of curate. We're big fans of asking customers to hop on your Google reviews. That's a big one. People look at that all the time.
Before and after pictures too, guys.
Oh, yeah?
Guys, You have tattoos. How did you know what tattoo artist to go to? You looked at portfolio. Same thing with detailers. We had to build our portfolio by doing all these different cars. Yes, you know, the Koenigseggs and the McLarens and the Porsches look good, but how many of those are out there? How many more Camrys and Altimas are out there? You know what I'm saying? If you can do more Camrys and Altimas before and afters and the interiors, especially because I was a king of soccer moms. I did soccer mom vans all the time. I hated them. But my mom was a teacher.
Great learning.
I was a way for me to get in. You know, my mom would give all of her students, like, here, take it home to your parents. You know, my son does car washes. You know, what did I have to do? I did with a whole bunch of candy. I had to figure out how to easiest way to get gummy Skittles, you know, gummy bears out of the seats and stuff like that. And learning that chewing gum freezes it, and all you do is crack it and just vacuum it out. You know, me learning tricks and stuff like that made me those 2.5 hour interiors go from 2.5 hours to an hour, just by learning different tricks of the trade using the Tornador. Absolutely.
100%.
I ain't gonna lie. It took me 2.5 years to work hard, not smart. So, but then I figured it out. You know, just going to different classes. You know, YouTube is a great place to get a basic knowledge of what I want to clean. Not saying I trust everything on YouTube, because I don't. Because there's guys on YouTube will say I can just use this for headlight cleaning, especially, bro. Make my yellow headlights go with toothpaste and, you know, mosquito cleaner to
there's
make
a
them turn
million
clear. No, you're a
methods.
liar. That does not work.
Look at it tomorrow, okay, when it's
does
not
work.
wet.
WD-40, yeah, just wasted WD-40 on it and wipe it. No, that does not work.
Just for like 1 day or 2 days after that, it's gonna come back.
It's gonna come right back.
Exactly,
Yes,
it
absolutely.
oxidizes.
Yes,
Oh, yes.
absolutely.
And somebody was telling me put potato on your windscreen.
Yeah.
There will be no fog. It's a temporary solution.
It's a Band-Aid.
It's a
Yep,
Band-Aid.
That's what it is.
It's not a permanent solution. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so,
Proper, like you need to talk with an expert who can explain it to what needs to be done.
definitely.
Yeah. Well, and that's what makes you guys so valuable, you know. There's different ways to do stuff. Headlight restoration is a great example. You could do ceramic coatings on it. You could use actual clear coat on it. We've got a polymer clear coat that you can spray on it. We have different longevities. Like ours can go up to 2.5 years.
PPF them.
PPF them. That's a great option, bro. Yeah.
PPF windshields. I didn't believe in that. I didn't believe it until I was
love
in Mexico,
that.
bro. I
love
didn't
it.
believe it until I was in Mexico. We were driving down, because the roads in Mexico aren't all the way fully paved. Some of them aren't. Some of them are really bad. And I'm literally seeing this rock bounce on the road from a truck, and it hit the windshield. And the person I was driving with, one of my distributors, has PPF, and it hit, and it didn't chip, bro. And I was just like, we were going like
awesome.
80 miles an hour, and this thing impacted, and it didn't chip. And I was like, I'm a believer now. Because I was like, there's no way this little piece of film will be able to, nah. Yeah, that thing
It ain't
works.
bulletproof,
It
but-
ain't bulletproof, but that thing actually really works. And
Yeah.
so, big fan of PPFing. Highly recommend. You can ceramic coat over PPF, guys. You cannot PPF over ceramic.
Yeah.
It will not stick. Or vinyl. Yeah, or
Come
you can't
right off.
PPF or vinyl over ceramic. You have to do apply the PPF and vinyl first, and then apply the ceramic.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and I want to throw out, we were talking a little bit about, you know, the Band-Aids, the investments, stuff that we need to do for this. The same thing applies to the buffers. There are a lot of cheap buffers out there on the market, guys. No, see, that's the name that I was hoping someone would bring up. Don't get me wrong, you can do great with a Harbor Freight buffer, but it's going to break on you, and then you're going to be down. And on top of that, they vibrate more, they get hotter, they're going to make you work harder and longer.
Yep.
So buying something that is made for the detail industry makes a big difference, and you're going to save 30 minutes a car because it actually is catered to paint,
And if you're gonna
not
shop,
buffing
guys,
concrete.
yeah, and if you're gonna shop, I don't recommend getting cordless. Straight corded everything. Corded has more power, longevity. Cordless looks cool. Don't get me wrong, it looks really good. It's great for mobile guys because they don't. I mean, they can't afford to plug in anywhere. But if you have a shop, highly recommend getting corded tools.
Definitely.
That's my last thing.
No, I mean, that's a great note, man. I do the same thing, and corded is more expensive right out the gate. Just throwing that out there.
Cordless is more expensive.
Oh, excuse me. My
Yeah,
bad.
cordless is more expensive.
Freudian slip.
Corded is definitely significantly cheaper.
Thank you for catching me. Yeah, it's just one of those things, guys. But invest in yourself, and it's something that you can depreciate and take out of your taxes at the end of the year. Make sure you keep all your receipts.
Absolutely.
Right?
So exterior protection, we call it dressings. I call it protection.
Nice.
because I'm selling protections to your. If you sell a dressing to a customer, they're like, I don't want a dressing, I want protection. You know, so I'm selling you a tire protection. I'm selling you a bumper protection. I'm selling you leather protection. And we also sell fabric protection. You know, kind of like a Scotch Guard on steroids. It works. I've seen it work for a fact. We have little. I can show you after the class is done.
I'll grab it.
Yeah, there you go.
I got you.
And just to show you what the difference. I mean, if you have this in front of your customer, you're gonna be like, I guarantee every single time I show this to a customer, they're gonna be like, yes, I want that. But understanding what to use and what to apply. So for instance, to re-dye black trim, we use something called black magic. So this will get all the grays, like for your Jeeps, especially Jeeps, your Avalanches, your old school Avalanches, your Cadillac ESTs, you know, all that. Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean?
Side by side,
Absolutely.
bro.
Side by sides, razors.
I don't have very much water in here, but I'm just gonna do my best. So unprotected on the left. Come on, just a little. You see how it beads up differently on this side? So that's the side with our fabric protectant. That one does not have protection.
So yeah.
Makes a big difference.
So-
We just did that.
So that right there.
Pretty cool,
Want to
huh?
show the guys in the back real quick?
Yeah, if I can keep that balanced.
Right on.
There we
There
go.
you go. Spray it on. You
So
gotta
guys see
brush
that
it in.
difference? It just lets it sit on top.
You're spraying it on and
prevents
brushing it
from
in.
kind of soaking
Two-
in. Makes
two
it like
coats.
a Teflon pan in a way.
We found out 2
Yeah,
coats
it's
is the
pretty
key.
awesome. Great demo for
30
your
minutes in
customers.
between each coat, and let it
What's
cure
that?
for about an hour, and you're good.
Sorry, I can't hear you. What this say?
Using what is that?
Oh yeah, this is our fabric protector. Yeah, it's 601 is the
I mean,
product code.
you see that,
Yeah.
you're gonna be like, yes, I want that for my car. If I can do that,
Right. You could do that
There
to
we
your
go.
business cards.
Do you have like a demo kit where you can show it to the customer just like you showed to us?
I don't think we have any kits of it, but if you buy a gallon, we do it to the back of our business cards.
yep.
So we'll spray half with, half without, and then label it, and then you can just dump your water bottle on it and show a customer.
Yep.
It's a pretty cool demo.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So, oh, there you go. It's just, yeah.
Yeah. And it's just,
Nice.
I mean, yeah, it just feeds right on.
Isn't that crazy, dude?
It's,
Yeah, it's literally ceramic coating for.
No,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, think about it.
Nice.
If you can do that presentation in front of a customer, they're selling. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
they're buying that protection no matter what.
Take my
Exactly. They're buying that
Exactly.
plan no matter what, and you're charging them.
You need to play with cycle.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You
that's
could
all
charge
it is.
$300 for that. You know, like I
Doesn't
said,
hurt to ask.
it doesn't hurt to ask.
Mm-hmm.
Guys, do you want me? Look, I can spray this. You know, this chemical on your carpet, prevents staining. You know, I know you have kids; they like to spill a lot. It helps them. You know, it helps maintain the clarity. You know, the clarity of the fabric, and they protect it for you.
And you could do the same thing with your
So I have
hood
one
you
for
buy
leather.
from the
I have one for
junkyard,
leather as
man.
well.
Tape
Yeah.
it off and do like single stage correction,
We'll talk.
2-stage,
I know we gotta stop. We'll
3-stage. Show the levels of perfection that you can reach just on a hood. Hang it up in
Absolutely.
your shop, man.
Yeah. So like, back to re-dyeing.
Right.
So bumper trim. You know, like I said, it goes from gray to black, all back together again, and then you're gonna seal it in with our rejuvenator or our bumper gel.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought I had a rejuvenator.
I don't think they're right there.
Oh.
Yeah. There's one right there.
Rejuvenator's
Yep.
right there in front of them.
Yep.
So that will seal the color back in. And I've seen it re-dyed and it's lasted at least 3 years. The person comes into our shop all the time and buys. So I know for a fact it's lasting at least 3 years once you seal it in with that rejuvenator. I mean, we sell window ceramics. We talked about those
Two
earlier
wipes.
with the headlights. It's a 2-wipe system. One wipe is the cleaning, basically a cleaning alcohol wipe to make sure that surface is clear. And then we have a ceramics wipe that we have on there, and just wipes it in and he seals it for a year.
Lots
So-
of add-ons, guys. That's what it's,
It's
all
all
about.
about
Odor
add-ons.
removal is a great option. We've got chlorine bombs that you can do. People charge like $80 to $100 every time they do it.
Who's ever heard of ozone?
little water in
you
it.
know, This is a lot safer than ozone.
Right.
Yes, sir.
My question is, what is the easiest and fastest way to do the restoration for the headlight without charging too much and without
Right.
spending too much chemicals?
So the
I'll grab the can.
Gotcha. Absolutely. So the question was, guys, for YouTube, how do we the headlight restoration process be quicker and more cost effective. So we sell a headlight sealer. It's our 680. All you do is you're gonna sand with 600 or 800 grit. Then you're gonna sand again with 1,000 grit. You're gonna leave it rough. Then you use our spray from top to bottom, about 6 inches away from the headlight, and that's it. It takes you about 10 minutes to do.
Can't find it. Sorry, guys. It's a black and yellow can.
That's
Just
around
ask
here. That's
Bruno
around
in
here.
the
That's right
store.
there. Look.
Oh, there it is. Nice.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yep. That
Yeah,
right there.
super
like I
simple.
said,
Like 20 headlights out of one.
depending on how bad the yellowing is, you may need to go more aggressive with a 600 grit. But as long as you finish with 1,000 grit, and then you just leave it and you spray. That's it.
Yep. Yeah, and you're getting at least a year worth of protection out of that guy.
You're charging $25 a headlight. This one can costs you $50. So one set of headlights will essentially pay for the can, and now everything else is profit.
Yeah, and you get literally 20 sets. That's what I've been seeing
Yep.
on average.
About
So, yeah. Great little add-on, guys. And I would say per headlight, what do you think? 15 minutes tops?
Yeah, that's
Something
like 10
like
to
that?
15 minutes at the most. Yeah.
Yeah,
However
Perfect.
long it takes you to change your sandpaper.
pretty much. Yeah. Well, and mask it off
Yep.
because there's a little bit of overspray. So,
Definitely
Yeah.
mask. Yeah.
yeah,
And that
unless you
means
want to
just
be
putting
using a
tape
lot of
around the
solvent.
edges, because you are sanding with an aggressive grit, guys. And if you do happen to hit the paint, that paint will be removed.
Well, and that's another thing where you can sand by hand, or eventually you can upgrade to a pneumatic sander. That makes a giant difference in how fast that
Yeah.
process goes. You could do
Absolutely.
a headlight in like 5 minutes versus 15. I think we've got one right here.
Now with masking, like, right now, let's go back to like,
What the hell?
are you masking cars off, or you seal, trim,
When I'm masking,
ending on the vehicle?
depends on the vehicle. And then if I'm masking anything, I am masking seals, because anytime I get compound on rubber, it just turns it white and it stays white. And sometimes I'm doing the if on the hood they have the spray for the windshield washer solvent, I'm covering those because sometimes those are rubber. But for the most part, I'm not sealing any edges. I'm not taping any edges because I'm just comfortable. Now, if I'm beginning, I used to when I was first starting, because I just wanted to make sure I covered my bases. I didn't want to mess up anybody's edges and stuff like that. But now, this is the experience now. I don't. But
Have you found a way to get polish off those seats?
Little all clean is a decent way to do it.
yeah, a little
With
bit of
like
a
the soft
little bit of
makeup brush.
APC with the makeup.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's the easiest. I may have to do it a couple times, but that's I found to be the most effective way of getting it.
Well, in our modern compounds and polishes, they are much better than they used to be like 15 years ago. So if you wipe it off within the first 5 minutes, you're golden. If you leave it for 2 days and it turns to concrete, that's on you, bro.
Yeah,
That's a
yeah.
nightmare.
That's
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's gonna
Yeah.
be.
Well, usually I notice it when I'm doing my ceramic, and sometimes the ceramic will take it off. Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Strong solvent. Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
Any questions now?
We're getting close to the end, so this
Yeah.
is kind of the spot to shout it out.
Yep. Talk
Sure.
to me.
I don't have much experience, but what kind of compound you use based on the paint? Like when you use low, medium, and high?
Okay. So the question is,
Great
guys, for YouTube, the grits and the different quality or heavy dutiness of the compounds. So we have a heavy duty. We even have rocks in the bottle are 800. Now, what I use to determine, I go medium and medium for my test spotting, and then if that works, then I don't have to go any more aggressive. I can just use what that is. My medium is our 802, our webbing compound, and should be right in front of you.
I've got a bottle right here.
There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, this guy.
That one right there.
802. Yep.
So our rubbing compound is basically our medium cut, and then I would use maybe the yellow pad or the blueberry pad that we have over there as my starting ground. The blue one is a heavy polishing and a light cut, and the yellow one is just a polishing pad.
Pass them around. You guys can feel them. This is kind of like grits of sandpaper. That's how you should treat
They're
it.
buffer shine.
Yeah. Yep.
And so that's how I would start my polishing and my paint correction, because if I can get away with that, I don't have to go any heavier. If that makes sense.
You don't want to go more aggressive. It's
Yeah.
not always the best case.
You don't ever want to start more aggressive and the most aggressive and most.
Start with, like very low.
Yeah, I'll start
Right.
very low. I start like right in the medium, so I could go. I mean, I used to go A15 with a blue or a wool pad just just to play around. But the wool pad or the more aggressive cutting pads will put more marring into the paint.
Yeah.
So that's why.
About like a 400 then on your wools and stuff.
As far as grits, like
Yeah.
comparable to sanding, I mean,
I wanna say-
Rupes is pretty soft.
Yeah, I want to say like a wool would closer to be like 1,000 grit.
Yeah,
More than
especially that would be with like
more
an
so
aggressive
now.
compound
More so now.
too.
More so now. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you really need to think of these guys as just, I mean, compounds, polishes, that's your first factor. Pads, that's going to be your second one. Third is what kind of machine. The fourth is how much pressure. And the fifth is how long you're polishing for.
Yep.
So there's a lot of factors involved there. Just to throw out some basic rules, with modern compounds and polishes, we never want to polish for more than 60 seconds. Everything starts to dry up at that stage, okay? Pressure light. That's on average what people suggest. Rupes doesn't want you there grinding into the paint. A low amount of heat on the paint is better for the paint. If you heat up the paint a lot, it'll swell and it makes the scratch look like it's gone, but it comes back when it cools and it kind of damages the paint. Outside of that, it's just finding the good combination between pad and polish. That's it, man. And like Zach was saying, you kind of need to base it off what the customer's paying you. If the customer's paying you just for a polish, you're never going to start with an aggressive compound, because if you go with aggressive first, you're going to have to follow it with something lighter, and now you're giving them free work, okay? So we don't do that, okay? So no compound unless they're paying you minimum for a 2-stage paint correction. If you're only doing a single stage polish, you're reaching for something light, kind of like our 815. You're going to be taking that clear coat and just kind of jeweling it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now you guys like lubing your pads, like spraying your pads and stuff.
You can
'Cause
do
I
a
know-
little
'cause I
bit.
know you can too much compound, not enough compound.
Right.
So yeah, we don't ever spritz ours. That was more so as an older wave.
Right.
Whenever technology wasn't as advanced as it is now.
Yeah.
Just
I think
because-
the lube in the compound is plenty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Because a lot of those compounds would dry out the pad a lot quicker, and that's what causes. That's why they used to spray a little quick detailer into it.
Yeah, I used to always spray my pad, make my compound go farther.
Absolutely.
Definitely. If I'm doing like an RV, so I've got like gel coat, I'm outside in the sun and the paint is hot, a little bit of water makes a difference for getting that longevity, but every other time, if I'm in a shop, just leave it as is.
Yep.
And less is more with compound, okay? When a pad is brand new, like we passed around with you guys, you want to start out with maybe 4 pea-sized dots, and then for every panel or section that you do that you follow, 2 dots. That's all you need. We see guys taking whole lines of compound, they gum up their pad, it burns things up, it's not good. You're saying it works. It's good if you're doing aggressive cutting. I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
If you're polishing and you gum up your pad, no consistency.
At all.
Cool. So,
Anything else, guys? Any questions?
yeah. Anything on YouTube? We're about to close it out, guys.
All right. Cool.
We good?
Yep.
Okay. Beautiful, guys. The last thing on here is just final
final
inspection. So just the easiest way to think about this, guys, you've been staring at the same car for 4 hours, okay? You probably think it looks perfect because you know what work you've done, but you really need to separate yourself from the details, step back 20 feet, take a look at it as if you're the customer, and then go to 10 feet and look for more of the finer scratches. And you just go around, and I like taking masking tape. I find a scratch, I slap it on the scratch, and I'll just go around and try and perfect it as much as I can.
Yeah.
But that's based off how much the customer pays you. If it's your cheapest detail, do not chase all the scratches. They're paying for shiny scratches,
Absolutely.
okay?
And we do have this inspection sheet, guys. I don't know if y'all saw this, the detailing checklist. Feel free to take it home with you. I have no issue. This is a way to double check yourself. You know, if you have workers, one guy's selling everything, they have all the add-ons in the notes to make sure, you know, to leather treat, to make sure to add the ceramic coating, you know, to add the spray sealant. It's all there, so that way whenever they're working on the vehicle, they know when it needs to be happen, and they can check off, you know, if one side was clean, one side wasn't, you know, vice versa. So it's a way for them to double check their work, and for you to come and inspect whenever you're doing the final inspection to see, okay, I see you got check marks here, but you didn't have a check mark on the windows. You can clean the windows. Oh yeah, I did. Let me well, now you gotta, you know what I mean? It's just a way of double checking yourself as well. So.
Yep,
Like that,
quality
someone
control.
who didn't even touch the car. looked
Oh,
at it.
absolutely. Someone who hasn't even looked at the car. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
and absolutely. Because like you said, you've seen the same car for the last hour and a half, so you know
Two
what
eyes
you.
are better than one.
Exactly.
100%. Yep. Yeah. And it's better to do that than have your customer notice it and then you fix it in front of them. That's an awkward little moment. So
Drive it outside.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
sun
yeah.
is
check
the
it.
ultimate.
Sun check
Yep.
it. Yeah. Sun
that's-
check everything.
There's so much you
There's
see
nothing-
outside
no-
that you don't see
No,
inside.
there's nothing better than sunlight when it comes to light. I mean, we have.
Hex lights,
Yeah, we have all the lights. You know, the scan grip lights. You know that.
Different
that,
colors.
You know, that's 90% there, but
Right.
that's nothing beats actual sunlight.
because it's full spectrum.
Yeah.
You get everything. So
I mean, you're in your car in the sunlight more than anything.
Absolutely.
literally, yeah.
Hanging out in the garage.
Perfect.
I did have one question.
Sure.
Waterless washes.
hmm
I missed it. I don't know a dang thing about it.
I will grab
I
ours.
see the pad, but
We got you. I think it's on the.
It's on the rack?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe not.
It's got me guessing. I'm not seeing it, bro. That's okay. We can just explain what it is.
Yeah.
So basically, waterless washes, man, kind of came about because in areas like California, they didn't want chemicals and water going down the drain, stuff like that, damaging wildlife. So the idea is to have a chemical that will kind of pick up and encapsulate the dirt and prevent it from scratching as you remove it off the car. I like them, personally. I'm a big fan. If you're maintaining a car for a customer, you're in the middle of the winter and you can't pressure wash, like in your area, good thing to have. But if you have a heavy, disgusting car that has mud, heavy dirt, you're not going to be able to use that. It's really just dust, bro.
is it like a quick detailer, but for washing?
Essentially.
100%.
Yeah.
Yep. And
Are we wetting the car?
So no, we're not. So what we're doing is we're carrying two towels. One's going to be fully saturated wet. It's going to be dripping wet. That's that's wiping the initial dust off.
Just with water.
Just with water, and then and the chemical
And the
the chemical on the paint.
Okay.
yeah.
And then you're coming off with the dry one and you're buffing it out, and that's what's adding the shine to it.
And ours has a
Essentially.
wax built into it,
Yeah.
so it actually shines it like a
Yeah.
carnauba. It's pretty sweet. It's unique. Yeah, most of them are really just made up of like a polymer of some kind, and it's not really going to leave behind shine. It's just meant to clean. That's kind of where ours is set apart.
Set apart.
Yeah.
I see people have like a certain pad and stuff.
Yeah. So I mean, you can use
Sponges.
You can use this one right here
Yeah.
as well,
It's preference, bro.
but I would use this only for the wet part, not for the drying part.
Yes.
Yeah.
But me personally, guys, I'm a big fan of using these guys, the fluffy towels. Something like this or something like this. And I'll just walk around the car with two of those. It's less likely to scratch. Yeah.
Basically your ceramic towel.
Yes, exactly. And you can reuse them. That is one thing about ceramic, though. If you're going to apply ceramic with those, you're throwing them.
That's
Yep.
another question. Will this take out ceramic?
Not if you let it cure. If you have a bucket and you take it immediately from applying ceramic and put it in there, there's a chance it'll come out, but not a high chance.
I just don't recommend it.
No,
Just,
we
there's
really
no
don't
point.
like
I mean,
it.
you're charging. You're only charging them so much more money. There's no point in trying to be cheap and trying to save a microfiber towel that costs you 80 cents.
Yeah, it's a
I mean,
$1,000 job.
you're
Throw
charging-
away your $1 job.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you're really worried about, if you're really worried about
Expensive.
the 10 towels you used for 80 cents a piece, then add that into your cost.
Sometimes I'll make them into like my tar towel, you
Yeah.
know, for the exterior, because you're going to throw those away eventually anyways. So.
Yeah, oh yeah.
But they'll scratch.
I'm into jug towels.
Exactly.
Right.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, usually I'll cut a corner off so that way I know I use ceramic on it. Find a way to prove it to yourself.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Anything else, guys?
Anything else?
Cool. It's lunchtime.
Let's do lunch. Yeah. Heck yeah.
Guys on YouTube, thanks
Thank you.
again for tuning in. We'll
Thank
see
you.
you back at 1 o'clock. Thank y'all.
Awesome. Welcome back, YouTube. We're going to be going over our Modernizing Your Detail Process and Reconditioning Center today. So this is definitely a little bit less formal of a class, like I was telling you guys. A lot of this is focused on tools and things you can do to actually increase your efficiency. So we'll go over a lot of that. And then we're going to touch on a few key points as far as business goes, okay? So I guess first things first, is there anything specific you guys want to focus on in this course that you want to like modernize your shop with? It's kind of tricky because if you would, you know, structure and system. You talking for like billing or every car we're doing?
It's different. There's like no organization, no structure, no process.
Right. Every requirement is different by the car.
Is there a way to automate the process so you can grow the business?
There definitely is. Yep. So there are a couple companies that exist now that can expedite that process. I mean, RoadFS is one of them. They'll do a good job helping your business grow. Shoot, I'm drawing a blank on the other business. But there are companies that basically will set up websites for you. They'll set up your billing for you. They'll even go as far as like when they make a reservation, they will pull a deposit so that customer does show up. That name is going to come back. Typically, it depends on the type of shop. Like, what are you using now?
Right now we're on TintWiz.
You're on what?
It's called TintWiz.
TintWiz.
Yeah.
Okay. There you go.
It's more vinyl, PPF, detail based. It's the
Okay.
whole, it's the whole 9 yards.
Okay.
One to one.
And it kind of caters a little to detail, but not specifically to that.
Well, yeah, but we can customize every customer for certain jobs.
Okay.
And, customize it how we want.
That's perfect. Not too shabby.
But, I just didn't know if there was one you recommended.
So it
Specifically
specifically for
for detail.
detail, there
That's
is
what
one
that's what
out
we're
there.
heavy on. We're doing vinyl
Yeah.
and all that, but details really our main.
Detail is the main one. Okay.
Basically, my background is software engineer.
Okay, cool.
So I built the entire system for people in the industry to automate the entire process.
Right.
Like you literally have a customer come to the website, look at everything, they can select.
Mhm.
You can select the pricing for each and every option and ask them every
Right.
single question.
Uh-huh.
And then in the end, you get 20% deposit, 80% when you work them, and just charge the card on the phone.
There you go. Yeah, that's a good way to go. And you built that, you said?
It's almost done.
Nice.
In the testing phase.
So it'll be something that these guys can buy in the future, maybe subscribe.
It's a service based.
Okay.
So the purpose of this system is to help the detailer,
Right.
not only the website, lead generation process, automate the one side of the business so they can focus on the customer side.
Smart. Focus on the service, bringing the customer back, let the numbers kind of work for themselves.
It's a
Okay.
basically a AI system where it's gonna come and generate the leads and everything.
Oh.
Find everything, automate on your website.
Uh-huh.
All you need to do is to make sure you do a good job,
Uh-huh.
so the customer can leave 5-star rating on your Google profile.
There you go. Nice. So I mean, there's a lot more growing out there. A common one would be like Detail Bookie. Have you guys heard of that before? They specifically cater to the detail world. There are other ones, and there's one specific one that is on the tip of my tongue that hopefully comes out in the middle of class.
It's called DetailMate. It's from Kansas. There is a team in Kansas called detailmate.com.
Okay, nice.
They build the system, they charge you monthly fees.
Perfect. Yeah, and some of them will build you a website. They're going to have the billing, online, all that stuff. You know, there are options out there, but they're going to be subscriptions. You know, you're going to pay $150 a month or something like that. So,
The best,
but it pays for itself. Let's be honest, dude.
the best way, what I understand from the industry is, look for a system that can help you to generate the business. If
Yes.
they're just gonna say, well, I'm gonna send you to a scheduling system in the website, run away. But if you find somebody who can work on generating the leads for you from your area with like 10 miles in radius, like Windows tinting, PPF, vinyl, and detail, then yeah, if they charge 500, go for it because the system will pay for itself.
Yeah, totally. And this, we've got a whole new world coming, guys, with AI coming up. What we teach in this class business-wise is going to be completely irrelevant 6 months, 12 months, 2 years down the road because AI is going to rock the world. There's no doubt about that at all. But you're still going to have basic business practices that are a necessity. You know, you're going to have insurance for your shop. You're going to have to register your business with the state and federally, get your EIN number. Has everyone done those steps?
Yeah.
No? Okay. So if you haven't done it, it's really, really simple, but it's important because down the road it can really bite you in the butt. Because, I mean, you got to pay taxes, bro. I mean, there's business taxes, there's personal taxes, all that can accumulate over time and really destroy a business if you don't pay as you go. So we'll dig into that a little bit more later. As far as the actual class itself, we are going to talk mostly about tools, like I was telling you guys. So it's going to be going over the things that you can actually get in your shop to increase efficiency, okay? We already talked a little bit about the toolkits. This really is all about investing in yourself. Oh, go back one? Sure. You want one? Yeah. Are you a mechanic too?
No, but we have tools.
But you still want a place to hide them all. Yeah. No, I mean, those things, if you buy that, oh, bro, that's the full size.
Oh, that's the full size.
Yeah, that's going to be probably a $50,000 unit. Yeah. At least, bro. Some of these companies, Matco, Cornwell, you would be surprised how much mechanics are paying.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah.
Harbor Freight.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Those guys would say the exact same thing, man. Yeah. For a mobile unit? What part of it? Like buying the tools or getting a setup for your pressure washer?
Like a box, organize your tools and everything, like towels, rotator, bags, chemical.
So, I mean, it kind of depends. That's all preference, you know, because it's like we were talking about with buffing. Some guys love rotary. Some guys love to have a DA. What kind of soda do you like? Tell me.
I like both.
Yeah. Do you? Okay, well, I like Coke. So, I mean, who's right? You know what I mean? It's all an opinion at the end of the day. So, really what it kind of comes down to is it going to be worth how much money you're putting into it? How quickly are you going to get that investment back? That's how I kind of base my decisions. When it comes to mobile units too, I mean, you've got a lot of things to consider. Are you going to go with a full cargo van that you can stand up in and that is really comfortable? Are you going to go with the vehicle you already have? Because there's a lot of mobile guys that are doing it out of back of like a Honda Accord. And that's totally fine. Because they can commute cheaply. They don't have to buy a second vehicle. It's a lot less strain on their business. It's a lot less income they need to produce. But there are companies out there, including a lot of detail stores in California. They work with fabricators to actually build custom like drawers and things to hold your generator, pressure washer, reels, stuff like that. And you can reach out to those kind of guys. They'll build you a specific system, and then they'll powder coat it in the color that works for you. So you can really customize it and dial it in, but we don't have a specific fabricator here that we work with to build out vans. That'll have to be a little bit of private research. Sorry, bro. Good question, though. So there are a lot of ways. I mean, how many of you have social media in general? Does everyone use Instagram, Facebook, all that? Okay. So I'm sure you've seen online that there are a lot of different combinations of businesses that work well together. I mean, you guys have a great example of one, right? What are the services you offer?
PPF, vinyl,
Okay.
window tint, detail, fabrication. I mean,
That's pretty good. I mean, you were saying you did RVs.
Auto and marine. So,
Auto and marine.
Yeah,
Okay.
really the whole 9 yards.
So, I mean, you can expand into a lot of different fields. That is a classical combination just because you could get hooked up with one large dealership and they can keep you busy year round. The only negative to working with dealerships is they do tend to pay you less than a retail client. But if you've got slow seasons like winter, fall, whatever your area kind of has, you can adjust how much work you bring in from them. So that kind of works. But there are some weird ones that we've seen online that kind of seem to work pretty dang good. This is an interesting one. They have a barbershop, detail shop combination, and you can do a subscription through these guys where you come in for your weekly touch-up, you know, you get your beard shaved, your head trimmed, whatever, and they detail your car at the same time. So don't think that there's only one way to do this, okay? There's a million combinations. I know guys that are doing airplane details and then they do barbecue with a food truck on the weekend. I mean, it's endless.
Pays for it.
Exactly. Obviously, his hobby is probably smoking meat. It's probably not doing planes, but we do what we can. So finding interesting combos like this is always fun. But it really kind of depends on what your likes are. You know, you don't want to go into a business that you dislike, because if you don't like detailing, if you don't like cars, how hard is our job? It's not easy, right? I mean, you guys go home tired, sweaty, dirty, but do you love it? I always felt satisfied most days. I mean, yeah, there are the soccer mom days with the minivan that you hate, but there's only so much that you can do on that front. You can't always control the type of work you do, right? So get creative, find ways to get yourself out there. Now, as far as ways for you guys to advertise better, we do have a marketing department here, and you guys can actually order stuff through us if you like. Or there's obviously shops wherever you live, like in Colorado. I'm sure you've got flag shops, tint shops, whatever you need to actually get stuff put up on the walls. For mobile guys, these are a great option. Do you guys have anything like that? Okay. You do? Nice. What does yours say on your sign?
It's worth it. Like it paid off buying stuff, and like we have like 35 customers on a monthly recurring.
Nice.
50% comes from the sign.
Okay, nice. 50% of it comes from that sign?
Yeah.
I mean, you're already sitting there. People are interested in what you're doing, so they see. I'm assuming it's just like your name and your logo on that sign?
Yeah.
Contact info?
Another website called washmydailywrite.com. It's catchy.
Nice.
People see it and they go and they see the website, and that's how we get it.
And that's how you land it. Nice. There you go. That is one thing that is kind of nice to have, guys. I mean, social media is a cheap option for having an online presence. But if you can get to the point where you have your own dedicated website with like a gallery of photos to advertise what you do, list out your packages, it's useful. What's that?
Membership program, loyalty cards.
100%. Even gift cards in the winter. That was something that was always big. Yeah. It varies though, because there are a lot of ways to make yourself successful. You've just got to adapt better to your area. Outside of that, we do custom banners as well. Now for brick and mortar shops like you guys, having literal flags and banners, something to wave and attract the vision, makes a big difference. Do you guys do anything like that yet?
Not banners, but we just put a big old sign out front.
Ah,
on the
nice.
side of the road, so. And it took maybe half a day, and it just started coming in.
Oh, really? Wow. See, people just need to see you, man. That's really what it comes down to, is visibility. So marketing is huge. I'm still, in my opinion, I think one of the best ways for you to market is going to be social media. You just get the most amount of views, and you can specifically target your geolocation, like area, and target maybe a 100-mile radius around your shop. So that way you're not advertising to people in Florida that you will never see an investment return on, okay? Outside of that, lighting, it's huge. For mobile detailers, it's going to be a little tricky. You can't exactly set up a lighting setup every time you go out. But if you look at these lights to the side, ScanGrip makes a bunch of lighting options that are full spectrum, just like the sun's light, where if you're in someone's garage and you can't control that lighting, you can have a couple of these tripods with the, I guess I call them little dish lights. They put out a ton of light, and they give you almost as good a view as the sun. Because realistically speaking, if you can avoid polishing outside, guys, you're going to be way better off. Polishing in the direct sunlight is one of the hardest things to do because it just softens that paint so much. But sometimes you just have zero options. Sometimes you have to pull out a canopy, put it up, and just try and get a little bit of shade and be kind of cooler. So, but lighting-wise, people have definitely been they've been hopping on board with some of like the Chinese lighting options. I used to have hex lights in my shop. I had a solid 40-foot by 15-foot wide. I think I paid like $380. I went direct in China. I don't know if it was Temu or whatever. Bro, and it worked out great. I didn't have any issues over the 3 years that I owned it. And customers would walk in there, and just the visual appeal, oh, bro. Especially for you in a store, man. I'm sure you've got some great options.
I do have it in my store.
Do you? Okay, just on the showroom?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good way to go, and it's unique. It sets us apart. One of the things we've been seeing a lot in like California, because they have a ton. That's almost the only thing they do. They don't have guys driving around in trucks to detail shops, dropping off chemical. They have dedicated brick and mortar stores like you've got. One thing that they always nail is the backlighting behind the chemicals to make the colors pop and just make everything look really nice. Thinking about doing that for your shop?
Yeah, we need an organization system.
Something, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right now we just got detail cards.
Yeah. Well, and that's not a bad way to go.
No,
it's more
not
industrial.
It's not appealing. So I mean, when
Yes.
we're taking photos, we're clearing our wall.
Mm-hmm.
That's 5 minutes. We're
You're,
sending.
you're kind of
Yeah,
like trying to find a
love-
way.
Yeah, we'd love to just make it professional.
Yeah. I used to sell to this shop. They made custom trucks to, like, you know, if a car breaks down, they have one of the winches, they pull you up on the back of the truck, one of those, right? So they would weld the entire bed, they'd make it custom to you. But their wash bay was the most impressive thing I've ever seen, because they went kind of like an old man would do, like your grandpa, and they put tape lines around every single tool. So like every brush had a tape line on the wall, every pressure washer piece, everything. And it looks flawless.
Right.
I mean, the other thing to consider visual appeal-wise is how clean are you keeping your shop? Because if a customer walks into an absolutely nasty shop and they're like, this guy's cleaning my car, he can't even keep his own place clean, they might not trust that you can do that quality of work. So you got to develop a system that works for you. For me, it was just a weekly. Have you guys ever seen that concrete cleaner that is orange and it turns green when liquid hits it? No. Okay, so we sell it by the pail. Okay, it's basically a dust, and they use it in mechanic shops. It's a high-powered degreaser, and if you have a drain that you can rinse it down, you get your floor wet, you sprinkle it over the top. You can scrub oily spots because it's got some grit to it, like baking soda but stronger, and then you just rinse it down the drain.
Now we have showroom floors covered.
What's that?
We have like high gloss showroom.
Oh, what's the finish? Is it epoxy or?
Yeah.
It's an epoxy. Epoxy's pretty resilient, man. Was it professionally done or did you do it yourselves?
Professional.
Okay, good.
It's just hard to keep clean. I mean.
Does it have that flakiness to it?
No, it's just light gloss gray.
Okay.
Yeah, glass gray.
That's nice. Is it, did you put that grit in it where it, okay, so it can be slippery?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. So
Yeah, just keeping it clean.
I would probably point you this direction, dude.
Really,
All
yeah,
clean.
all clean.
All clean. I mean, it's an all-purpose cleaner,
Right.
but we have a version of that we call floor scrubber. It's made for those like Zambonis that they push around like Costco. You know what I mean? That'd make your life so much easier, dude. But I mean, you can do a lot with a pressure washer and a floor squeegee. You really can. Just make sure along the edge you take like that plastic, I don't even know what you call that, the little edge that prevents it from getting to the drywall, okay? And then seal it off. But appearance is so important, and if you have a shop that looks really nice like this, specifically this one, because that one looks AI generated, genuinely. But this one right here, if you've got something that's orderly, that is easy to do like your photo shoots for customer cars, that attracts customers to you. Just because you look like the premier shop in town that people take their high-end stuff to, okay? All right, Scan Grip. Everyone familiar with the brand? Oh, okay. Yeah, there is a little bit of flex in there too, yep. So Scan Grip, they come out of Europe. I want to say it's Sweden or Holland, one of those islands. And they make super high quality stuff. It's not Chinese made, garbage. The nice thing about it is they've got really solid warranties, but they have that full spectrum lighting. So they match the sun's style of light. It's got the, you know how there's like blue and like warmer light? It has a combination of that, so it'll work with all styles of paint. At a minimum, specifically for you mobile guys, if you can get something like this and like this, I think you can handle 90% of your problems, okay? Obviously, having a dish light if you're in a garage is helpful, but not a necessity if you have a headlamp. They do also have this little like dome light on the far left side. You could just put that in an interior, you can hang it, and it's like a lantern, so it gives you lots of light. I'm trying to think, we have We have another style of light. It's this guy right here. You guys ever worked with the ones that'll drape across? Yeah, dude. You have them right now? Nice. It's interesting to find one that is actually high quality and lasts because the batteries go out really quick in some of the Chinese ones, dude. Ooh, Snap-on. Was that like $1,000 though? It's got to be expensive as heck, dude. Finance, that's right. Pay them $5 a week for the rest of your life. Right. Yeah, no, Scan Grip is honestly really reasonable. I want to say that it's somewhere in the $200 range. It's got a solid battery built into it, and you can plug it in or leave it unplugged if you want to be mobile like you guys are. So solid choice.
Tripods that they come apart and we can hang them
Ooh.
everywhere. So they were inexpensive, so that's what we've been using.
Are they rechargeable or battery operated?
Rechargeable.
Nice. That's perfect.
And you can actually plug them in the wall.
No kidding.
Yeah, so
That's awesome.
they work pretty good.
There you go. Even with these ones, these are pretty interesting. I'll pop one of these off and pass it around to you guys. But they make an adapter that if you are able to, like say you have DeWalt batteries or Makita batteries, you can put an adapter on the back of this, and you can plug them in there. You don't have to buy a specific kind of battery. I'll grab a battery so you guys can see how bright that thing is, but it makes a world of difference. Rupes, Flex. I wonder where they put our adapters. Gosh dang it. All right. So here's one of the minis. So you can check that out. I'm going to see if I can find an adapter for you guys so you can actually play with the lights. It is an investment, guys. These things are close to 200 to 300 bucks, but pretty dang cool what they'll do. Do you know where they put the adapters at? Of course. Oh, guys, we're going battery free on this one. Truly cordless. Where did I put it? So what's nice about these little handheld ones, you can adjust it to warm and cool light. It is magnet, yep. I like to put a little bit of electrical tape on the magnet because it'll slowly pick up metal shavings, and then you put that in the car, you will scratch the crap out of it. But the reason you want to have cool and warm lights is because different paint jobs show scratches with different kinds of lighting, okay? So if you have a white car, you're not going to want cool light. You want warm light. It'll help reflect those scratches better. If you have a dark colored car, you're going to want to actually reach for more of that white light, that more high powered light. It shows more. So definitely get one that has a lot of different options. And the benefit of having one of these mini lights is that when you're buffing, the best way to see a scratch is to take the light opposite you, angle it at 45 degrees, let it bounce off the paint and into your eyes, which is kind of blinding. But that's the best way to identify scratches on a paint surface. So a handheld flashlight makes a world of difference. Yeah, sure.
Which color is the most toughest for the back? Like which color in your experience?
To see like scratches?
Yeah.
White.
White.
White hides scratches, which is great if you just want to polish a car. But if you're trying to do like a ceramic coating, there's nothing harder to identify scratches on. And you don't want a ceramic over scratches because they are locked in, dude. You'll end up having to sand that ceramic coating off. So in that case, that's where you need one of those little handheld lights, which, where'd that guy go? And you just switch it on to the yellow light. That's all you do. Yep, that guy. Yep. Okay, mixing station. We kind of already went over this. I'd like to show you guys a little bit more in depth what it looks like. So there are some serious benefits to this machine. So for starters, it's on wheels. Kind of like Zach was explaining before, you have only one connection to this thing. There's no power whatsoever. It's purely hydraulic. So you hook up just the standard garden hose to the back. You leave that hose on at all times. You're golden. This is where you store all of your 5 gallons and gallons. It'll fit, I think it's 8 5 gallons in here. So if you want to lock it away so no one steals your stuff, It's perfect for that. And then you just drop a hose into each 5 gallon or gallon, and you'll adjust the tips right here at the back of these little white nipples. And you can, it's kind of like a carburetor. You kind of just adjust how much fuel is squirting out of it. It's the same thing here, except it restricts how much chemical is coming in, okay? So super convenient. You can just walk up. These ones we can customize between 1 gallon per minute to 4 gallons per minute. So you could put soap on this if you like. I'm not a giant fan of that because I don't want this in my wet bay where it's going to get corroded with water and stuff like that. So all your interior cleaners, dressings, stuff like that work great out of this. Even your degreaser if you like. So a solid, solid choice. You know, that's a great question. I told you I don't know very much about pricing. I'm sorry. I want to say that if you, so it's based off how many buttons you get, right? Because each one of these pumps, they cost. So I want to say for the full 6-button setup, it's somewhere around $1,500, something like that. So not too crazy, man. But can't quote me on that because I'm not 100% sure, please. Let's see. So that would be the most expensive choice, which, believe me, it definitely saves you time. When you go to restock your bottles and it's automatically mixing, you're going to cut that down to 30% of what it normally would take, okay? There are other more manual options. So we have the head pack Surefills. I use those for quite a while. It's a great way to go. The only bad thing about them is that when your seal goes out and the spout lets all the chemical go, you'll have 5 gallons of whatever that chemical was all over your floor, okay? It'll probably happen once a year. And usually it's because something freezes or something like that. So just keep that in mind. But you can stack those on a standard shelf. You could get like a Husky shelf from Costco or Home Depot, I guess, and just line up all your chemicals. Outside of that, these are what those buttons are. Up here, you can buy those individually, and you can actually attach that to your shop wall if you've got studs. So there's lots of options, but the goal is to save time and build consistency. Because like Zach was saying before, if you've got one dude mixing degreaser at 50-50 and another guy mixing it 10-1, the wrong guy picks up the wrong bottle, all of a sudden you burnt paint, you might have ruined something. It can be a giant issue. So, all right. These are our nerdy Batman utility belts. Anyone used the detailer helper before? Dude, I love them. I still wear it every single time I detail, and I know it's nerdy. I know you're laughing. But the nice thing about it is you can actually order the specific pockets you want. So they'll fit 32-ounce bottles. They've got one for a buffer for some reason, because you'd want to keep that on your belt. I don't know. But you know, it'll do wax bottles, brushes, hold your phone, all the above. The goal is to have, like, in my case, I'd keep probably an enzyme, all-purpose cleaner, and a dressing all on one side, and then have a pocket for brushes and towels. That way I don't even have to leave the car. I can just do my area and then move on to the next one, okay? Seating, there are so many choices on that front now. You can find chairs that cost like $3 grand. I think they're called Viper chairs. Yes. You've heard of those?
Yeah, I saw that.
Dude, they have like a lifetime warranty though. It's kind of insane. They're super solid, super smooth casters. I'm definitely not arguing that's an essential, but if you're gonna be detailing long term, it makes a big difference. Kind of like when, if you've got a dedicated shop, let's say you own it, like a shop behind your house or something like that, you own the commercial building. A lot of guys will invest in those scissor lifts to get the cars up off the ground. Have you guys seen those? Yeah. Oh my God. Dude, what a game changer. Your back will help you, or your back will thank you so much, because it will take a car like a Miata or a Corvette where you're gonna literally be squatting, buffing that bottom running board for an hour every time you hit it, and elevate it to at least chest height. So huge game changer, saves your body so you're not ending up with back issues. This is already a physically demanding job, so anything we can do to make that easier, do it. The slightly cheaper / ghetto version of that is they make some blocks that you can drive up on. They're super lightweight. Have you seen this?
Race ramps.
Race ramps. That's the name. Thank you. Yeah, so basically, what, they give you 16, 12 inches off the ground?
No, well, you can get higher than that.
Can you really?
Yeah, ours were probably foot and a half.
Foot and a half?
Yeah.
Not
Depends
bad.
on the vehicle, 'cause I mean,
Yeah.
if you're low, yeah, you ain't getting that high.
Yeah, you're not going to get a Corvette up there probably.
No.
You'd have to have one of those really
Yeah,
long
yeah,
ramps.
Yeah, they come with the longer.
Yeah, yeah.
They're efficient. But
They're nice. There is an added risk factor because if something slips or you miss the rail on the way up,
it's scary.
it is. I was not a giant fan, but I had them in my wrap shop because sometimes you get the really low cars,
Exactly,
dude. You're
that's it,
back.
yeah.
Yeah. And it makes a difference because, you know, even if you get 12 inches higher on a short car, the buff is going to go way better if you're sitting down. So much more efficient, guys. So on this front, oh, I actually have a Viper chair up here. That's one of the expensive ones right there. Those are fantastic, super comfortable. And then you have more budget items. You know, you can get anything off Amazon nowadays, but you have the, which one?
The bottom right.
The bottom right. How do you like it with all the cup holders?
They're nice. I like all the cup holders.
Uh-huh.
They're not. They're hard.
Are they?
Yeah, your butt hurts.
Oh, yeah, that sucks.
Yeah, but no, they're really convenient. That front pouch is great for your towels and they'll hold bottles.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah,
Little wax bottles too and all that.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's really nice.
What about the comfort level? It's really comfort if you're working for long
I mean,
hours.
you can do a full car, but yeah, you don't want to. Yeah, exactly.
It's plastic by the sound of it, huh? Yeah. Well, it's not like you can't modify it though. I mean, you could get a cushion, pop it on
Yeah,
top of that.
Pops off, so that, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, if you've seen like that red bucket right there, that 5-gallon bucket, they make a cushion you can put on top of those. You can get as budget friendly and space saving as you guys need, especially being mobile. Everything has to have more than one purpose. So being able to just sit is way better than kneeling all day long, even if it's a hard seat. I'll take that.
I'm using knee pads for sure, you know.
Oh, dude, guaranteed. You will definitely mess your knees up if you're like kneeling on asphalt all day. Oh, yeah. So definitely a necessity. We also sell these guys, which, how many of you keep pad washers in your shop? Anyone have one of those? No? Not for you? There's easy ways and hard ways to clean them. It makes it a little more efficient. I've got one from Lake Country that I bought way back in the day. It does a great job of cleaning the pads at the end of the day. Okay, you never want to use those like mid-detail because they load your pad with water, and that's going to tax your machine more. But if you're looking to clean up your entire line, let's say you save up 20 or 30 buffing pads, you can clean them all in a matter of 10 minutes, leave them drying on a little, clothesline or something like that, come back the next day and they're golden, okay? But you can also prevent that just by having like compressed air. If you blow out your pads at the end of every day, it really doesn't build up too bad. And you can clean it with like a little bit of all-purpose cleaner and just a brush. That's how I do it. How do you do it? I'm curious. Just a brush. Ah.
I'll leave it right on the buffer and just pass it over.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, they make specialized ones. My favorite brush is the one from Rupes. Have you guys seen the claw tool? Dude, phenomenal tool. I'll pass one to you guys. Ah, there we are. So,
Right, something similar to this, just has a funny shape.
this one has, it's kind of a weird combination, but it's got like a rubber bristle that works really well for, I don't know if it works better on the foam or on the wool, but for some reason that thing really pulls out a lot of caked up compound. Does a nice job if you don't have compressed air. So that is a solid, solid choice. Now, we beat this like a dead horse in the previous class, but safety, guys, you only get your health once, okay? I'm really big on if you're gonna do insurance type work. Like here in Houston, how often do you run into moldy cars? It's gotta be semi-frequent, right?
Yes,
Yeah? What, like 1 out of every 20 cars? What would you guess?
you can say that.
Okay. So the big thing here, guys, anytime it's a biohazard, and especially if it's airborne like mold, because the spores, that's what we worry about. You don't want the spores to go in and then start growing in your sinuses or something like that. That's no bueno. So at a bare minimum, if you're dealing with mold, you're going to want to have actual true respirator. And it's interesting, if you start diving into the science of respirators, there are different filters for every different contaminant out there, dude. You've got to hop on 3M's website and do, honestly, quite a bit of research to find the one that fits for you. So say you're a painter, you're going to find one that is geared towards paint or solvent or lacquer thinner, something like that. If you're dealing with mold, which I dealt with relatively frequently, I had a mold-specific filter that would catch spores. It just has to be a specific size to catch that particulate, okay? So figure out what your risk factors are and then do the research. And I like to keep a couple of these guys around because once again, a $30 filter is a heck of a lot cheaper than buying new lungs. You can't buy new lungs, dude. So outside of that, nitrile gloves. There are levels to nitrile, okay? And this is another thing you might want to do your homework on. But certain types, like latex, nitrile versus like the really thick kitchen gloves, different kinds of material are rated for different kinds of chemical for a certain amount of time, okay? So say you're working with nitrile, it does great with alcohols, solvents. It'll do well with puncture resistance, stuff like that. But it depends on how thick it is, it depends on the quality, and it depends on the material, okay? So if you're dealing with the mold or the blood or problems like that, just make sure you cater it to whatever your chemical choices are, and you'll avoid some of those health hazards, okay? I like to keep those suits around. Here's another thing that these work great for. Have you guys ever done undercoating before on vehicles? Dude, good money, right? Fantastic money. We sell it in a can, okay? You can buy liquid, you can do the cans. I always did the cans. What was your preference, though?
I rather the ones in the cans that I could put into blend.
Nice. Okay. So the little like 32 ounce or quart size, you'll pour it in and okay. So if you do it in the cans, the benefit is you can just throw that sucker away. Anytime you're doing painting, the maintenance of your gear, in my opinion, is a freaking nightmare. I hate dealing with it, dude. Do you just throw it away?
No, the gun is really expensive, so I save the gun.
You have to. Yeah, even if you use like the replaceable cups and stuff like that, that's kind of easy to like clean up at the end of the day. But if you want to add a service that is super quick and easy to do, get a bunch of these disposable suits, not the 3M one, just get cheapos. It doesn't really matter that you're, sealed off fully. Get a respirator that can protect you from paint. And if I remember right, I was anywhere from $250 to $500 to undercoat the bottom of someone's vehicle because you got to prep it, let it sit in your shop for a day and dry out because you don't want to seal in moisture. And yeah, just a great offering, man.
Have you heard about cold ice cleaning?
Yes, dry ice cleaning.
Sorry, dry ice.
No, you're golden, man. No worries.
Yeah.
Have you run into it here, or are you just curious about it?
No, I run into here. It's
Okay.
a really good thing to do it. And you can charge like $150, just like you have a store.
Uh-huh.
You charge like $150, $200. It's a one-day job. Probably if it's a small car, you're gonna make a $1,500. If it's a big car, $3,500. It's a luxury car, $5,000.
Oh yeah, and you can't really hurt anything. It's kind of crazy, man.
And you can do it mobile.
Yes. Yep.
If you get a small machine, it's gonna cost $3,500. You just need 3 or 4 jobs. It's gonna pay it off, and then after you're just gonna make more money.
That's it. Yeah. There's a little bit of logistics involved because dry ice, I mean, it evaporates, right? So you've got to get restocked. I think it's twice a week. I used to have a customer that did it back in Idaho, but you can do anything with it, dude. He was doing buildings. He was doing people's trucks, semi-trucks. He could remove rust with that stuff. It's fantastic, dude. It's like sandblasting. What, $3,000? Yeah, no problem, dude. He made big bucks. And he would buy, so all he had was literally just a metal roof, like made out of corrugated aluminum or whatever. And he had just a standard car lift. And people would send him his exotics. He'd put it up on the lift. And basically the dry ice machine kind of like, I don't know the exact process, but it crunches it up really, really small. And it sandblasts whatever surface you're cleaning. It sanitizes it because it's super cold. And it dries immediately because it's dry ice. It just evaporates.
If you want to do ceramic coating, you can charge more.
Oh, dude, the possibilities are endless. Yeah.
People love
Yes, exactly. Well, and he was charging, like he did a building, picture like a warehouse, right? Like 10,000 square feet or whatever. I want to say he was like $10,000 for doing 10,000 square feet. And all he was doing was hitting like this corrugated metal stuff at the top, just cleaning it up.
Houston, you get paid like $200 to $250 doing cars.
It's fantastic. And then it takes up your whole week. You're busy the whole time. It's a good offering, but.
It's like a 5 to 6 hour job.
Uh-huh.
You said come next day.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. You just use up your ice and keep going, man. Yeah.
5 hours, you will be done in 5 hours.
Yeah. So it's a good thing to have, but there are some logistics. Like he did it mobile too, and he had a trailer that was essentially a super big compressor, and it also had a really big generator on the back of that to power the whole system. I want to say his trailer setup was 10 grand.
You need the
It was
machine is
spicy.
Like it's 4 by 4,
Uh-huh.
and then you need an 11,000 watt alternator to
Exactly.
run the machine.
Yep. Yeah, he had a diesel like massive generator.
It depends on your setup, but
Uh-huh.
you need 11,000.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think the dry ice machine itself is a solid 20 or 30K. It's not cheap to get started, but once you're in it, is it only 3 now?
There
Oh,
are
wow.
different type of machines available. It depends if you need a
That
motor
makes
or
sense.
You need a very high power.
Right. Yeah, he might have had like a high flow or something. It's like pressure washers, right? The gallons per minute and the pressure. You got to pick the combo that works for you. Yeah, but definitely a very interesting business, man.
It's very interesting. Any car that is above $90,000,
Uh-huh.
the owner, if you can explain them how this process works, they're gonna say, okay, let's do it.
Oh yeah, yeah, because you're eliminating all rust,
Yes.
all corrosion, everything underneath the car.
The car will look great when you get back to the showroom look and feel.
Yeah, without harsh chemical, which is something that a lot of those exotic guys try to avoid. They don't want to damage anything, so yeah, solid point. I might throw that in here.
Since you're very clean with the dry ice, it's much safer,
Uh-huh.
but you have to charge more money.
You do, yeah, because if you don't use that dry ice, it's gone within 2 to 3 days. So, yeah. That's a good point, though. Thank you. I'm going to put that in the slideshow. That's wonderful. Yeah, so PPE, guys, it's pretty self-explanatory. This is really just about protecting you. Ventilation. This is an interesting one, specifically with the eyewash station. So if you decide to get into something like this, it's low risk, but if you get the ones that mount to the walls, sometimes if you put that in the bottle and it's too high of a flow rate, like a 4 gallon per minute in a 32-ounce bottle, you'll get splashback. I had a customer, we were working on a car wash in Palm Springs, California, and he was putting an acid at the beginning of the car wash tunnel. A customer walked up, he put the bottle on it, like, let's test it. And he had it pointing right at his face, dude. He hit the button, acid went straight into his eyes. And we were lucky because literally the eye wash station was like 5 feet away, so we just doused his eyes for like 5 minutes. But dude, it's kind of an essential. You know, it's one of those things where your toxic chemicals, let's keep them a little bit lower on the shelf. Let's not put them up here and fill bottles way up here. It's just common sense. Okay, but those can definitely save you. There are cheaper versions like that yellow one at the bottom that you can mount. If you have an enclosed shop, it is pretty important to bring fresh air in. That's one thing we do at our factory that is honestly super duper cool. We have these giant fans, like 5-foot wide fans all along one wall. And then on the opposite wall, we have the exact same thing matching. So it's pushing air through that place. I mean, it probably has fresh air every minute. You know what I mean? So same thing in a detail shop. If you're spraying solvents and the door is closed, it's the middle of the winter, you have no ventilation, that will build up, and then you're going to have less and less fresh air as the day goes on. You're probably going to get a little high, you know? And if that's what you want to do, you do you, bro. But brain cell loss is a real thing, okay? I did a coating, or I did 2 coatings in one day. I did this dude's truck and his boat. I managed to get it to fit in my shop. I tell you what, ceramic coating will get you high. Like, I have never felt like that in my life, dude. It was not a comfortable feeling. But it's the solvents, man. They just start to mess with you. It's the fumes that come off from it. So just be careful of that. Be conscious. And if you don't want to invest in something that goes in your wall, you can always just do one of these. This for the hot areas. I wouldn't recommend it for you guys because it's already muggy. I don't think I would add more humidity to the air. But having an actual like full cage fan, airflow makes a big difference. So.
This fan is really good for modern heater.
Which one?
The red one.
Yes.
I use it in the summer of Houston. It's really good.
Well, and it doesn't take too much power.
Right.
Whereas the other one might have like a compressor or something, or a pump that's pulling the water back up and over the swamp cooler. Yeah. But they come in different sizes. You can cater it to whatever your generator's needs are. You know what I mean? All right. Pressure washers. People are moving more and more towards electric pressure washers. Unless you guys have a really solid generator, I don't know if I would go that way just because the power draw can be pretty significant, especially if it's heated. What's up?
Gasoline.
All the
power
way.
is the best.
All the way, man. I'm with you.
Electric doesn't work very well.
No, not on a generator because there's always going to be a little bit of a lag, and you put a lot of strain on it. So.
Then you need to invest almost $1,500 for the generator if you want to go electric everything. $1,500, $1,600. It's better to get a gasoline power wash that's gonna cost like $300 to $400.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you're going to be a lot better off, and it's kind of like the comparison of corded buffers versus cordless. You can get a lot more power out of a combustible engine like pressure washer, a gas pressure washer, than you can out of an electric in a lot of cases. And for some of these, you're going to need like, 240 volt, heavy plug-ins, almost like you'd put like your dryer or your washer on in your house. So that is a factor, but if you are a mobile guy and you're always working in neighborhoods that are like really quiet, it might be a good option. You're just going to have to consider that power. That's the only thing. Because these things, if you've heard an electric pressure washer, it's literally like a quarter of the sound. It literally makes no sound at all. So it's a pretty solid option. No matter what you do though, regardless of gas pressure washer versus electric, we definitely recommend that you upgrade your pressure washer hose. Almost always the one they come with are garbage. They're chintzy. They don't tend to hold up well if you run it over with a car on accident or something like that. We have one that is like, I think it's a 3-ply hose, so 3 layers, preventing it from popping, with one of them being a steel mesh. And I want to say they're rated to like 4,200 PSI. It's pretty high PSI. Oh, it's way more than you need in the detail world, that's for sure. Yeah, which actually brings up a good point. What do you guys use, PSI-wise? Do you have a preference? 3,200? That's what mine is at home. How about you guys? 31? You guys? Who knows? It's not poking holes in PPF? Okay, good. Yeah, if you're a tint in a PPF shop, I'd have a lower one. Yeah.
Yeah, I had those, but I went through about 3 of them already.
Yeah.
Oh, really? Oh, gosh.
Yeah, there's some.
Yeah, some have reliability issues for
Nice.
sure.
It's nice to have. Yeah, I mean, and it all depends on your nozzle as well.
Right. Yeah, the degrees on the nozzle and all that.
Usually don't go anywhere under 25.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I mean, all the standard tips that come on a pressure washer, that plastic colored piece, they can shoot off like a bullet if you don't click it into the quick disconnect. We've all done it. I've dented a car before. Not proud of it, but it's happened. There's a company called MTM Hydro, and they make one that has a silicone cup that goes over the front of the pressure washer tip, and the tip sits maybe an inch back from the opening. So if it shoots off and it hits a car, it's not going to damage anything. So that's a solid choice for avoiding that problem, and I want to say that it's like 20 bucks. So yes, MTM Hydro, they're an Italian company. I think they make the best foam cannons. That's their old version of foam cannon right there. But yeah, they've got some super solid products. All the rebuild kits are reasonably priced, stuff like that. All right, foam cannons. So let me tell you guys about a specific product. Let me see if I can find it. Has anyone used our ceramic body protection? No? This is a great offering to add to your shops. So this right here is ceramic-like. I'm not going to say it's a hard coat ceramic because you can't apply that with a foam cannon regardless. I'd be lying to you. Some companies will lie, but I'm not going to lie to you. So this guy is basically a polymer. It's going to boost your shine like crazy. You apply it with a foam cannon, and you actually want it to dry. You want it to sit on there and dry completely. Then you pressure wash it off, and you have over a year of protection, just from pressure washing it on and pressure washing it off. Nothing.
Does it have to be climate controlled?
What's that?
Does it have to be climate controlled?
Nope.
Or can you get outside?
Outside, inside, no problem. You do want to clay the car first. I'll throw that out there as caveat. It just helps prep the paint.
Right.
But you can literally hit an entire car lot in an afternoon and charge them $300 a car. They get a 1-year sealant out of it, and you literally had 10 minutes of effort per car tops. So pretty dang good choice. That's kind of why we have this foamer up here. You want to actually use a low pressure foam gun. Yeah, feel free. And that's how you apply it on the car. It gives a little bit heavier foam and a little bit less water. And I'm telling you, man, just a game changer when it comes to sealants.
Adjustable nozzle? Can you
Yes.
soak the water?
I know we have one here. I swear I just saw it. We have an orange version that's literally the one up there. But yeah, it has an adjustable tip, man. Yeah. And it still connects with quick disconnect and everything like that. But it's garden hose connection, not pressure washer. Yeah. We talked a lot about washing earlier, guys. When it comes to brushes right now are kind of out. I don't know why. People don't really like them because they scratch a little bit more than a wash mitt. But you can buy high-end brushes. Like they make one called a nog hair, which is like a synthetic version of hog hair. Hog hair is extremely expensive, but it will not scratch and it will last for a long time. So if you've got exotics that you're servicing, hog hair, phenomenal. But if you want to go with what everyone seems to be going with these days, it's going to be the microfiber wash mitts and the chenille. What's that? Heck yeah, dude. Let me know what the price is, because last I looked, it was like $150 a brush. Yeah, not cheap. But I mean, you're talking about like a 4-inch hair of hog hair. It's significant. They hold up well. Like anything, man, it's all about the investment. If you buy a cheap brush too, like say like that 5-sided wash brush bottom right, some of them won't use like stainless steel staples, and they'll be falling apart way quicker because if you accidentally dip it in your acid bucket or something like that, one afternoon, it's just going to start falling apart on you. It'll be balding like me. So it is important that you consider those things up front. And I've always kind of leaned towards the side of I would rather pay more up front for the nice thing and have it last, just as long as like buying 3 junky ones. You know, why not buy the better experience? But you kind of got to earn it sometimes, man. If you're a brand new shop and you're buying yourself a $5,000 pressure washer, you might go out of business before you ever get that money back, okay? Keep that in mind. There are scales to balance. But IK sprayers, the foamer, specifically, guys, game changer. I'm telling you, it's huge. And with the bigger one on the right, that they just came out with a pump, so it'll actually, you flip a switch, it pressurizes itself for you with a little pump on the outside of it, so you're not standing there pumping it up every 10 seconds, let's say. So that's a pretty sweet upgrade.
Like a keg.
Yeah, kind of like a keg. Yeah, no way.
Oh, we use one for PPF.
Exactly. Yeah. But you pressurize it with the air compressor, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So very similar. Yeah. Is yours like stainless steel then? Yeah. That's what we had too. Yeah, this is definitely a lot lighter weight. The other thing is they are made for chemical. So like you see this gray one up top, the gray and the black. So the gray, I want to say, was made for solvent. They have a blue one that is made for alkaline. They have an acid one, which I believe is the black. And then they just cater it to your chemical, because they have to put in like different O-rings and stuff to keep it from, leaking. That's really the key. And they do make rebuild kits for that as well. This is kind of a new one. They came out with this about a year ago. But basically the rag company created their own line of air tools. I don't know if you guys have seen some of them before. This one is to apply tire shine, which is interesting. I'm still old-fashioned. I'll do a bottle. I don't know if that's what you're laughing about. I have not. Actually, no. We tried it one time here. I have tried it once. It's interesting because you're still using a water-based tire shine. But normally when you use a water-based shine, you know how it beads up white for a while and it takes a minute for it to soak in? This sprays such a fine mist that it actually gets into the cracks and crevices and doesn't leave behind droplets. So it's more of a drive off, do it last minute, you can get it done. But you could do a lot of different sealants. It's less likely to be greasy, and it's probably going to be more economical for you because you're using less dressing at the end of the day. I don't know if you have noticed, but where you tend to dress tires, usually there's a spot that's waterproof forever because there's so much silicone embedded in your pavement. Kind of means you're wasting money, just a little bit. But yeah, very useful tool. A lot of guys actually, there are ceramic coatings that are getting applied like this now. Have you tried any of them?
We tried ceramic pros with it. It worked great on an engine bay.
Oh, nice. There you go. Is it more of a plastic coating on that one then?
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I've seen guys using it like on rims and stuff like that. I don't know, guys. A bunch of this stuff is just for show, I'll be honest. Does it look cool to your customer? Do you feel cool doing it? Marketing. I'm not going to say that it's essential, but sometimes if you want those high-end clients, that's the kind of service they're looking for, you know? So keep it in mind. This is that detail, or the tool for cleaning engine bays I was telling you about. So very bendable hose. You can basically put any liquid you want in the container underneath, which is great. I like putting a hot water in there with a nice stout degreaser, and I will use it to just blast off all the cracks and crevices. It helps you hit that firewall behind the engine a lot better because you can get that tip in there. I want to say that the actual hose is maybe close to 1.5 feet, 2 feet. So extend out there, get right on it, blast off that back wall. It does a really, really good job for it. And you also use way less product. Because if you're just doing spray bottle on an engine bay, oh boy, you might go through 2 spray bottles before you're done, man. It takes quite a bit. But great little tool. The one thing you want to avoid with it is going to be getting near like seams. You know, same thing with the fuse box. You don't want to go right up to that silicone edge and blast that because it might have enough pressure to actually get through. Okay? But great little tool. The Ultra Air Blaster. So this is the rag company's version of the Tornador. Remember how we talked about the one that spins? So the nice thing about this is they're way cheaper. Don't get mad at me, Tornador. They are way cheaper, and they're basically indestructible. We did a test where we chucked them around like footballs because the rag company told us they're unbreakable. So we're like, we're going to test that. We're going to see what's up. So I think we threw the thing around, I don't know, a couple 30-yard passes. I think it took like 10 throws to break from 30 yards. I mean, most of the time you're dropping it from this height. So if it can handle a 30-yard throw, it's going to hold up for a long, long time. So very well made. The cone itself is almost 3D printed, and it's made up of a composite that is more flexible than plastic. I don't know how, but it seems to hold up really well. Then they have their version of the Tornador, which I'm not going to lie to you guys. This one, I like that it's more compact. There's something about this. Once you add on the liquid tank, it's already unwieldy, you know what I mean? But if you've got a shorter cone going on, which it cuts off maybe 2 inches, it gives you a little bit more controllability on the interiors for getting in spots that are small. So really enjoy that. They do have a replacement kit, which I don't know if you've ever taken the cone off one of these guys. But the way they're set up is interesting. So this is a little ball bearing setup that spins super duper quick. And then on the inside, there's a capillary tube, which that's where your chemical comes out of. Okay? And that's usually where the problem happens. You'll have a guy shove this cone down into the carpet thinking, oh, it'll be If it's closer, it'll clean quicker, that kind of thing. But the carpet fiber will kind of catch on the tip of that little tube on the inside of there. It'll bend it, and then you've lost all your chemical. You basically have to pull the whole thing apart, put a new capillary tube in it, which isn't a nightmare, but it does take 15 minutes roughly. And I feel like their version is just a little bit stronger. The capillary tube doesn't seem to hold up as fast. So, do we have any questions up to now? Okay, good deal. We're breezing through this, guys. I want to get to the business and your questions, because that's a little bit more important, I feel like, than just going over tools. But it's good to know what the new stuff is anyways. So Tornador does have a really expansive line of products. On the top left, you've got one that is literally catered for sand and for dog hair. You look like you've used it.
No, I want it.
Dude, it's pretty cool. It has a lot of power because it has the Tornador hooked right to your vacuum. Basically, your vacuum hose connects up top, air compressor down here, and you're supposed to basically shove it right down on the carpet, keep it there for a second, hit it with the air once or twice, it rips the hair out of the carpet, it sucks up immediately, okay? The one weakness of this guy, and I'm gonna throw this out there because it pissed me off as a detailer the first time I broke it, but it has these little connections that are made out of plastic, and if you drop it, that thing will break, 100%. There are replacement parts, but they cost a little bit of money. I'm just gonna be honest up front with you. And you'll spend, I think it's like 20 or 30 bucks replacing that cone. So you just have to baby them. It's kind of like an extractor. If you've got the clear head on the extractor, which is the best, absolutely love it, you just need to be careful when you set that thing down. You can't just be chucking it out of the car. It will break, okay? The Tornador Black we've all seen. We've seen that guy. This one is more of a foamer. I have never used this in my life. Has anyone experienced this guy before? Okay. I've never even seen one in person. So hopefully someday someone actually tells me their experience. It's supposed to lay down a lot of foam without putting down too much liquid. That's what I've heard. Don't know. You've got the Tornador Max, which is just a faster, better version of the Tornador Black. And then they came out with their little mini tool, which is great because you can just pop it off and put it in your back pocket. It's literally like this big. It's tiny. So that's pretty dang cool. We talked about towels already. Okay, we talked about detergent. I told you guys this class was going to be quick. There's not too much left. So vacuums. This is something I swear by, guys. What's the most expensive vacuum in the room? Has anyone invested in something real nice?
I have a Mighty.
You have a Mighty. Okay. How much are those guys going for?
It's like 1,500 US.
1,500? Nice, dude. So what's so special about the Mighty?
It gives me pretty much good heat.
Okay.
Good suction.
There you go.
And I could find the parts online now.
That is nice.
I have about 3 of them already.
So is it one of the bigger units? Is it their like 5-gallon unit?
Yeah, it's 5 gallon.
5 gallon. Okay. Yeah, those are great extractors, man.
I have the stainless steel handle and I have the clear handle.
Nice, nice. Do you have a preference between the two?
I prefer stainless steel.
Yeah.
It's
It definitely holds up longer. You just have to change out the little guides on the front because they'll sharpen over time, bro. It's kind of wild. But when it comes specifically to the drive axe, this is the one I've got at home, the Flex VCE 33. There's a lot of cool features built into these things, guys. So I caught mine on sale. I got $500. Normally they go for like 900 bucks, I think.
It's $1,000.
Yeah, it's an expensive machine, but dude, it literally has, I think it was 2.5 times the power over my standard shop vac that I had from Home Depot.
CFC, how much is it? 5 CFC or 6?
Oh, I can't remember, bro. I can't quote the exact amount. All I know is literally it had double the suction of my rigid vacuum that I had bought. And I bought one of the bigger ones, which was like a 5 horsepower motor or something like that. But not only that, it has this feature that if you turn the dial here, for one, you can choose how much suction you want because certain particles suck out at different amounts of suction. The other thing is if you turn that dial all the way to the right, it activates a feature where it vibrates the filter like every 10 seconds. So your vacuum does not clog. Dude, I've owned that vacuum for over 5 years. still no issues. I've not replaced anything in 5 years, and it's probably half the noise, significantly less noise. So just for that alone, the amount of irritation you have to deal with during the day, I mean, if you're not wearing headphones, which I think most detailers probably do the noise canceling these days, right? But if you don't have that option, getting a quieter vacuum makes a world of difference, dude.
So you recommend for what do you recommend for the mobile units?
For the mobile units, you can definitely do these. Yeah. We actually have one of the Rupes version that you guys can check out at the end of class. What's cool about that one is you can actually hook up, it's got an air compressor kind of built in, which is pretty sweet. So like if you want to vacuum up like the sanding stuff, like the actual debris that comes off when you sand, it'll suck it up, it'll sand it, and it has a power connection to the machine itself. So you can plug the vacuum into the wall, pull it however long the cord is, let's say 25 feet, then plug in a different cord and maybe get another 20 feet out of it. So it's kind of cool, man. But that was one of my favorite things I invested in my shop, and they come with HEPA filters, which is great because then you're not spraying dust all over your fresh paint job, which is always obnoxious. So it's definitely something to consider. These are some other versions of dog hair removal. So this is a claw version, just like how we have crevice tools in the standard detail world. There's a claw version for the dog hair as well. And then you get into like the triangular pet hairbrush, which does a great job too. So all good options. Definitely upgrade your vacuum though. I'm telling you, man, there's nothing more irritating than vacuuming for 2 hours straight because your vacuum does not suck. I hate that. It's such a waste of time. All right, who's got a steamer? I was never a big steam guy. You a steamer guy? Nice. What do you like using it for? Mm. Are you less likely to damage things with that?
It just cleans pretty well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it'll melt grease like crazy, man.
I use it on guns.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Steam does work.
I mean, it's like I was telling you guys before. What are the two things that chemicals react to? You guys remember? Sun and heat. Yes. Nice, dude. So if you pair chemical with a steamer, things go way faster, man. You can literally jump the power up on your all-purpose cleaner by like 2 times just by having steam paired with it. Is that the experience you've had with yours?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, and for things like headliners, stains, crap in cup holders, oh my God. Like you,
Get in here, it's the AC vent.
sanitation,
AC vent.
AC vents, okay. Well, and you're not leaving behind a residue. If you've got those shiny, like picture a Ford F-150, they've got that little chrome ring outside of the vents.
Get like a pretty natural clean with it.
Yes. Yeah, bro. No residues, no nothing. The guys during COVID that were really killing it had these guys. They were, some guys used alcohol, things like that, or a quaternary ammonia to disinfect, but you can use steam to kill things like bacteria, viruses, pathogens, stuff like that. It's just got to be hot enough. That's the key. Now this guy, the Lamborghini, is some next level stuff. That's a crazy machine. I want to say they start at like $10,000 and go up from there. But the cool thing is you can have 4 guns coming off of one unit. You can run a whole detail team off of one machine, dude.
That's worth it. Like if you're doing 4 cars,
Oh yeah.
a couple of hours, 2 hours.
Oh yeah. Well, and I met a guy in Mobile. He had a detail shop, and he just put that right in the middle of the shop. He was telling me it cut his chemical cost in half, which as a chemical salesman, I don't really love when you use less chemical, but I do love that you're being successful. If you guys are being successful, we're being successful. I want you to stay in business. But that machine right there puts out so much steam, you can actually wash a car with it. That's how much steam this thing can put out. But $10,000, there's a reason there's not a ton of them out there. It's quite pricey. So, pretty sweet machine. Actually, that brings up a good point. I'll give you guys a little pro tip. How many of you use like reverse osmosis water or DI water? No? Okay, so if you want your chemicals to work better, use pure water. Because anytime you have like water from the tap, there's always contaminants, whether it be, yeah, sure.
So in your detail shop, do you use water filter or how you water spot, make it water worth it more. So
You basically, I mean, there's systems. You can buy complete systems out there where basically you buy these 2 pillars. They're just like filters. They're wrapped almost in like a cellophane or something like that. It's kind of weird. Exactly. Yeah, they'll soften your water. The important thing is that you keep up with the testing. They have little meters that'll measure like the contaminants parts per million. We are going to start selling that water once the permit from the city is processed. It takes forever to get permits here, dude. But we've been waiting, I think, 3 years to get a permit from the city. It's wild. But here soon, we will have essentially almost like a gas station setup out by the store where you can roll up any time of the day, I guess during business hours, swipe your card, put it into your tank if you're a mobile guy, fill it up. Who knows how much it's going to cost. I think on average it's like 3 cents a gallon or 5 cents a gallon. And you can go and pressure wash a car, detail an RV, not even dry it, and there's no water spots left behind. Dude, I'm telling you, man, if you're mobile, it is the best. It is the way to go. And if you're mixing that kind of water with your chemicals, they're probably going to be about 30% stronger. Yeah, it's huge.
You have like a water filter,
Uh-huh.
the hard water.
Sure.
You can see the results. You don't have to put a lot of efforts right now, but I was not using for chemical. I was using, now I'm going to use.
Now you're going to try. See, I'm saving you guys money. I'm trying to help you out. Yeah, it's crazy, but just the fact that there's mineral in there will prevent the chemical from doing its job. For every gallon of water that we use in our factory, it takes 5 gallons of water to get to that level of pureness. That's how much crap we're pulling out of the water before we use it to make these chemicals. So 5 gallons turns into 1 filtered gallon. And all the wastewater that's left behind we use to clean out our 5,000 gallon tanks. Okay? So purity of water, very, very important. Yeah, extractors. Talking about Mighty, that's their super station, bro.
That's about 3,000.
Yeah, they're expensive. Very, very. But it's cool because you can do a lot of chemical pre-soaking with it.
One has a steamer to it.
It might. Yeah, it might have an attachment for it. The ones I've seen in person basically have the prep station on the back, and then I believe it has a dry vac and the actual extractor on the front. Don't quote me on that. It's been like 10 years since I've seen it. But the tank is like 12 gallons. I think you can do like 3 or 4 cars before you need to empty the dang thing, which is pretty stinking sweet. Now, these machines are expensive. You paid $1,500. How are you maintaining that machine? What are you doing for maintenance?
Well, they actually sell a chemical for it, but I don't use it. I literally just wash it out with soap and water.
Okay, nice.
There's a little filter at the top, clean it out.
The little screen at the top, yeah.
It's been working for years. Like I said, I have 3 of them. 2 is working fine.
Nice.
1 did its time already. It's just corrosion.
Okay.
Like the switches.
Uh-huh.
I would replace them, do my own,
That'll cost like $20 to replace, dude. Yeah, I've seen guys go to just parts stores. You just need the 3-stage switch. Mm-hmm. Simple, yeah. So one thing you can do, I mean, you're spending $1,500 on a machine. You want to take care of it, right? So there's a couple important things. First thing first, you never put an aggressive chemical in the clean water tank, okay? There's only one chemical that we sell that we suggest you put in it. It's a literal extractor shampoo. It will not gum up the lines. But if you put a degreaser in the clean water tank, it's kind of like getting heart disease. Slowly it's going to build up and clog the line, and then you're going to end up with a broken pump or replacing something. Something's going to plug. The other thing is they can smell really bad. Oh, bro. You've got to drain the tank every single day. And we had a ritual. At the end of the week, we'd clean it out with a hose, drain it a couple times, and then I would take an enzyme. I would spray down that tank, let this sit over the weekend. This would eat all the organic material, and it leaves it perfectly fresh. So great little option. Trying to think of what else. If you ever get one, the biggest mistake people make is they will turn on the heater first and then the pump, and they'll vapor lock it. You definitely don't want to do that. What's up?
For mobile water tank, is it chemical to clean it out?
Yeah, it's this one, the enzyme. Yeah, that won't do anything bad to a machine. It's not going to gum anything up. The real idea behind enzymes, I mean, essentially they're like proteins or bacterias, and if they sense organic material, they come out of their dormant state, they eat everything they can find, and then once they can't find any more food, they die, and they die without a scent. So that's why they work so well. I'll actually take this product at the end of a detail, and if I did like a full extraction and I'm worried about a smell coming back, I spritz this on the surface, let it stay there, and I've never had a smell come back. Like, it literally will prevent things from happening, which is really cool.
You just divide it with the water and then spray it?
Yep, that's it. Yeah, just I like it at about 5 to 1. I don't like it too strong. Not that it would damage anything. I just like to save money. I'm cheap. But I'll just mist it everywhere. If it's fabric, I mist it, and then I leave it. And it smells like mint, which customers typically like a citrus or a mint, something that makes it smell fresh and new, you know? Trying to think of the other maintenance things. For the most part, it's really about just keeping it clean and maintaining the right chemical inside of it. The other thing that can happen, have you ever forgotten to empty your dirty water tank? Did you have water go back in? Yeah, dude. So there's essentially a tube. Basically, the vacuum motor sits at the bottom. It shoots the liquid up and into the dirty water tank. But if you fill the dirty water tank too much, the liquid will go backwards into the vac motor. I've seen guys light their machine on fire, which honestly is kind of crazy cool. But it ends up costing them like $400 because we're out a vac motor, probably burned up some wiring harnesses, and then there's all the labor involved. So just maintain it. You have nice things, you maintain them. And then this is a cartridge that we sell. This is actually a cold water pressure washer, which sometimes is an advantage because the heat pumps do tend to go out relatively frequently. It's one of the biggest things to go out. But basically, you can put hot water in it and have hot water extraction. You just have to keep putting hot water in to get the hot water effect. And the reason the hot water is so important is because heat will help stains release from fibers. It does. That's why steam is so dang good. It helps so much.
How much does y'all's extractor cost?
For the Karcher? Oh, man. I want to say it's just north of 1,000. Just north. Yeah, and then we have a larger version, which is very similar to the one on the right. It just doesn't have the spray guns. That, I want to say sits in the $2,000 range. But I'll take you to the store afterwards so you guys can check it out. You can ask Bruno all the pricing questions. I just don't do the pricing, guys. Okay. Is that the end of the show, Luis? Or is my remote dead? Brother. I lost you. Can you hit next on the slideshow? I think the remote went out. I'm not sure. Hey, just needed a reset. Just needed a reset. I'm sorry. I woke you up from the nap. You looked so peaceful. All right. We do have a new fan. Remember the one we talked about in the first class, guys? So. What's that? Exactly. Sorry. So basically, this is called a squirrel cage fan. These put out a lot of air. It's great if you live in a really cold area or like here, very humid. You need that airflow sometimes. That doesn't mean you don't have to crack the windows. You still have to crack the windows. God, it's a necessity. But the new ones, the dry pods, we've only been carrying them for about maybe 3 months. They just barely went back into production. There was a small stint pre-COVID they were making them. Then they sold out. No one was making them for a while. I believe we became the US distributor for them, so we should have the best price on the market. But you can literally put 7 miniature fans inside of the car and literally put the fan directly on the seat. It dries them out in like 10 to 15 minutes. It's a huge, awesome thing. But it's, there's a little bit of investment up front, but it's a speed thing, man. It's all about not having the car smell like mildew, having bad customer experience, stuff like that. Getting a dry car back to the customer makes a big difference. Okay, odor bombs and ozone machines. If you're going to get into the odor removal game, and if you're going to do it a lot, I really think investing in an ozone machine is a good idea. That's the machine on the top right, just so you guys are aware. Ozone really is just going to neutralize what's in the air. It kills everything bacterially in the car. You still do not want to breathe ozone. It's not good for you, okay? It almost smells like lightning. It's got this strange metallic hint of a smell to it. But very easy to maintain. All you have to do is you actually have to clean the filters off so they don't get too dusty. Super simple. I want to say they cost maybe around $500. The other option, and these do tend to be stronger, but the chlorine bombs, how many of you have used these? You had an experience with a chlorine bomb in the past? Smell like a city pool? Yeah. They are a little rough when it comes to the smell. They'll kill anything, dude. I had an RV place. You're not going to believe me. This guy had a pet monkey, and he was cooking meth inside of his trailer. This was such a bad experience. I just never thought I'd run into that in my life. But basically, the fridge had molded out. Like, everything went bad in it. They'd left it alone for months. And the dealership wanted to resell it because it was a repo. And so we had to find a way to clean it, right? So we cleaned this thing out. Took the guys like 2 days to get it right. The smell was still there. But we took 2 of those bombs. We put one in the front, one in the back. We hit it. We left it alone for 24 hours. Came back. Smell was gone. So I guarantee you it can get rid of monkey crap smell. Guaranteed, man. I don't know where else you'd get that test done, but Idaho. We got wild people in Idaho. And then, of course, with either of those air filters or air odor eliminators, you're going to want to follow it up with some kind of smell. I like the odor bombs. The wafers are nice because they do last longer. So if it's a customer car, slapping a couple under the seat is not a bad idea. It'll last for like 3 to 4 days. The odor bombs, though, they still have an active chemical agent that does odor removal. I've seen guys knock out marijuana smell with just 1 can in a car. So not bad. Marijuana is pretty tricky to get out. Brushes. Okay, small shout out. I love Detail Factory's brushes. That's what we've been passing around to you guys. One thing that's pretty cool about their system is, if you guys want to get custom and fancy, they've got different colors for different kits. So like you can get orange, green, blue, red, all the above. And it gives a nice visual appeal to social media. It gives a little bit of synergy to your kit. Outside of that, there's literally thousands of brushes for options for you guys. I think the biggest and the trickiest one to find is a really thin brush that works well between seats. That seems to always be an issue for detailing, but that's kind of where the Tornador comes into effect. Something like that, a little strong chemical and a nice air gun. All right, the Rupes. The Rupes cordless, guys. It actually lights up like that, which is pretty freaking cool. The nice thing is if you've got a low battery, it will flash. If you push too hard, it'll stop and it'll flash. So it kind of educates you on how to buff properly, which is great. And there's other companies that make similar things, like RBL has one that's pretty dang cool. But Rupes as a brand, in my opinion, if you're looking for the ultimate shine, Rupes gives the best shine on the market. It's the smoothest machine. I've just always called them the Cadillac, man. Even though they're Italian and technically it'd be Ferrari, but they make a badass machine. One that you should really consider if you're getting into detailed work is that bottom left one. It's called the Rupes Hybrid Nano, okay? So if you're gonna get into motorcycle work, if you're gonna be working on headlights, if you're gonna do fine detail things, getting one of those is pretty key because basically it's about this big. I'd call it a detail toothbrush, car toothbrush, and you can get in tiny, tiny spaces, and you can even polish out the interior like we were telling you guys before, which is pretty dang cool. Typically, like take, what was it? Was it Porsche or Mercedes? I think it was Mercedes. If they have more than 60% of the interior plastic scratched, they will actually pull out all the interior trim and replace it for their like pre-owned, certified pre-owned vehicles, right? So If you can walk into a Mercedes dealership and say, hey man, I can save you $3,000 a car. Whenever you have a car that is really scratched up, send it to me. I'll repair it for $300. You do 2 of those, you just paid for that machine. Okay? That's wonderful. The other thing is, it's just a nice tool to have for the interior trim. You have to have something small, guys. 3-inch is a requirement, but if you want to do that detail work, 1-inch really hits the spot. All right.
Do you have any preference which one you recommend for the?
I own both. Yeah, so I've got a rotary, I've got 2 Roop SDAs, and then I have one of the PXE 80s, which is that top right one, which will go 3-inch, 1-inch, which is nice. Yeah, that's kind of my toolkit. But preference, man. If I was to choose, I would base it off my clientele. So like, what kind of vehicles do you do the most?
Under between 40,000 and up.
Oh, really? Okay. Is it mostly cars, trucks, SUVs, boats, everything? Okay. I would probably say lean towards the 3-inch to start because it's more useful overall. And then if you get to the point where you're like, hey, I want to pay the government a little less taxes, make that investment end of the year. That's how I treat it, man. I buy myself toys right at the end so I can depreciate it and all that. So.
Off the topic, how do you get into jet detailing?
What do you mean?
Like if you want to start doing jet, like what are the process? Do you know the process?
So there's a company, I believe it's called Sparrowhawk Detail. You heard of them? Yeah.
They have a training it's booked.
Oh, yeah, I know. Completely, man. And that's the issue. I don't know of anyone else that's doing it right now.
How do you accept it?
No. The issue, guys, is if you're dealing with the FAA, if you do something wrong on a plane, the amount of liability that you are held responsible to is insane. Like, literally insane. For example, there are a lot of sensors up towards the cab, or the cabin, whatever they call that, that are like heat sensitive, and if you mess with those and you throw those sensors off, I mean, it costs thousands of dollars to replace, but you can actually cause plane crashes. We don't want to do that. The other thing is cleaning around the turbines. You have to be very careful about it. You don't want to get anything inside of the turbine. You can clean the outside, but not the inside as far as I understand. I don't know, man. It's not my wheelhouse. I've never really done too much of it.
Have you done any?
I did a lot of boats. I did a lot of RVs, side-by-sides, cars, SUVs, and trucks, including semis. Oh, yeah. Did a lot of off-roading. There's a lot of, dude, we're all rednecks in Idaho. Shout out to my rednecks. What's that? Heck yeah, dude. That's why I live in St. George, Utah. I still got a little redneck in me, bro. I love it. But when it comes to detailing like side-by-sides, anything that has a lot of plastic, it's really easy, guys. I mean, you just need a medium strength degreaser, a good hot pressure washer. You knock off all your dirt, and then honestly, all you need is to degrease, and then you're gonna follow up that final stage post drying it off or hitting it with an air gun. You're gonna hit it with water-based dressing everywhere. You cover it all in water-based dressing, and it literally just turns it black again. It looks really nice. Or you can get into like the Black Magic, which is this guy, and you can permanently dye their trim. But I would definitely charge a step up from that. I mean, this would be more like their 1-year detail, whereas the other one is more like maintenance washes. Because if you let things like mud build up in the wrong spots, you know, it gets inside a boot, it gets inside suspension, things like that. Metal on metal with dirt grinding together really causes a quick breakdown. So that's what you're trying to avoid.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, these are some of the cordless ones. The only time I've ever found personally for me that I like cordless, there are clay buffing pads that work really great. Yeah, you played with them? Dude, they're awesome. I love it.
Cuts your time in half. I mean, the mints are cool, but yeah, it's so easy.
It's quick.
I will try it. I never
If you're
tried.
comfortable with a polisher, then yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You can play all the card in 10
Get the
minutes.
work done, like 15 minutes you're done. Like
Oh,
20
yeah.
minutes, right?
I mean, you're still going to use like clay lube and all that stuff. Yeah. Honestly, I think you have to over lube if you're using the machine. Yeah.
Burn with those.
Typically, it's your mitt that gets ruined first, not the car, which sucks. But at the same time,
But I always just go slow and low.
yeah, that's a great way to go. Maybe like a 2 or 1.5 on your buffer. But if you have a cordless polisher, I'll actually do the decontamination stage at the end of my wash before I dry the car. It takes less clay lube, and I can just walk around the whole thing, usually in 10 minutes. That's been my experience.
Put it on the pad and scrub it.
Yeah, and I spritz the panel right before I hit it, just to kind of give it a little lube. All this is a bunch of silicones, so it's gonna be there to kind of keep the surface wet. That's the only goal, yeah. Like shaving cream in a way. Okay, yeah, this is your typical paint depth gauge, okay? This is kind of what I have at home, obviously, quite cheap, very easy to use. You do need to calibrate them when you get them, okay? So it'll come with a couple of pieces. You have to go through a calibration process so the signal's reliable, but this will eliminate the guesswork when it comes to polishing. Because when you look at a car, if that clear coat is complete, even if it's super thin, you have no idea how much clear coat is left. So this is an absolute essential. They also make machines called gloss meters. I don't know if anyone's played with those. They're pretty expensive from what I've seen. And honestly, our eyes pick up on how glossy a surface is anyways. It's more for like buffing competitions. But if you wanted to do high-end cars, maybe not a bad thing to include in your kit. But this, God guys, please invest in those. Edge guard. These are my favorite pads right now. And that's not a knock on anyone else. Lake Country makes good pads. Buff and Shine makes great pads. You've got great pads from Rupes. They all make quality stuff, okay? The one thing I will say about these guys, Buff and Shine, is they made a nice little rim that prevents your backing plate from hitting the car at all, okay? So let me grab one of those. I'll let you guys feel it. Let me see if I have a couple of pads for you guys to feel. All right. Yeah. So you can see that little ring around the outside. That's what's going to protect you. And it makes centering the pad super fast. Oh, it's great. But they've got lots of different colors, lots of different types. Of course, foam wool, and then they've got foam wool blends, short hair, long hair wool, microfiber. They all serve a different purpose, but you know, the goal is to get the car as shiny as possible, as quick as possible. So, and then you get into, these guys are some of my favorites, okay? Don't get me wrong, that Rupes pad right there, if you're looking for a pad to start out with on a test spot, that thing hits it out of the park 9 out of 10 times. I love that yellow wool pad from Rupes. They really killed it. But if you're looking to do heavy cutting, Buff and Shine's wool pads, they hold up longer because there's no foam involved, and they cut like crazy. It's a little bit taller hair, so it doesn't get matted down quite as quick either. So really, really cool pads. Microfiber. Microfiber is not my favorite. Personal preference. I like Mountain Dew. You like Coke. Maybe it works for you, you know, one of those. But the nice thing about microfiber is it cuts quick and it finishes out pretty clean. The one tricky part is they do tend to heat up pretty quick, which can cause the microfiber to peel away from the foam just because it's held together by glue. So keep that in mind. If you're using microfiber, you should probably switch out your pads more consistently. Usually like 6 pads a car is somewhere around there. It's quite a few. Yeah, we all do that. Yeah, that's one of those things with buffing technique. I never used to switch out my pads, and they would probably last like 1 pad for 4 cars, you know, but they heat up, they pancake. But Rupes and almost all the brands now suggest that you're switching at least 4 times a car. If you switch out your pad 4 times a car, those pads are going to last like 2 to 3 times longer, okay? It's just that heat buildup that really kills you, especially on foam, dude. Foam will, I have had pads go from being 1 inch tall to like 1/4 inch thick because I didn't realize that that thing was smoking and about to turn into fire. Crazy, man. The dumb things you do when you're young and have no clue what you're doing. But yeah, that's kind of the gist of this, guys. I would love to dive into some of your questions. So if you guys have any kind of question, we can go over it, or we can cut out early. Totally up to you guys. Shout it out. Well, actually, let's put it this way. Is there a specific part of detailing that is difficult for you? Is there something you struggle with? Like I used to struggle with, here's an example, road paint. That paint that has the grit to it, like they use for the lines on the road, nightmare. Absolute nightmare to get off. You scratch the paint getting it off, it will destroy things. But is there anything weird like that you guys would like to touch on? You guys are making my job too easy. I mean, I'm going home early now. I could go show you guys the store.
Yeah, what do you recommend for like undercarriages and wheel wells?
For cleaning them?
Yeah.
Right here, my dude.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah,
Yep,
that's what
same
we
thing. High pH product.
That's what we use.
The cool oh, you already use it?
Well, not that specific one, but
Sure.
yeah, I mean, we use our wheel and tire for fenders.
Yes. Yeah, for the most part, high pH is high pH, you know, but yeah.
Okay. On average, what's the time you should take on a car, like do a basic inside out?
Ooh. For good quality, not crazy quality? Okay.
Maybe
I don't know.
express wash and
There's A, B, and C, like 3 categories.
3 categories. Okay, so let's say you're going for speed. And I'm not going to base it off my numbers because if I'm honest, guys, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. It's a bit of an issue.
an average time.
Average time. Okay, so let's say it's an express detail. You're doing a touch-up interior, exterior, maybe a clay and a protect type situation. That might be 2 hours, 2.5. For your average for an express detail, probably $200, something like that. For a standard detail, I'm about 4 hours on average for a full interior and maybe a 1 to 2 stage paint correction.
Is that just one person?
One person, yeah. And that's where test spotting comes in. So many people make the mistake of getting ahead of themselves thinking, oh, this worked on the last car, it should work here. Dude, every paint job is different. You don't know where that car lived, all that stuff. So that one, I would say the average detail, $450. And then, yeah, with paint correction. It just depends. That'd be a single stage for the $450. I always upped it by $50 if it was black, blue, or dark red. That was just my qualifications. And then for every additional stage of polishing, I was a minimum of $150 extra per stage. Because it's going to cost me an hour and a half to get around a car. So,
Like a buff and wax?
yep,
Two?
pretty much.
Not ceramic?
Not ceramic, no ceramic.
We're adding on to ceramic.
Ceramic coatings start at roughly, so say it's a small car like a Miata, $1,200. Let's say it's a RAV4, $1,600. Yukon, Denali, something like that, you're $2K up.
Yeah,
That's where you guys are at? Yeah.
Camrys and Hondas.
For a ceramic, that would probably be around that $1,200 to $1,400 range. You could definitely do more. I mean, it all depends on how much your clients like you, dudes.
It all depends, you need to understand the audience where you live, if they can
Yes.
do or not.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah. Sometimes when we visit dudes, you know, in like Alabama, Mississippi, you know, places that are more remote, they're only getting $125 for a full detail. You know what I mean? Like, and they're spending 4 to 6 hours on it. So you're 100% right. Your demographic matters.
Car wash in Houston is around like 125 to 150.
Is that what you guys are seeing? 125 to 150 car wash?
Yeah.
Somewhere in there?
Yeah.
Okay. I've seen people, like we get a lot of people coming into these classes, so we get a good sample, a big sample group. We've seen anywhere from like $30 to $150.
So those are just like a shampoo and that's it, $30.
Dude, I've seen some people, we had one guy come in and tell us that he was doing a full exterior wash with protection, maybe only a 3-month protectant, but it was like $40. I'm like, bro, you are not making any money, man. You are losing money. You're losing money. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Your time is worth a lot, guys. On average, in my shop, if I couldn't give you a quote, like I don't know how long it's going to take for me to fix all the chips on your hood, for example, I will charge you $100 an hour. That was my starting rate, $100 an hour. And you need to go in and quantify how much each of your services cost. Like you said, weren't you the one before that said it was like $16 to detail a car for you?
No, it's $60.
$60. Okay, is that including like ceramics and stuff or just standard detail?
And if you want to do everything, it costs like 150 to 160.
Okay, there you go. So, but you understand your costs so well, you know what money you're making. Because at the end of the day, you've got overhead, you've got insurance, you've got taxes, you've got marketing. Right, right.
Depending on the quality of chemical you're using. If you're using high quality, the cost will go up to $200, then you have to charge $800.
Exactly. Well, and there's,
Same goes with the ceramic, or if you're using System X or Sunglass, what was the name? Sun something? System X is very expensive.
it is, yeah.
They give you like 5 years warranty, and Sun was 2 years. So there's a difference. You have different audience, different products, so you can offer them different prices.
Different requests, man. That's why we all have a detail menu. Silver, gold, diamond, platinum, whatever you want to label it, man. You have to have options because why turn away someone who wants a basic detail? I mean, that's still $200 in your shop, man. If you've got space, take the $200 and be happy. Take it to the bank. Not every job will be $2,000 ceramic coatings, ever.
The goal is don't let customer out of your shop or mobile unit.
Right.
Whatever is the budget, try to fit it and offer them a solution. To make the customer. Next time that when the customer has the money, he's gonna come back for the better option.
Yes, and he trusts you now
Yeah.
because you took care of him when he didn't have the money. Exactly. Yeah, guys, it comes down to customer service. That's a huge, huge part of it. And we talk about this a lot, but laying down clear expectations with the customer, how you word things is so, so important, man. You never want to say, I'll make your car look perfect. Dude, you have literally just chained yourself to that vehicle for a full day until that thing looks great.
Paint correction, not paint
Always say, I will
perfection.
try to make it better.
Great way of putting it. Paint protection, not paint perfection.
Paint correction, not paint perfection.
I love it. That's fantastic. I'm going to add that in.
Fit that on every black car.
Dude, well, and our eyes are different than your customer's eyes, okay? We see every little detail. They see shiny, okay? They just don't think the same way we do. And you know what? If you walked into their workplace, if they're a mechanic, they're going to have a different level of, maintenance on their car than you would have, because they care about that. They know it like the back of their hand. That is their wheelhouse. So we got to find that value point. What's that?
You're also only as good as your canvas. So, I mean, if you have an 04 Civic that's sitting down coming back, and they want it to look like it just came off showroom floor.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's where you got to set those expectations.
You make a good point, man. It really is all about the canvas. It's the same thing. We can't add paint on a car. We're not painters, so you work with what you got. So we will keep going. All right, well, are you guys good? We got all our questions handled? I love it, guys. Thank you on YouTube, guys. We really appreciate you guys tuning in, and we'll catch you next month. Thank you. Awesome.